This is Audible.
I know what to do, so why don't I do it? Have you ever asked yourself this question? Has it frustrated you? Has it prevented you from getting the absolute best from the resources in your personal development library? Well, no matter what you feel has held you back from attaining your goals and dreams in the past, that is all about to change right now. This thought-provoking, inertia-busting program is about you, or maybe your child, a friend, or a colleague, and any dreams that have not been actualized. Dr. Nick Hall, author of the classic Nightingale-Conant program, Change Your Beliefs, Change Your Life, provides an approach to achieving your goals no matter what they are. Captured from a series of Nick's popular seminars on these much sought-after topics, Nick presents you with a complete arsenal of weapons to combat any excuses or negativity that is preventing you from being completely fulfilled in every area of your life. You'll learn how to take care of your health so you're not feeling any periods of low energy. You'll build up your immune system. Nick will also teach you exactly how your brain works so you'll gain a greater understanding of what happens when you have positive input as opposed to negative input. You'll learn how to respond better in stressful situations, what actually happens to you physically, so you gain a better perspective and flow with ease through every challenge. You'll have a plan, execute that plan, and never look back. From his work with the FBI to helping individuals and Fortune 500 companies worldwide, Nick will give you a clear, personalized, no-excuses path to success. And now, the Nightingale-Conant Corporation is pleased to bring back to you one of our favorite members of the Nightingale-Conant family, Dr. Nick Hall.
Thank you very much. I'd like you to project your minds in space and time to a place where you have not a care in the world. The temperature, the humidity are absolutely ideal. Your nutritional needs, your needs for defense are all taken care of. And it's been this way for your entire life. It is as though you have lived at a Club Med. And then, without warning, you are jostled about, flipped onto your side, and you begin to feel an excruciating pressure applied first to your head. It is so great it feels as though your head is going to explode like an eggshell. And then that pressure is transferred to your shoulders, to your hips. And then you are confronted with a light that is so blinding it burns your retinas. You scream out in pain. And to add insult to injury, a monster in a white coat has just flipped you upside down and slapped you on the backside. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the world. You have just been born. And in that process, you have experienced what is, without question, probably the most stressful event that any of us will ever have to endure. But like all of the inevitable transitions, the challenges that confront us throughout our lives, the stress of being born is also good for you. It is the time when set points, thermostats, if you will, deep within the inner recesses of the brain are set, enabling us to respond to adversity for the rest of our lives. How you can stay sane and healthy in a changing world by adapting your response and incorporating recovery mechanisms into the lifestyle, but always talking about why this works, how it's occurring, what is happening behind the biological scenes, because I do believe that when you are an informed consumer, it's easier to become motivated and also to adapt to your lifestyle the protocols that are best suited for you. There are a number of variables that will impact how we respond to adversity. And one of the central themes of today's presentation is going to be that one size does not fit all. It never has, it never will in biology. And if anyone ever comes to you with a recipe, a formula, or perhaps a behavioral intervention which they claim is the panacea, the answer to all of your problems, my recommendation is grab your checkbook, run as fast as you can in the opposite direction, because they are either extremely naive, knowing nothing about the myriad of genetic, biological, psychological variables which can impact how stress influences our body, or they have something other than your physical and mental well-being in mind, most likely their financial well-being. And for that reason, I will not be presenting any recipes today, simply choices and options. This program, called I Know What to Do, so Why Don't I Do It, is about the most creative artist to have ever graced the planet. It's about a salesperson whose talents netted a fortune for his company. It also describes a leader who inspired an entire nation, and an athlete whose feats drew international acclaim. But you have never heard of any of them. No one has. Oh, their names are not forgotten. They were never known. They are the painters and writers and musicians who succumbed to doubt. They are the athletes whose dreams of winning waned with every loss. The leaders who never ventured forth for fear their ideas would be called impossible. The scientists who abandoned their pursuit of brilliant concepts in fear of professional ridicule. Perhaps this is about you, your child, a friend or a colleague. Are you someone who eats copious amounts of fatty foods despite the proven link with disease? Smokes despite the likely prospect of cancer and heart disease? Neglects to return that important phone call? Risks injury by driving at an excessive speed without wearing a seatbelt? And why do you always say yes when you really want to say no? Why don't you file your tax returns before the deadline? Or register for that course at the local junior college? Why don't you finish that long-delayed project? Or start the weight management program you've been putting off? Why don't you? Because it's not as simple as Nike's "Just Do It" marketing slogan. Sometimes lack of motivation impedes progress. Yet there's more than lack of motivation at the root of the problem. Many people have the will, they just don't have the energy. Or too often, a compromised immune system is sapping their strength. Then again, do you really want what you think you want? If so, is your lack of success due to reasons or is it due to excuses? This program describes a way to answer these questions and provides an approach to achieving your goal no matter what it is. It will show you how to control the things you can and how to accept the things you can't. However, none of this will be possible unless you first climb out of the doldrums. No, not clinical depression, but the state so many of us occasionally find ourselves in when we just don't bother. Instead of doing what we know we should, we busy ourselves with unimportant chores, creating the illusion that any action is progress. Or we blame fatigue and stress for the lack of progress while failing to take steps to remedy the problem. It happens to everyone. Even elite athletes sometimes find themselves in a funk and unable to perform optimally when that once-in-a-lifetime opportunity presents itself. It happens to astronauts, surgeons, even law enforcement agents. Neither teachers nor nurses can escape the occasional absence of motivation. Even today, there is uncertainty regarding the cause of an apocalyptic event which unleashed shockwaves and fire on the morning of June 30th, 1908. Whether it was caused by an earthquake, meteorite, or due to a host of other explanations is still the subject of conjecture. Yet, despite the initial near-total devastation, the affected region of Tunguska, in a remote section of Siberia, is now thriving. The enhanced growth and density of the forests that have sprung from the ashes of destruction is nothing less than spectacular. Furthermore, these improvements are likely to endure throughout the ages, for they are now embedded in the tree's genetic code. I believe that a similar code for thriving in the wake of adversity exists within you. I call it the Tunguska Code because once opened, it enables you to thrive and to overcome the barriers that previously have held you back. We all have within us the capacity to advance to the next level of health and performance. But sometimes the chemical changes triggered by stress and its emotions are so overpowering that you just can't do what you know you should. It's as though your body has experienced the equivalent of the cataclysmic event that rocked Tunguska. Yet even though your life may seem to be in shambles, there are things you can do not only to survive, but to advance to a new and even better state than you were in before. And it begins with the unlocking of a code which is different for each of us. Your genetic blueprint, past experiences, physical condition, mental outlook, and beliefs will shape yours. One size rarely fits all in biology and medicine. However, when you reach rock bottom, realize that we each suffer in a similar way. Furthermore, a similar strategy can be used to begin unlocking the code, regardless of the unique circumstances that you may be experiencing. That strategy needs to begin at the headwaters of the stress response, the human brain. Once you gain control over the central command center of the stress response, the rest is easy. This program will describe the options for doing this. In putting this program together, I have drawn upon a large number of experiences, all of which have provided insights pertinent to the themes I'll be addressing. I also have relied upon both my formal training and my research experience in psychoneuroimmunology. Many of my core beliefs have been influenced by the writings of my great-great-grandfather, Charles Haddon Spurgeon, a noted theologian of the 19th century. He once preached to over 10,000 people at a single service in London, and his books are still timely and hot sellers in the Christian bookstores. When I eventually put all this training together, my research interests ranged from assessing the effects of guided imagery and relaxation as cancer treatments to what happens when a stress-induced peptide arrives on the surface of a natural killer cell, thereby impairing its ability to protect us from illness. But don't worry, this program won't be a stuffy academic discourse. Although I was trained as a scientist, and therefore am a bit skeptical, I also have had a number of experiences that have resulted in my belief that the way things should work, based upon the results of a well-controlled laboratory study, is seldom the way it really does work in the chaotic world in which we often find ourselves. And that's because of the rather unusual and rather non-academic experiences I've had. You see, I worked my way through college wrestling alligators and milking rattlesnakes at the Black Hills Reptile Gardens in South Dakota. That was when I learned that it was wrong to believe I was invincible, courtesy of a 6-foot alligator that nearly ripped my hand off. I've also worked for the U.S. intelligence community and have taught at the FBI Academy in Virginia. Yes, the rules sometimes change when your life is in danger. That's why this program will be grounded in science, but it will be guided by pragmatism. I now direct the Wellness Center at Saddlebrook Resort in Florida, where I use this training and experience to help individuals and organizations replace inappropriate beliefs with those that will enable them to achieve their personal and professional goals. So, what have I learnt about beliefs and about changing them? That there is no simple recipe for change, and there is no one-size-fits-all formula that I can neatly describe in this program. What works for you may have an entirely different result for someone else, and that is why I will describe an approach that will enable you to determine what for you is the best way to proceed. You'll learn to determine what you need and whether the beliefs guiding your choices should be cherished or discarded. You'll learn practical skills which have the potential to transform your life for the better, but only if you are willing to let them. That's because your beliefs are yours. No one makes you believe something. Others simply provide the information that you use to create the belief. That's why you, and only you, can change a belief that might be keeping you from doing those things that you know you can, but you simply don't. Emotions driven by beliefs can impact not only your health, but also your productivity. They can slow reaction time, impair judgment, even erode your memory. Negative emotional states can sap motivation and be the primary reason why you never get around to doing the things you know you can. However, those same beliefs can also propel you to a state of optimal health and success you've only dared dream about. Every thought, every action, and every dream is shaped by your beliefs. Success or failure is not due to circumstances. Personal success or failure is determined largely by your beliefs about the circumstances you are faced with. Sometimes those beliefs are below the conscious radar, and we sometimes have to let our gut reactions guide us. If you are using your emotions wisely, then you will make the right decision. You will know when to let your senses run the show and when to run with your intuition. It's not about making the right choice. It's about knowing how to use your brain to know what information to use. We generally discover these things during extreme conditions or stressful events in our lives. At least I know that's when I do. It was well past midnight, and the 25-mile-per-hour tailwind was pushing my kayak northward at an absolutely exhilarating speed. Several miles to the west, I could see distant lights marking the east coast of Florida. Ahead and over my right shoulder was nothing but Atlantic Ocean. There was barely room for me in the tightly packed 18-foot boat as I pushed myself to remain competitive in the 1,200-mile Ultimate Florida Challenge. My eyes had adjusted to the darkness, allowing me to make out the 3 to 5 foot swells that were helping to propel me to the next checkpoint. Occasionally one would break over the stern, requiring a bilge pump close at hand. Despite severe sleep deprivation, I had to concentrate and keep the boat perpendicular to the following seas or else risk capsizing. After more than a week, this had become a very familiar task, as I seemingly hung suspended between sky and ocean. In the blackness, there was no boundary between air and water. Yet, despite the constant danger and need to be vigilant, I was enjoying a state of solitude-induced bliss. Then it came to a shuddering end. At first, I experienced difficulty operating the steering system. No matter what I did with the foot pedals, the boat was slow to respond. Twice in succession, water came crashing over the side as I started to broach. Then I heard a clanging sound, as though something had broken. There was no way of getting to the back of the boat to assess the damage, so I kept checking the area around my feet, hoping that the damage did not include a hole or some sort of opening in the hull. There was plenty of water, but it was coming over the sides and no more than I had grown accustomed to bailing. I was using a single-bladed paddle, which was not optimal for steering purposes. As waves approached, I would have to lean all of my weight into the paddle to keep from turning sideways to the wave and capsizing. It required constant, nerve-wracking effort to steady the boat and maneuver the 3 miles to Boynton Beach Inlet, where I could enter the calmer waters of the Intracoastal Waterway. But once there, I realized that the tide was going out against the strong wind. It was like being in a washing machine, with churning seas all about. Rather than risk being bashed into the fishing pier, I surfed onto the nearby beach and quickly dragged the hobbled boat above the high tide mark. My global positioning system, or GPS,
kept me oriented on the chart. But knowing where I was in the present wasn't what I needed, as I lay exhausted on the windy beach. There was a huge temptation to check into the nearest hotel and abandon the race. After all, 3 others had. But then I started thinking of the consequences. I had sponsors who had funded this expensive escapade, so stopping short of the finish was simply not an option as far as I was concerned. Now, I had several choices. I could venture back into the Atlantic, despite the lack of a steering system, or follow the slower and tide-prone intracoastal waterway. Then there was the damage to consider. Was it repairable? And if so, where could I obtain the parts I would need? Far more important than knowing my location in the present was a means by which I could orient myself with the future. I needed a way to accurately assess my resources and to wisely make some critical decisions. Despite being in a state of total exhaustion, my adrenaline levels were too high to allow sleep. I'd been in fight-flight mode for too long as I battled the Atlantic in search of a safe haven. And as I sat there in the sand, I thought how wonderful it would be if I had some sort of electronic device, like a GPS, that would not only tell me where I was, but what choices I should make. A sophisticated yet compact tool that could take into account weather conditions, my physical and mental state, as well as the status of my boat as it guided me to make the best decision. It would need to take stock of past events similar to those I was experiencing, along with knowledge I had acquired through reading and instruction. It would also need the ability to project into the future and contemplate the potential consequences of each choice I was considering. Furthermore, it would need to respond instantly should conditions unexpectedly change, and then immediately provide me with the next best choice. In the middle of peril, in the middle of the night on that windy beach, everything came together. My research and what I've been teaching all these years to doctors, lawyers, nurses, business executives, and athletes. In order to achieve our maximum potential, we need to understand the emotional signals our brain and body are transmitting so that we can use our minds to reach our maximum potential. We all have the imaginary instrument. I call it the brain positioning system, and it is like a GPS that enables you to do all of the things that you need to have in place in order to achieve those elusive goals. As I pondered this imaginary instrument, I realized I had finally answered the question everyone has been asking. Dr. Hall, I know what to do, so why don't I do it? This program will tell you why, and it will tell you how.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the first part of Get Your Ship Together. We all know what to do, so why don't we do it? It may be because we won't, it may be a question of lack of motivation, or it may be because we simply can't. Or it may be because we have set the wrong goal for ourselves. It may not be our goal, it may be that of someone else. It may be an unrealistic goal that simply can't be achieved. Or, on the other hand, we may have plotted an inappropriate course to get to that goal. I'm going to explain to you how you can chart that appropriate course, how you can achieve your successes. But before I do that, I do need to read you a warning. I am required by the FDA to read this before I make any sort of presentation pertaining to one's health, happiness, and well-being. Before proceeding along this pathway to success, consult with your financial advisor to determine if you can safely manage a large increase in wealth and happiness.
While uncommon, a dangerous side effect is feeling guilty about your newfound happiness. If that should happen, get over it. My training is actually in neuroendocrinology. I've spent a number of years researching the links between emotions and performance, specifically the immune system and how it pertains to health. But most of what I've learned about performance, about achieving goals, has been gleaned not from textbooks or bench research in the university setting, but instead from some rather unusual experiences. And these include working my way through college, wrestling alligators and milking rattlesnakes. Do any of you know the Black Hills Reptile Gardens near Rapid City, South Dakota? That's my alma mater. I always have to give it a cheap plug. Great place if you're ever out there. I learned all about dealing with stress, dealing with adversity. No, not from a dreary textbook, but courtesy of a 6-foot alligator who almost ripped my hand off during a show. And then I went off to the West Indies, spent several years working for National Geographic, trying to figure out why whales swim up onto beaches, commit mass suicide. Found myself on the island of Grenada when the Marxist revolution broke out, and later on St. Vincent when the Soufriere, the volcano, erupted. I tell you this because the information I'm going to be presenting to you is going to be grounded in science. However, it's going to be tempered with pragmatism. And I'd like to begin by explaining that when you set a goal, when you chart that course, what you are really propelling yourself towards is not reality. What you are actually responding to always, whether it's the client who frustrates you because they don't sign that contract, whether it's the inability of production to meet the deadline that has been set, it doesn't matter. What you are responding to is not reality. What you are responding to is an image in your mind. And we all do that. And that image is never a true reflection of reality. It is only ever an abstraction. And that image is going to be shaped by your beliefs. It's going to be shaped by your value system. It's going to be shaped profoundly by your past experiences. It's highly unlikely that anyone in this room has the same shared life experiences, a diverse range of experiences that people have. And it's highly unlikely that anyone in this room, any two people, embrace exactly the same beliefs or values. And thank goodness. It's the diversity that makes it fun living on this planet. There are some people who look forward to going to the airport on their day off, climbing aboard a perfectly functional airplane, and then leaping out of it at 10,000 feet as a member of their skydiving club. Another person, though, whilst contemplating the air traffic control tower, listening to the planes taking off and landing, may have a full-blown panic attack if they happen to have a phobia associated with flying. Exact same stimulus, exactly the same information, two diametrically opposed responses. And the reason? Neither person, just like any of us, is really responding to reality. It's rather like the artist who sets about to paint a beautiful panoramic vista. While setting up her easel, trying to decide which brushes, which paints to employ, realizes there must be an airport nearby, for periodically planes are flying across the horizon. But that's not part of what she considers the natural setting to be. And so even though the airplanes are indeed a part of the reality, she makes the conscious decision to leave them out of the image she's about to capture on canvas. And over here, behind her, is a beautiful weathered cedar tree. How beautiful it would look if only it were in the foreground. But it's not. It's behind her. It's off to the side. However, that does not stop her from employing artistic license and now making it a part of her reality, a part of that image. And that's what we do all the time. We add things to our image that never happened. We leave things out simply because they are inconsistent with our beliefs. And I'm now going to demonstrate how this works. I want you to listen very carefully to the words I'm going to read. And I want you to reflect upon the image they conjure in your mind. Listen carefully. Bed, rest, awake, tired, dream, wake, night, eat, comfort, sound, slumber, snore. And now I'd like you to take a scrap of paper, write down as many of those words as you can recall. You're not going to be graded on this. There's no prize. Make it a group effort. If you don't have a pen but the person next to you does, share your thoughts with them. But try to recall as many of those words as you can. How many of you have at least 3 words on your list? How many of you have included the word bed, snore, sleep? Just out of curiosity, how many of you have sleep at the top of your list? The word sleep was not one of the words I read. The words I read were, listen, bed, rest, awake, tired, dream, wake, night, eat, comfort, sound, slumber, and snore. Every one of these words evokes an image of sleep. But the word sleep was intentionally not stated. This is a prime example of what I am talking about. Even though I warned you this happens, nonetheless, you responded and you could have passed a polygraph test as though I had actually said that word. There was no deception involved. There was no reason for it. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. After all, I am going to be presenting some information that does require your careful attention. I'm going to ask you some questions. All you have to do is respond loudly and in unison in response to those questions. Does everybody understand? Yes. Very good. What color is freshly fallen snow? White. What color is it? White. How do you pronounce the word W-H-I-T-E? White. And what color are most clouds? White. What do cows drink? Milk. No. Cows do not drink milk. Cows give milk. They drink water. I didn't say calves. I know baby cows do. All right, I'll give you one more chance to redeem yourself. How do you pronounce the word B-O-A-S-T? C-O-A-S-T. How do you pronounce it again? And what do you put in a toaster? Okay. I heard someone say B-R-E-A-D, but that's okay. What this simple exercise illustrates is how the human brain works. We have millions of neurons crammed between our ears, yet we don't use every one of them. We can't. It would be terribly inefficient. Instead, we tend to respond to patterns, to images. And the brain is very efficient. Once we believe what the image is to be, once we have that familiar template, thereafter we respond consistently with that image. And if I had asked you that question, what do cows drink, out on the street, out by the pool deck, out of this context, without previously having created that paradigm of white in your mind, you would have answered correctly. You would have thought, what a stupid question. Now imagine if instead of the word white, the word that was creating the image in your mind was failure. What if the word were something negative that is now going to be associated with a negative emotion such as fear or sadness or anger? You can imagine the types of unwise choices you might make. And this is a prime example of what I'm speaking about. We don't respond to reality, we respond to images in our minds, and even though you cannot control what a client is going to do or say, you cannot control whether or not the warehouse is going to ship that product on time and whether you're going to look bad if it doesn't go. However, you have 100% control over what you choose to focus upon. And you have 100% control over the images through which you filter the information, the beliefs which shape that image, and how ultimately you are going to respond, because it is the image that's going to drive your behavioral response, determining whether you're going to move forward and approach your goal, stay on course, or whether you are going to engage in avoidance and withdrawal. Ultimately, you are in control. Examine the beliefs that are shaping your image. There's another program that I teach called Change Your Beliefs, Change Your Life. Some of you may have heard of it. Nightingale Conant in Chicago has the license. They market it worldwide in a CD format. And when I teach that program here, it's a 3-day program. I begin with an icebreaker, and I'll pose the question, what do you believe? What do you believe is the definition of success? What do you believe is the best way to balance work and professional life or personal life? I've had to stop doing it, though. And the reason is because it wastes too much time. People do not know what they believe. They'll nudge the person next to them and say, tell me what you think, and I'll give him that answer. Or, hey doc, can I sleep on it? I know I can think of something tomorrow morning. How sad it is that many people course through their entire lives responding to a belief, but it's not their belief. And that's assuming they even know what the belief is. And when I say it's not their belief, there are many different sources of beliefs. There are obviously advertised beliefs, the ones we are bombarded with every day as marketers try to get us to open up our billfolds. There are cultural beliefs, those that are handed to us through the Constitution, religious documents. And of course, there are the hand-me-down beliefs, the chance statement that a coach, a parent, a friend might have made at a formidable age when you were growing up, one which sticks with you. I know that my entire life has been permanently changed by somebody else's beliefs. And it turns out a belief that was not justified. I was 6 years old, had arrived home from school, absolutely devastated. I had taken my first arithmetic exam, and I had failed it miserably. I was absolutely devastated. I thought, I'm going to be a complete failure. I'm hopeless at everything. My mother, a wonderful lady, I love her dearly, tried to console me. She said, don't worry about it. No one in our family has ever been good at math. You'll find something you're good at. And I thought to myself, yes, I'm not the one who's stupid. I simply chose the wrong parents. It's that darned ancestor, Orc, who passed on a faulty genetic blueprint. And from that point on, I never applied myself in math. Why waste time? Why bother? I wasn't going to be good at it. So I devoted all of my time to those subjects that came readily, the ones I enjoyed. And if I got a barely passing grade in math, I was happy as a clam. I got to go on to the next form. And it wasn't until I got into graduate school, and please don't ask me how I got into graduate school with my grades in math. That still bewilders me. And I had to take statistics, followed by advanced statistics, which is nothing more than advanced math. But I came to realize not only is math not difficult, it's actually fun. Especially in my case, where I could see the application in my chosen profession as a scientist, as I would then proceed to use that information to interpret the data I would be collecting. But how I've wondered how different my life would have been had it not been for that one unjustified but well-intended belief. I might have become an accountant. I might be working for the IRS, auditing your tax returns right now, causing you duress, throwing you off your professional and personal course, instead of talking to you about how to stay on it. And I wonder sometimes, when I look out at an audience like this, how many people out here are brilliant artists or talented athletes, musicians, who never pursued that dream because someone said, no one in our family has ever been good at that. You can't make a living doing that profession. You're not big enough or you're not small enough. And ever since, those beliefs have shaped every decision we've made. Do you know that almost happened to one of the most gifted athletes of our generation? Michael Jordan. When Michael Jordan was a student at Lacey High School in Wilmington, North Carolina, do you know that he was benched by his coach, who told him he wasn't good enough to play? Can you imagine how that coach must feel now? Thank goodness Michael Jordan did not make the mistake that I made. Thank goodness for himself, his family, his fans. He did not incorporate that obviously erroneous belief into his own way of thinking. And that is why, if you are off course, if you are not achieving the goals that you have set for yourself, ask yourself these 3 questions. After you have determined what the belief is that is determining your responses, ask yourself, is this belief justified? Is it serving a useful purpose? And number 3, does it make me feel good? While the answers to each of those questions, is it justified? Is it serving a useful purpose? And does it make me feel good is important. Nonetheless, the answer is less important than engaging in the process of asking those questions, examining your beliefs, and determining why it is that you are responding the way you are. I mentioned before that no two people respond in exactly the same way. And that is because our beliefs are so very, very different. They are so profoundly different that we actually hear contrasting information when it is stated. I learnt this several years ago when I was a professor at George Washington University in DC, and had embarked in collaboration with some investigators at the National Institutes of Health on a study to determine whether or not a person could actually create an image in their mind that would direct their white cells, their natural killer cells, their cytotoxic T cells, their monocytes, through the bloodstream, through the lymphatic channels, to exactly where they needed to be to destroy a cancer. And when the results were published, it got a huge amount of publicity, a lot of media attention, because it was considered to be one of the first studies ever conducted whereby an attempt had been made to link a behavioral intervention with these molecular measures. And it opened up the floodgates. One of the interviews was with Diane Sawyer on 60 Minutes. And the invitations to speak around the country on the subject of images and how they can influence the body were almost unlimited. Whenever I speak on any subject, whether it's today, whether it's to a medical audience, it doesn't matter, I always try to present a balanced viewpoint. And I spoke in those programs about those patients who clearly had succeeded in creating an image that could drive their immune system, but I also spoke about those people we had to take out of a study, because for them the constant imaging was a reminder that they had this disease. At the end of one of the programs where I had spoken about the pros and cons, I remember a lady coming up to me and she said, "Dr. Hall, I want to thank you for saying all the wonderful things you just said about this process. You see, I had breast cancer diagnosed, and because of its advanced stage, the doctors had given up on me. They told me there's nothing left in our arsenal of treatments that could possibly help you." And she went on to explain how they had given her no more than 18 months to live. And she said she read a book on guided imagery. It made sense to her. She started doing it, and that was 6 years ago. And she went on to explain that her cancer was in complete remission and had been. And she thanked me for basically reinforcing the fact that she had engaged in a process that had helped her. A few moments later, a psychologist came up to me. He introduced himself and he said, "You know, I've always known that imagery is a lot of nonsense, a waste of people's time." And it was very refreshing to hear a scientist who's done research in this field have the courage to stand up and publicly state that it's all a lot of nonsense. Thank you very much. And that's when I realized the wisdom of the old Chinese proverb. What the eye sees, what the ear hears, is what is already in the mind. No, seeing is not believing. Believing is seeing. And that is why it is so important as you progress towards a goal. I don't care what that goal is. I don't care what course you have set. Make sure that you realize that what you are really moving towards is not the real goal, it's an image of that goal in your mind. How would you define success? Anyone? If I asked you right now to tell me what is success in a word or two, how would you respond? Unconditional happiness, excellent. Unconditional happiness is probably going to come about as a result of achieving some success. That would be basically a spin-off, but it's absolutely correct. Self-satisfaction, that would be another benefit of achieving a success. Very good, because often when I say that, When I say, how do you define success, people invariably say achieving a goal, reaching that endpoint. However, that is only part of the equation. Or oftentimes, instead of telling me the definition of success or identifying the goal, what they will instead say is something that is really a benefit of having achieved that goal. For example, if someone said happiness, which is a perfectly legitimate and correct answer, I would then proceed to say, but what is it that's going to lead to that happiness? What goal would you have to achieve in order to get that happiness? I've lost track of people I know who go to motivational seminars, they buy these audio tapes, and then they plaster their walls with these mansions and Mercedes and BMWs, Ferraris, and they think that's their goal, to buy that object, but it's not. That's going to be the reward of having achieved a success, of having made some money because they had a good entrepreneurial business plan, and so forth. But equally important in the definition of success is the course you follow to get there. Chart your course is a key phrase. That is the process that you are going to use to get to that endpoint. If your sole definition of success is achieving the goal, the happiness at the end of that goal, or any of the other symbols of success that you might have in your mind, every day that you fail to achieve that goal is basically going to go in the failure column. So my recommendation is include in your definition of success the process you are going to use to get there. And there are two processes that you can engage in. And we see that all the time when we work with the athletes. There are those people who play the game, who strive towards a goal in order to achieve success. But there are also those who play the game to avoid losing, to avoid failure. And you might think, well, what's the difference? If you avoid failure or if you achieve success, you're going to end up at the same point. There's a huge difference, though, in terms of keeping you on course and motivated to continue. Because if you dwell on avoiding failure, that is going to be the image in your mind. If you are going to be focusing upon the things that can go wrong, I might get stuck in traffic, I won't make that appointment, what if that guy doesn't sign the bottom line? All this time I've devoted to this, maybe I should have done something else. I guarantee the emotion that's going to be evoked is going to be a negative one, and invariably one of the emotions is going to be the emotion of fear. Fear is a very interesting emotion. It is the only emotion associated not with the past, not with the present, but rather with the future. You can only be afraid of something that has not yet happened. You can be angry, you can be disgusted, you can be sad, but you can only be fearful of things that have not happened. Let me give you an example. Imagine that I have a fear of heights. I don't, but let's pretend I do. And I've been talked into taking my family to the Grand Canyon. And there is absolutely no way that I'm going to go walking to the edge of that rim. I'm scared to death of getting too close to the edge. So I tell my wife, my kids, you go off and get the pictures. I'm going to follow this little nature trail and see what I can find along here. And I get distracted. I'm looking at the plants. I'm admiring the rock formations. And unbeknownst to me, I take a wrong turn and I find myself on the edge of the Grand Canyon. I'm not afraid of getting to the edge anymore because I'm already there. Now I'm afraid of falling. And that's when one of my kids comes around the corner and says, "Hey, Dad, there you are. I haven't seen you." And that startles me and I start to fall. I'm not afraid of falling anymore. Now I'm afraid of landing. That's a very trivial example, but it's the essence of fear. And the reason fear exists is because we can't predict what's going to happen next. And in the corporate world, your reluctance to call a client, to follow up, your reluctance to take that critical step that might lead to a whole new level of happiness, your reluctance to make an advance in establishing a relationship in your personal life, I guarantee is probably going to be due not only to the emotion of fear, but specifically fear of failure. It's probably fear of getting caught. But it's the same thing. And what behavior response does fear evoke? Withdrawal. There are basically only two things we ever do. We approach or we avoid. That's basically it. Positive emotions, love, joy, happiness, are those that prompt us to approach. We try to recreate the environment where we experience that emotion. The so-called negative emotions, anger, fear, sadness, will cause us to avoid those things that evoke that emotion. It's basically that simple. I don't care where that fear is. I don't care whether that fear is associated with failure or whether it's associated with some real threat or just an imagined threat. Once the fear is there, even in a small amount, your default mode is going to be better play safe than sorry. Better not move forward. And now the question is, where is that fear coming from? It's coming from an image. And where is the image coming from? Most likely from a belief. And perhaps that fear is justified. Fear is a darn good emotion. It keeps us out of trouble. But at the same time, if it's unjustified, if it's not serving a useful purpose, that's when you have to examine your beliefs, find out where the image is coming from, and then replace it. Replace it with a new belief. One that is based upon reality, one which is justified by the data. And that's the belief challenge test I was referring to before. Ask those 3 questions over and over and do that frequently through time. There are basically 3 ways that we respond. One is higher processing. We incorporate all of the information available to us. The second one, when the pressure really begins to build up, is to go into action mode. The third one is to go into withdrawal. And when the pressure is really on, that's when the fear takes over and we drop into withdrawal. If you are focused during your course towards a goal, on avoiding failure, I guarantee that the default emotion in the background is going to be fear, and you are not going to make progress nearly as fast as somebody else. I also strongly recommend that you have, other than your final goal, you have what I refer to as sub-goals. And make sure that the sub-goal is something that you have 100% control over. Let me give you an example. For the fun of it, I do adventure racing, and my particular niche are these endurance kayak races. In March of this past year, I completed the Ultimate Florida Challenge. It was dubbed by the Times of London as the most dangerous small boat race in the world. A group of 50 of us set off from St. Petersburg, Florida, down around the Florida Keys, up the Atlantic, through the Okefenokee in Georgia. There was a 40-mile portage. We covered a distance of 1,200 miles before the race was over. 7 of us made it. We finished. There was no way that my goal was to finish that race. Oh, it was when I was talking to my sponsors. Not only was I going to finish, but I was going to finish in first place. Actually, I came in second in my class. But nonetheless, my goal was not to ever cover a certain distance. It was not to cover 50 or 60 miles each day, which is what I knew I had to do to stay competitive. It was never to get to a certain point along the coast. No, because I didn't have control over that. I couldn't control whether I would arrive at an inlet at a particular time and whether the tide would be in my favor or against me. I didn't know if I would awaken to set out and there would be a front coming in with 30 or 40 mile an hour headwinds, which would perhaps slow my progress to half a mile, 1 mile an hour. So my goal was only ever to actually paddle for a minimum of 18 hours a day. That was my goal. And if something broke and I had to stop and fix it, that counted towards that time because I was still making progress towards getting to my ultimate objective. I had 100% control over the time that I spent in the boat. And if it was only a distance of 10 miles that I covered, fine. I still achieved my goal. And so your goal might be to make perhaps 5 or 10 prospect calls every day. Don't worry about the outcome. Don't worry about what the client says. Or if you're not in sales, it might be to take a number of steps to achieve whatever objective it is that you need to achieve. You have control over it. And now your day is going to be a success once you have logged off that goal you set for yourself. That's what I mean by setting a mini goal. Now each day can be a success. And now you're focusing not on avoiding failure, you're focusing upon achieving that goal you want to get to. The other bit of advice that I would give you is to act the way you imagine it's going to be once you achieve that goal. Once you have followed your course, once you get to where you want to be, I want you to imagine what it's going to be like when you are there, and if you're not quite sure, I want you to write a script based upon how it felt, how you acted when you were once before successful. It might be from high school, when your debate team won the state championship, or your football team won the title, or whatever it was. It might have been receipt of that letter announcing that you had won some competition. Whatever it was that you identify with success, write a detailed script, a theatrical script, including blocking, include the way you were standing, sitting, what music was playing in the background, and then do that every single day. That's what Jim Lair, a sports psychologist I've worked with in the past, has done. It's what I've done with people to change their immune systems. Yes, you can actually change your physiology simply by acting. Any of you see that program produced by Bill Moyers for PBS called Healing in the Mind? Won an Emmy Award, the most widely watched program on PBS. That program began with a study in which professional actors tried to act out different personalities in a way to change their immune systems. That was my study, and it worked. We had professional actors act out either very negative or positive roles, and as a result, every measure of the immune system that we looked at changed in a positive direction when they were acting the uplifting, euphoric personality. It went south under the opposite conditions. And at the same time, Jim Lair was working with athletes. Dan Jansen, the Olympic medalist in speed skating, absolutely tops when he was at his peak, was using exactly the same technique. And so we joined forces to see if we could perfect this model, drawing upon what I had learned to change physiology, what he had learned working with the athletes. And basically, here is what you do. You write a script for the athletes. We'll show them film footage of when they won at Wimbledon, when they won the Olympics, when they won some international championship. And then we will have them walk, carry themselves. The expression on their face will be exactly the way it was when they were successful. I want to demonstrate how effective this is in changing your whole demeanor. And for this, I need a volunteer. I need someone who will volunteer to make themselves cry. And what I want you to do is cry tears of sadness. So you can't pull a nose hair out, you can't pinch yourself. Any volunteers? Anybody want to try this? Okay, one volunteer here. Here's another one. Anybody else want to give it a go? Okay, now, before you come on down here, there are a couple of contingencies. First of all, you do need to come down here and stand in front of the entire assembly as you evoke an image that will induce tears of sadness. Not only that, but you have 30 seconds from the time you get out of your seat, and when those tears have to be forthcoming. And oh, by the way, if you're still contemplating doing this, I want you to arrange the muscles in your face so that while you're trying to evoke that sad image, you are smiling simultaneously. Anyone want to try it now? Of course not. Even an Academy Award-winning actor would not be able to pull that off in that amount of time. They would have to spend days, weeks rehearsing. They would have to use what is referred to in America as method acting, or in Europe as the Stanislavski acting approach. They would have to immerse themselves in that role. They would have to evoke the appropriate images, and it would take a huge amount of willpower and practice to pull that off. However, if I had not noted those contingencies, I dare say that those of you who raised your hand would have been able to do it. But once I recreated, you would have been able to control that emotion. But once I superimposed the same conditions that serve as obstacles, as we follow that charted course towards our goals, towards that success, what invariably happens is another emotion intervenes, making it very, very difficult. And I almost guarantee that when you start imposing fear of failure, you're doing it in front of everybody. Everybody knows if you're not going to be successful. There's going to be a financial consequence if you are not successful, just like there is in the real world. And there are time constraints. You don't have all day. You've got to do it now. You've got 30 seconds to pull this off. And when I asked you to put that smile on your face, what you are doing is creating the opposite type of image in your brain to the one you need to have to be successful. Because ever since you were born, ever since you smiled back at your parents, you have associated, your brain has associated the feedback signals coming in from those muscles with warmth, security, happiness. And that is just the opposite emotion of sadness. In physics, it's referred to as destructive interference. If you take two waveforms and you superimpose them, so the peak of one corresponds to the trough of the other, they cancel each other out. That's exactly how the muffler in your car works. It's how the silencer on a gun works. And what you are doing is, within your brain, you are cancelling out the emotion, in this case of sadness, but what invariably happens is it's a negative emotion that cancels out the positive emotion that will normally get you towards your success. So what you should always do is, when you find yourself facing an obstacle, is try to reframe what is happening, put it into a positive context in order to cancel out that negative emotion. And even though people are probably going to think that you are a complete idiot, walk around smiling, even try and laugh, because I can almost guarantee that it's going to jumpstart the whole system. There's something else you can do. Run up a flight of stairs. Go for a long walk. Because we know that no matter what shape you're in, no matter how long the exercise is, at the end of exercise is when beta endorphin is released. Do you know the word endorphin means endogenous morphine? That on a molecular basis, it's every bit as potent as heroin, as morphine, in inducing a feeling of well-being, of masking pain? That's, by the way, the hormone which explains the concept of runner's high, the phenomena of runner's high. Highly trained athletes experience it not just at the end of the exercise, but during the exercise. So if you exercise, can you imagine a better form of therapy than giving yourself a shot of morphine to mask the emotional pain that you're experiencing? So there are lots of things you can do in order to remain on course and achieve your goals. The most important thing, though, is to know where it is you are going. And many people don't. In medieval European literature, you see constant references. It begins with the first English document, Beowulf, to the so-called rudderless ship. The Vikings used to send corpses off into the ocean with no rudder on the boat. The idea was that the person was now placed in the hands of God, that the tides would determine where that ship eventually ended up. But can you imagine a ship leaving Tampa Bay, New York Harbor, San Francisco, with no rudder? Or if it had a rudder, no one steering it, with no destination? It would end up on the rocks. It would be found abandoned on some isolated beach. It would never get there. You have to have a destination. You have to have a goal. There has to be something that is going to create an image in your mind that you now can set a course to proceed towards. And that goal is, yes, part of your success, achieving that goal, but an equally and perhaps even more important definition of success has to be making progress towards achieving a worthwhile goal. That too has to be part of the definition. There's one more thing that I want to just briefly mention, and that is maintaining a sense of optimism. And when I use the word optimism, I am not referring to seeing the world through rose-colored glasses. I'm not talking about a Pollyanna approach to interpreting events, seeing everything positive, seeing the glass always as half full. That is very dangerous and unhealthy. If bad things have happened, you have to acknowledge that bad things have happened. When I am referring to optimism, what I am referring to is the way that you interpret obstacles and the way that you interpret successes. Which one of these people are you? If I were to ask you if you got a raise, or if you nailed a contract that you thought there was no way this was going to happen, what would your response be if you were asked, how did you do that? If you were to respond by saying, I put a lot of time and effort into this, I worked darned hard on this contract, then you're an optimist. If, on the other hand, you said, well, it was just luck. I happened to be there at the right time. The client needed a tax write-off, and so they signed the dotted line. There was just a stroke of luck, but I happened to be there. That's a pessimist. And if something bad happened, if you asked an optimist, what happened? You were in a car accident. They would probably say, oh, I was driving down a highway and this idiot came at me. It was raining. They had their bright lights on and I swerved and just overreacted and ran off the road. I was listening to my cell phone as well, and I probably shouldn't have, but if that idiot hadn't been there, I would have been fine. Whereas a pessimist, when bad things happen, is going to say, I'm a real klutz. They should take my driver's license away. I shouldn't be doing anything. I'm just a complete failure. I always am unlucky. These things always happen to me. Basically, the rule is an optimist will always take credit when good things happen. They'll blame external factors when bad things happen. Now, I'm not saying they don't accept responsibility. Just as the example in the driving accident, they acknowledged their contributing factor, listening on the cell phone, but at the same time, they realized that this was unique to these conditions. It was due to the rainy conditions. It wasn't me. It was due to those specific circumstances. And if that hadn't happened, I would have been fine. And they take credit when good things happen. There are ways that you can learn to become optimistic. And that is preparing yourself adequately, identifying the conditions, knowing as much information as you can, not only about how you're going to respond, but also how your client is likely to respond. Because not everyone makes their choices based upon the same information. If you prepare yourself, if you follow the advice I'm going to give you, I guarantee you're going to lessen the fear. Remember, fear is based upon uncertainty about what's going to happen next. If you can predict the future, if you know what's going to happen next, there can't be any fear. Obviously, no one has a crystal ball, but by doing our homework, by doing your research, you can come pretty darn close to predicting what the outcome is going to be. And even though it won't eliminate the fear of failure completely, 100%, I guarantee it's going to lessen it enough so that now you can concentrate on achieving that elusive goal. And now I'd like to finish up. And I want you to reflect upon that very simple exercise I did when I asked you what color is freshly fallen snow, when you responded by saying milk when I asked what do cows drink. Realize that we do respond to images in our minds. We do turn to familiar ways of responding, because the more familiar it is, the less our fear is going to be, because you can predict. And thank you very much for your kind attention. I know what to do, so why don't I do it? Because I'm too sick, is often the response I get to that question. I want to speak to you about the immune system and probably the greatest obstacle to achieving optimal health, and that is when you are overwhelmed with a large amount of emotional upheaval. When you walked into the room this morning and you placed your hand on the doorknob, you were exposing yourself to a lot of microorganisms, some with the potential of triggering illness. If the person who walked in before you happened to sneeze and then wiped their nose with their hand, before touching the door, you were undoubtedly exposing yourself to thousands of rhinoviral, influenza viral antigens, whatever it was that caused that inconsiderate person to sneeze in the first place. And if you hadn't yet had your first cup of coffee, you sleepily rubbed the corner of your eye. I'm sorry, but your immunologic fate is sealed. You see, you transferred that virus to the equivalent of a Club Med. The temperature, the humidity in the corner of your eye are absolutely ideal. And as you sit here, that virus is working its way into the genetic machinery of your healthy cells, soon to transform them into miniature factories which will later produce copious amounts of that same virus, which will go on to infect other cells, and in probably about 3 to 5 days, you'll have a runny nose, a scratchy throat, the classic symptoms of a cold or whatever it was that inconsiderate person had that has just now been passed on to you. Actually, though, the scenario I have just described rarely happens. We put things into our bodies all the time. People cough and sneeze on us. We put things into our mouths and the backs of forks, toothbrushes, our hands. Yet we do not succumb to every potential pathogen that we are undoubtedly exposed to. Instead, we have what are referred to as pre- or subclinical infections. Oh yes, the monocytes, the neutrophils, the macrophages, the so-called Pac-Men of the immune system know that something is amiss, but they mobilize, they snuggle up to that microbe, wrap their membranes around it, destroy it, before you even experience the first symptom. And that is why it's referred to as a pre- or subclinical infection. It is only when those cells, especially the ones that are mobilized early upon exposure, are unable to get the job done, that now you progress to the clinical symptoms. And that, by the way, is one of the reasons why so many of these microbes are referred to as giving rise to an opportunistic infection, because the opportunity now exists within the body for them to take hold and rear their ugly head. So what provides the opportunity? Emotional upheaval. Because it turns out that while some of the hormones associated with the stress response are actually beneficial, not only to provide us with the energy that we need to get us through that fight-flight moment, if you will, but they're also essential in order to provide the immune system with the resources it needs. Not so, though, when the stress goes on relentlessly, when you find yourself in a situation that you do not have control over, when you are unable to predict what's going to happen next, when you lack a sense of optimism that things will eventually get better. That is the type of stress that results in the chronic activation of these hormones, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is when your immune system literally crashes, and that's when you succumb to the symptoms. I'd like to dissect out the different parts of this response so that you can gain a better understanding of what is happening behind the biological scenes, and then discuss with you some of the options available so that you might intervene in order to maintain an optimal state of immunity and keep from progressing to the stage where it becomes inconvenient and interferes with your capacity for pleasure as well as your productivity. And there was a reason for noting those in that particular sequence, because that's how I prioritize things. Let's begin with the 3 ways that you want to be able to respond to a microbe. First, obviously, is you don't want it to even get into the body. And that would be even better than a preclinical infection. And we have certain natural barriers that accomplish this, all of which are impaired by emotional upheaval, either directly or indirectly. Obviously, the skin is the main barrier to microbes passing into the body. However, it is more than simply a physical barrier. Obviously, it plays a critical role in this. Visit any burn unit and you can understand how important this is as a primary means of defense. But there are also very active, dynamic processes going on within the skin as well. There are various bacteriocins that are found on the surface. These are actually bacteria that are good for you. Well, I shouldn't say they're good for you, but nonetheless, because they are not harmful, they use up resources that potentially harmful bacteria might be able to use. They also are capable of producing chemicals that literally destroy not only the competition, but also themselves if they overexpand their population. Now, why would something build into its system a self-destructive chemical? Because bacteria will literally die in their own waste if they don't have some means by which to control their population. That's going on. It's going on all the time on the surface of your skin. And of course, in order to maintain the integrity of that barrier, you have to remain properly hydrated. One of the reasons why people are advised to drink copious amounts of liquid, especially when they're engaged in activities where a lot of it may evaporate out of the system. You need vitamin C, vitamin A, vitamin D, all of these things, all of the nutrients, virtually everything recommended in your diet by the American Dietetic Association, the resource I rely upon in order to come up with what's the optimal. All of these things are needed for this first important line of defense. And of course, if you could stop the microbe from getting in, and let's face it, most microbes do not enter through the skin, unless you step on a nail, unless you cut yourself. That is not the primary portal. The primary portal is the one I referred to at the beginning. We inhale most of the upper respiratory infections that we get. And we have a very important line of defense right here in the oral cavity, called saliva. Saliva is rich in secretory IgA, a type of antibody, which you can think of as being like glue. It sticks to the microbe, preventing it from getting elsewhere into the body. There are also chemicals produced by the immune system, cytokines, which are destructive, along with the enzymes that normally break down the foods we eat, which of course also are breaking down the microbes. Can any of you remember the first stressful experience you ever had? It might have been when you were in kindergarten or first grade, and the teacher asked you to stand up in front of a class and tell everyone what you did on your summer holiday, or say something about yourself. And do you remember what happened if you were gripped with fear of standing up and speaking in public, which for many people is a major stressor? Your mouth became dry. Salivation was inhibited. And the reason for that is because, in fancy biochemical terms, the stress response is a switch from anabolism, which is building, to catabolism, which is breaking things down. In other words, why build for the future if there's going to be no future? During a crisis, the tendency is for the body to mobilize its resources to make sure that you survive the moment. Well, what's the largest building project going on in the body at any given time? It's eating, it's digesting food, because these nutrients are now contributing to the construction of just about every system within the body. And so digestion basically goes on hold. And since digestion begins in the oral cavity, salivation along with gastric secretions are all suppressed as well. What happens then when you inhibit salivation is the net amount of available cytokines, antibodies to fight off the microbe are significantly diminished. Marathon runners, especially ultra-marathon runners, people who swim several miles in the morning, hop on their bicycles, ride over 100 miles, and then run a full marathon all in one day. Some of these events are staged in Hawaii, the Ironman competition. For at least 2 weeks following these competitions, those athletes are very susceptible to upper respiratory infection. And what's really interesting, it's the ones who are really in super good shape who often win, who are more vulnerable than the people who just want to do it to get the t-shirt and say that they did it. And the explanation ties in with what I have just explained to you. Because those people who are highly competitive turn on the afterburners during the last 5 or 10 mile stretch, and they go right into anaerobic metabolism. They're breathing so hard they can't maintain enough oxygen in their body to maintain normal oxidative metabolism. They're sucking the air straight into their lungs. They're not breathing through their noses, where you have mucus secretions and hair cells that trap microbes. Not only that, but you can't stay properly hydrated during these events, especially when you're super competitive. You're not going to stop and drink. You're just going to go for that finish line. So everything in the body is basically dehydrated, enabling these microbes to get straight into the system. And so this is one of the reasons, not to mention the high levels of cortisol, which I'll speak about in a moment, which are directly immunosuppressive along with other stress-related hormones like beta-endorphin. So there are lots of reasons for this, but one of the primary reasons is because they are no longer using this first line of defense. And of course, we've all experienced what happens
when we do become stressed out, our mouths become dry. That's a perfectly normal sympathetic nervous system response, well documented, well worked out. If a microbe does get into the body, you've been unable to prevent it, so now the second best scenario is the one I referred to at the beginning. And that is, you want to maintain a pre- or subclinical infection. You want to go ahead and basically say, okay, you're here, virus, but let's not have you interfere with my productivity or my pleasure quotient, so let's just get rid of you quietly, we'll pretend this never happened. And that's the job of the macrophages, the monocytes, the neutrophils. And they all have different names depending upon what part of the body they're located in. So you've got the Kupffer cells in the liver, you've got the microglial cells in the brain, but they're all basically doing the same basic thing. They're gobbling up, ingesting a microbe, then doing it in a fairly indiscriminatory way. One of the early tests for these cells was to add iron filings to the tissue culture. And then after a day or two, these cells would engulf the iron filings, and the scientists would come in with a big magnet and pull these cells out. That was the prototype of a cell sorter, if you will. Now they have very sophisticated instruments that detect surface antigens with antibodies. But nonetheless, these things basically gobble up whatever doesn't belong in the body. They require other systems too. I don't mean to imply that they just mobilize and eat everything in sight or that engulf your own body. There are checks and balances to make sure that doesn't happen. But in order for these cells to do their job, they have to have an adequate amount of two things. They need vitamin C, and they need oxidative metabolites, otherwise known as free radicals. Yes, free radicals are absolutely essential if you're going to stay healthy. So don't fall into this myth, which is being perpetrated throughout our society, that if you have any free radicals in your body, you're going to be prone to cancer, heart disease, Alzheimer's disease. That does happen, but only if you have an excess. Like everything in the body, you don't want too much, you don't want too little, but you've got to have the right amount. And if you have an illness called Shediac-Higashi syndrome, which is characterized by the insufficient production of free radicals, you'll be sick all the time, because those macrophages and monocytes won't be able to get the job done. Here's why. A free radical is a very unstable molecule. It's missing an electron. And like everything in nature, it's striving to achieve stability. And so how does it do it? It steals the missing electron from something else. Now, if you have an excess, then yes, that electron is going to be stolen from the inside of your blood vessel wall, leading to cardiac arterial disease. Or if it's in the brain, it might steal it from a neuron, giving rise to Alzheimer's. Or it might steal it from the nucleus of a cell, the DNA, or some other part of the genetic machinery, giving rise to uncontrolled proliferation. And yes, excess free radicals have been linked with every major chronic human disease, including cancer, Alzheimer's, heart disease. However, inside the macrophages, they steal the electron from the bacteria that's just been pulled in. They steal it from the virus that's just been pulled in. And that is why between 3 and 5% of every breath you take, every bit of oxygen you take in through your mouth when you breathe, is converted into these oxidative metabolites. Peroxide, superoxide. And if you have too many of them, we have enzymes in our body, various things that now break these excess amounts down. If you smoke excessively, if you eat a very high-fat diet, if you live in a polluted environment, now, yes, you are going to have an excess of these free radicals, and that is not good. And so there is justification in saying take vitamin A, vitamin E, vitamin C, which are antioxidants. These vitamins basically provide the missing electron, but not too much, because you need a certain number of these inside these monocytes and macrophages to get the job done. They also need vitamin C. There is absolutely no controversy whatsoever with respect to the need for vitamin C. The controversy is, do you need more than what the American Dietetic Association recommends, which is roughly 70 to about 100 milligrams per day? There is, depending upon whether you're a man or a woman, women need a little bit more. It goes up, you need about 125, 130. If you smoke, if you live in a polluted environment, because now you may have an excess of these free radicals, and part of what vitamin C does is help neutralize them. But monocytes and macrophages need this vitamin as well. And if you don't have sufficient vitamin C in your diet, then you will be prone to more infections. One of the big controversies, though, is should you be following the guidelines of Linus Pauling, a biochemist of note, had 2 Nobel Prizes, one for biochemistry, one for peace. Probably should have had a third. If Watson and Crick hadn't beaten him out in coming up with a double helix configuration, he would have been in line for a Nobel Prize for that as well. What do you say to a guy who's got 2 Nobel Prizes, who's one of the most respected scientists in the world, when he says you should be taking 1,000 milligrams per hour of vitamin C when you catch a cold? That's what he recommended. Now realize his PhD, his Nobel Prize, was in biochemistry, not in nutrition. And it was when his wife was diagnosed with cancer, and a friend of his suggested they try vitamin C, which didn't work. She died very quickly. Nonetheless, he started endorsing a line of vitamin C. That was his final kick, and that's what he did his remaining years in science. Way in excess. And even though nutritionists, dietitians were cringing, what do you say to a person with those kinds of credentials? And ever since, as people have been conducting the largest uncontrolled study in the history of America, taking megadoses of not only vitamin C but other things too, because we tend to buy into this belief that more is better. If a little bit is going to be good for you, then a lot must be really good for you. Nonetheless, just about everybody, including Andy Weil, who's one of my heroes, very solid information conveyed in the books. One of the things I like about Dr. Weil is the fact that he adjusts his message depending upon the data that are coming in. And he's gone from about 1,000 milligrams per day, he's now down to around 300 or 400 milligrams per day because of the side effects that have been detected in the people who've taken megadoses. A lot of people will say, well, go ahead and try taking large amounts if you really feel it's beneficial, but if you have the GI symptoms like diarrhea, you've obviously reached that threshold. The more serious condition, though, was rebound scurvy, which was showing up in the children born to mothers who took the megadoses. And basically what happened is, because the vitamin C was being provided on a silver plate, there was no need for the body to extract it from foods. Use it or lose it. It applies, it's true, throughout the body, not just with muscle physiology. You've got to exercise just to maintain it where it is now. But it's the same for the chemical machinery that extracts vitamins from foods. So after several years of taking these megadoses, and then deciding, you know, I don't really need it, I've got diarrhea, I've got these other side effects, I'm going to stop. Now the body has lost the ability to absorb it from food, and it probably doesn't come back. And the children who were exposed to it in utero, all of a sudden they're dumped into the outside world, and the purified vitamin C is no longer part of their diet. That's where the rebound scurvy was diagnosed. Very rare, obviously it's going to occur in children born to mothers who are taking these megadoses, a very tiny part of the population, but nonetheless, the type of evidence that raised some red flags. Okay, so what do you do? And by the way, a lot of very well-controlled studies have failed to show a beneficial effect of vitamin C on health. However, there are legions of people, yours truly included, who swear by it, who maintain that ever since I started taking large amounts of vitamin C, several hundred milligrams per day, I have not been sick. Not a day in several years. Those are the data. You cannot dispute data. Numbers are numbers. Indisputable. You can, and you always should, however, dispute the interpretation of the data. So what's the interpretation of these data? A well-controlled study done by the Cleveland Clinic that shows no beneficial effect at all in a well-controlled study versus the testimonials of individuals. And those data are perfectly valid, because those individuals know what has worked for them. Well, there's a very good explanation. And let's come back to the ultramarathon runners. That's a multi-billion-dollar-a-year industry. Nike, Adidas, the makers of Gatorade and all the sports drinks do not want people getting sick when they exercise because they make their money selling replacement shoes, clothing, and these sport foods. And so that industry has supported a lot of research to try and find ways to keep these people healthy so they don't succumb as rapidly as they might have after running these extraordinarily stressful events. Yes, it's their choice to do it. They're in control. It's all very predictable. But nonetheless, it is a major somatic stress. They are putting unbelievable demands on their body for oxygen, for nutrients. Almost impossible for any person to keep up with it.
which is why a lot of these runners look almost anorexic. Their bodies are in starvation mode. One of the best studies I've seen, it was a study that was done in a group of over 70 athletes. And each athlete was asked to identify an age-matched control. Now, these athletes, by the way, were not your typical bicycle riders 3 or 4 days a week or joggers. These were people who ran these ultra-marathon competitions. They were asked to identify a roommate, someone who lived in the same apartment complex, their age, but who was not engaging in these types of activities. They took half of each group, the athletes and the non-athletes. They gave half of them 600 milligrams of vitamin C every single day for 3 weeks leading up to the date of the race. The other half received a placebo, and neither group knew what they were taking. It was a blind study. At the conclusion, what they found is that amongst the athletes, there was a nearly 50% reduction in not only the incidence of upper respiratory infections, but also, when they did get sick, the number of symptom days when they were taking the vitamin C, but not with the placebo. However, when they looked at the non-athletes and looked at the same parameters, how often they got sick, number of symptom days, there was absolutely zero beneficial effect of the vitamin C. So how do we interpret it? Obviously, the vitamin C is only benefiting you when you need it. When you are depleting through stress, when you are putting huge demands on your body, when you have one infection after the other, that's when you need it. And you know what? If you're under stress, you're not going to volunteer for a well-controlled study. You're not going to show up in the studies that are being done at the universities. And I can tell you this, I've done those studies. I made a living for 20 years doing research, funding my lab from NIH grants, as well as pharmaceutical money when we had dry periods and we needed to keep things going. And the last thing I wanted, anybody wants when you're measuring the immune system, is someone who's stressed out. Because people who are stressed out don't sleep properly, and that demolishes the immune system. They don't exercise, and that's going to knock the heck out of your immune system. Their eating habits are going to be all askew, and that takes a toll on immunity. I don't want these people in my study. Not to mention the fact that they're not going to volunteer anyway, so it's not really a problem. So the studies are being done in a population of people who the research data would suggest are not going to benefit. But you know what? If I'm under a lot of stress, I'm not going to care about the study. If somebody tells me try this and I do and it starts working for me, I'm going to continue to do it. And therein lies the explanation for what appears to be a contradiction, but I don't think it is. When you need it, you are going to see benefits. Now, I realize that running a marathon is not something that probably many of us in this room do. I know I don't. There might be a few of you. But it's still a stressor. And I firmly believe that if you can find a way to protect the immune system from an extreme amount of stress, even though it may not be anything that's relevant to you in your life, can you imagine what the benefits might be in lesser forms of stress, which nonetheless are taking a toll on your health? 600 milligrams is way more than what anybody recommends. That's the dose they picked in the study. Maybe a lower dose would have been more effective. Maybe a higher dose would have been more effective. That's the dose they picked. I personally think it's rather high. I do adventure races, endurance races in kayaks. The last one I did was the Ultimate Florida Challenge. It was 1,200 miles. It took 26 days, 10 hours. But who's counting? After the first couple of weeks, you kind of lose track. And most of us were spending an average of 18 hours a day paddling. The longest stretch was 42 hours non-stop. And we all basically did that. I took 300 milligrams of vitamin C because I felt 600 was a little bit too much, a little bit nervous. Stayed healthy the entire time, did not get sick during 30 weeks of training, nor during the race itself. Use yourself as a guinea pig. Do the experiment. If you want to try something, see if it works for you, titrate the dose. But at the same time you're looking for a beneficial effect, be mindful of the fact that the body does not know the difference between a good effect and a bad effect. And if something is stimulating something over here that you want to stimulate, like the immune system, it may be stimulating something over here that you don't want to be stimulating. So keep track of potential downsides, because there is always the potential for that if something is having biological activity. The way I get my vitamin C is the way nature intended, and I try to avoid the pills. And of course, living in Florida, I can do it quite easily because we've got fruit trees in our backyard. Depending on the season, oranges, tangerines, lots of dark green vegetables. I don't pay much attention to the pills because when I do take them, I just get the cheapest generic brand I can find. The local grocery store has its own brand, and everything I've read, there's really no difference. The only people who say there's a difference are the people who are trying to justify the higher price for their brand. That's basically it. You're better off avoiding the pills completely and doing it through whole foods. That ultimately is the best way. And I think you've got to be careful if your immune system is on the edge with organic foods, because even though they don't have the pesticides, you have the animal fecal matter which is used as fertilizer. And we know what happened with the spinach when that gets onto it. You've still got to wash it, either way. So I don't mind pesticides. I like to give my liver a workout once in a while. So. And it's cheaper, you know. Let's move further into the immune system and look at another dimension of the stress response. Ron Glaser, a hardcore, card-carrying virologist at Ohio State University, now dean of a medical school, and Jan Keecolt Glaser, an equally credentialed clinical psychologist, and realized that under normal conditions, the clinical psychologist and virologist would no sooner talk to each other than share the same toothbrush. But because Ron and Jan, who are very good friends, happen to be married to each other, they not only talk to each other, but they've combined their respective skills to do some very innovative research. And several years ago, they did a study with medical students, showing that on the eve of a major exam, that is when they were most likely to have a recurrence of herpes. Now, when I say a recurrence of herpes, it didn't mean the fever blisters popped out on their faces. Herpes, of course, is a virus, hangs out of the ganglion of the trigeminal nerve. And if you've ever had it, you've still got it. If you haven't had an outbreak since you were in 3rd grade, doesn't matter, it's still there. Your immune system is doing a darn good job of keeping it in the ganglion of the cell. But when you get run down, when you get stressed out, that virus marches out along the nerve, pops out at the same place every time, which corresponds to where the nerve ending projects onto the skin. Once the stress is under control, once your immune system gets up to snuff again, it goes back into remission. Now, it doesn't have to pop out to be reactivated. You can tell if it's been reactivated because you'll see high antibodies being produced to help combat it. And that's what Ron and Jan looked at in the medical students. And because 90% of the population is positive for herpes, it was a very good thing to look for. And what they found is that those students, especially the ones who had very few friends, very poor social support, basically loners, they were far more likely to have an outbreak than the others, but all of them during the time of an exam were far more susceptible, especially if it was a major exam, one that was going to determine their final grade in the course, which in turn would influence what type of residency they would get, which in turn would impact the quality of their lives and how much money they would be earning. So a lot of pressure, a lot at stake. No question about it. Stress can lead to increased susceptibility to infection, and every one of you knows it. In either yourself, your children, your friends. It's when a person is going through a divorce, it's when they've just lost their job, it's when they've lost a loved one, it's when there's been some major upheaval in their lives that result in their being unable to sort of control everything, or they've lost the ability to predict because something important in their life is now missing. That's when they become sick. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. So how do we explain the person with multiple sclerosis? And do any of you know anyone with MS? And have you ever observed that during times of emotional upheaval, there's a flare-up of their symptoms? How can that be? MS is too much immunity, not too little. How can we have stress exacerbating the immune system in such a way that you get infections, and at the same time, stress can also result in symptoms associated with the condition where you have too much immunity? Doesn't make any sense. You'd predict that something that would make one thing worse would make the other one better. Well, one more question before I explain that this is not a problem at all. It makes perfect sense. Those of you who answered in the affirmative when I said, does stress exacerbate the symptoms of MS, When does that exacerbation occur? Does it occur during the stress, or does it occur afterwards?
Afterwards.
Afterwards, every single time, and that is absolutely critical to understand what's happening. Here's what's occurring. If I were to measure the immune response in every single person in this room, and I don't care whether we looked at the ability of the cells to divide, mitogenesis, their production of cytokines or antibodies, the numbers of cells, I don't care what the measure is, we would find that in any given population, assuming that everyone here is basically normal, that the majority of you are going to be right here in the middle of the room. However, you would also predict that some people are going to be up there close to the ceiling. You're going to have a little bit more immunity than the average person, and there are going to be some of us who are going to be down by the floor. We're not going to have quite as much, but we're all in the normal range. We're all normal, we're all perfectly healthy. Now, it turns out that if the immune system goes up to the next floor, if it goes above the ceiling, that's too much. That's when you will now have an autoimmune process, for example. But if the immune system goes down below the floor, if it goes down to the third floor, that's not enough. And that's when you come down with an infection. Okay, let's forget about the people in the middle. Let's begin with the people whose immune system is down close to the floor. And by the way, what determines where you are is the immune response gene. This is largely genetically determined. It doesn't mean it causes anything. Genes only predict probability. There are lots of things, including stress, that can increase or decrease the likelihood that the gene is going to be activated and do what it's supposed to do. So don't think, oh, it's in my genes, there's nothing I can do about it, I'm just going to sit around, eat Twinkies all day and watch TV, because obviously exercise and eating well is not going to do me any good. Not true at all. It's one of many factors. So let's consider the Ohio State medical students. They're studying for the exam, the cortisol goes up. These students are perfectly healthy, but some of their immune systems are down here close to the floor. Pushed even further because they're pulling all-nighters studying, probably not taking the time to eat well, don't have time to exercise because, after all, they have to study. The cortisol goes up. Cortisol is the main stress hormone produced by the adrenal glands. And as I said, it provides us with the energy to make it through a crisis. But as the cortisol goes up, it binds to the receptors on the T helper cells, pushing them down even further. And so as the cortisol and the stress go up, the immune system goes down, it's going to drop down below the floor. And that's when they come down with the infection. And invariably, it'll be just before the exam, it'll be when the stress is absolutely peaking, when the cortisol is super high. And then the exam is over, the student did better than they expected. They got a B, they didn't get a D. And so they relax. The stress comes down, the cortisol comes down, the immune system bounces back up. Except something very interesting happens. It happens throughout the entire body, and that is overcompensation. When a system has been out of alignment for a long time, or when it changes very abruptly, as it attempts to get back to normal, it overcompensates. And you've all experienced this. How many of you, in the middle of the afternoon, when you felt your energy sagging, went down to the vending machine, put some quarters in, and bought a Snickers bar or some other candy? Come on, admit it. We've all done it. And what happened 30 minutes later? That's right, you crashed. Here's what happened. It was after lunch. Your pancreas was snoozing, and all of a sudden it rolled over, looked up, and there's this flood of sugar coming into your system because you just ate refined sugar. Or if you drank a Coke or a 7-Up or something, sodas are basically liquid candy. Huge amounts of sugar in these things. And all of a sudden, your pancreas saw this and thought, oh, good heavens, we're being flooded. Started producing huge amounts of insulin. It's the job of insulin to take that sugar and put it into storage. Get it out of the way so it doesn't clog up your system. Save it for a rainy day. Cortisol, by the way, pulls it out of storage. So insulin does just the opposite. And you know what? The pancreas is thinking, I'm not going to get caught like this again. She's probably getting ready to eat a case of this stuff. So it produces a little extra insulin, not only to put this sugar right now into storage, but the next candy bar you're about ready to eat. And so your blood sugar actually drops down below normal because some of that insulin puts the stuff you need to function into storage. It's not hypoglycemia. It is not a pathologic condition. Just low blood sugar, still in the normal range, but boy, do you feel it. And what do? You get another candy bar. And you start the vicious cycle all over again. What happens to the immune system, coming back to our students, is the cortisol, which has been way up here, as it comes back down towards normal, overcompensates. It drops down below where it normally is, allowing the immune system to bounce up even higher into the normal range. And that's good because now it can mop up whatever residual virus might be still hanging around. Now let's visit the person up here. The person who is genetically vulnerable to multiple sclerosis, or lupus, or any number of other inflammatory diseases. They keep it in remission most of the time. Most of the time they're fine. But you know what? They're right on the edge. As stress comes along, cortisol goes up, pushes their immune system down more into the normal range. And yes, a lot of people with MS report that they actually feel better with respect to their symptoms during the time the stress is going on. What happens is when the stress is over and the cortisol comes back down, it drops down below normal, releasing their immune system so it can now bounce up above the ceiling. And that is why your answer to the question was the flare-up occurs after the stress is over. And by the way, the average person in the middle isn't going to be affected by stress at all, at least not immunologically. There are lots of people who work as firefighters, police officers, air traffic control tower workers who don't come down with one infection after the other, and that's probably because their immune system is right here in the middle. It can go up and down and still help protect them, which is why you can find a lot of controversy amongst the studies that have been done linking stress with the immune system. You've got to be aware of all the variables and design your study properly the way the Glazers did in order to see when the effect is going to occur. There is no dichotomy though. There is no contradiction. We're dealing with a normal stress response, an increase and then a decrease in cortisol, a decrease and an increase in the immune system. And depending upon the genetic environment that's been established determines what category of symptoms you will experience. What can you do about it? What can you do to attenuate that cortisol response? There is actually something. Liquid carbohydrate. I know there's a big kick now to do these protein diets, for good reason. Even though you may need a kidney transplant if you eat too much of it, which some people do tend to get carried away with. A study was published about 3 weeks ago, very interesting, showing that a high-protein diet triggers this peptide YY. And why anybody would call it peptide YY is beyond me. Long multisyllabic name. But nonetheless, peptide YY is produced in the stomach. It goes up to the brain, probably from the vagus nerve, and suppresses appetite. So animals, in the studies that were done in mice and rats, and in people, the study that was just done in London, have shown that when you eat a lot of protein, it suppresses your appetite, more than, say, fat and carbohydrate. However, carbohydrate is the best source of food for energy. If you want energy, you want something that's going to be broken down into blood sugar quickly and that's going to stimulate your appetite later on so you have more of it coming in. And so adventure racers, people who run ultramarathons, will actually load up on carbs several days before the event just to have it available to them. So different purposes, different diets. Cortisol, remember, is produced in response to a need for sugar. If you put sugar into your blood system, there's no need for cortisol. But you don't really want a candy bar because that's refined sugar. You want your body to do some work. You want to drag it out a little bit, so you eat a high glycemic carbohydrate in liquid form, and by golly, you're going to maintain high levels of blood sugar, high enough. You don't need to activate the pancreas to get large amounts of insulin and get those little spikes, but nonetheless, it's going to blunt the cortisol response. 5 to 6% solution of liquid carbohydrate, which, by the way, is about the amount you find in Sportaid, Gatorade, and these other sports drinks, was found to be almost as protective as vitamin C amongst these ultra-marathon runners. And that's why they put that amount of liquid carbohydrate into those sports drinks. So there is something you can do, and it makes perfect sense that this would work that way. When you think about the biochemistry of it, if you can blunt now the need for elevated cortisol because you don't need the sugar that it would normally pull out of the cells, obviously you're going to blunt the same cortisol that could be suppressing your immune system. Do not try this at home if you have diabetes, or if you're advising somebody with diabetes, or someone who is thinking about getting diabetes. Unless you check with a registered dietitian first, and preferably a registered dietitian who specializes in working with people with diabetes, because that is a subspecialty area. There are medical conditions where you have to take other factors into consideration. I'm talking about a normal, healthy person who is looking to do something to basically attenuate their stress and maybe try to protect their immune system. Thank you very much for your kind attention. I sometimes have people come to me, usually after a lecture, and say, I know exactly what I need to be doing. I even have the motivation to do it, but I can't. And the reason is because I always seem to be sick. I come down with one infection after another. Whatever's going around, I'm going to have it. What can I do about it? There are things that you can do that will improve your ability to fight infection. And in general, the things that you would do to maintain a healthy heart, a healthy brain, are the same things that will help you to maintain a healthy immune system.
And there's absolutely no question about it. But engaging in socialization, social interactions, is one of the most effective ways of buffering the effects of stress. And that is nothing new. You probably studied in school about the Alameda County study, which concluded the more social networks you have, the less likelihood you have of developing any number of illnesses. More recently, David Spiegel's work at Stanford has clearly shown that women with breast cancer who participate in psychosocial support groups live significantly longer than women who do not. And ongoing research at Carnegie Mellon University in the laboratory of Sheldon Cohen is clearly showing that the number of friends that you have can influence the severity of colds. Basically, the more friends you have, the less likely you are to develop a cold. And if you do, the number of symptom days is going to be significantly less. How can we explain this? By the way, he's developed what you might consider to be a social dose-response curve. So if you have fewer than 3 friends, your likelihood of developing a cold is quite high. If you have more than 6, it's significantly less. And if you have between 3 and 6, it's somewhere in between. Exactly what you would want to see, a dose-response curve of some sort, if there is going to be any sort of validity to the interpretation. How can we explain this? Well, lots of possibilities. One is it could be simply a matter of disclosure of emotions. And we know from Penny Baker's work, from Esterling's work, that disclosing emotions can be a very important step along that pathway to optimal health. Freud, in other words, was absolutely right. It's when you internalize that emotion that it's going to derail your God-given healing systems. So obviously, the more friends you have, the more avenues you have to find somebody that you can trust, somebody that you can now share these private thoughts with, get it off your chest. Be careful. Make sure it is a friend you can trust. If your friend's name is Linda Tripp, get another friend. That's one explanation. It could be desensitization. I suspect that is operational. The more times you talk about something, obviously you're going to get sick and tired of hearing yourself talk about it. Your friends will get sick and tired of hearing you talk about it, and eventually you'll get the message. In the context of protecting you from a common cold, it might be because your friends are filthy. The more disgusting your friends are, probably the healthier you're going to be. Here's why. You've heard the expression, use it or lose it. It applies not only to muscle physiology, it applies as well to the immune system. And if you want a really lousy immune system, shield yourself from pathogens. Go out and separate a rat from his mother after he's weaned and raise him in a bubble. Raise that rat in a germ-free environment. And I don't care how robust his immune response genes are, I don't care how healthy he is otherwise, If you raise that rat in a germ-free environment, I guarantee by the time he reaches the equivalent of rat teenage years, he will have no resistance against anything. You will have one sickly rat who'll probably be dead once you put him back into the normal rat population from everyday infections that the average rat could handle with a plume. The immune system has got to be exposed, and that could be through vaccines, it could be through exposure to the actual pathogen, but the immune system, when a person is born, is not fully mature. And the only way it can reach the final stage of maturation is by being exposed to a microbe. And if the immune system is shielded, the body basically figures, well, there's no point in wasting energy on this kid's immune system. Let's put it somewhere else. We don't need a robust thymus gland. Forget about the white pulp of the spleen. We don't need lymph nodes. Let's put all of that energy somewhere else in the body where it might be needed. Do you know that the average sneeze can travel a distance of 30 feet? If I were to sneeze right now, I'd get those of you, at least in the second row, probably beyond. Pleasant thought, isn't it? So you can see then, the more friends you have, as you greet them by shaking hands, hugging them, kissing them, sharing glasses, utensils, you are basically taking your immune system to the equivalent of Gold's Gym. You're giving it a workout. And that is one of the interpretations as to why socialization, having lots of friends, actually does protect your immune system. And I'm guessing there are probably other interpretations as well. And none of these that I've offered is mutually exclusive. It's probably a combination of things. But nonetheless, the essence of communication is the larynx. Communication is the foundation of social interactions. We have the same branch of the nervous system, which is dampening your response, keeping you from going off half-cocked in reptilian mode so you can access your own brain information on the best way to proceed, while simultaneously enabling you to access other people's brains as you seek their advice and counsel.
Make sure that you begin each day in the right way. When does the day begin? Not in the morning. No, the day begins at night. It begins when you go to bed. A lot of people make the mistake of thinking that sleep is somehow that obligatory end of the day, bit of a nuisance, I have to do it, but it keeps me from getting all of the things done that I need to accomplish. Well, stop that thinking. Because if you don't get the right kind of sleep, your immune system is not going to be able to protect you. You need a type of sleep referred to as slow-wave sleep in order to produce growth hormone. As its name implies, growth hormone stimulates the growth and repair of tissue. And that includes the growth, the expansion of those lymphocytes that you might need to protect yourself from an infection. This is so important to your ability to fight disease that slow-wave sleep is actually stimulated during the immune response by a chemical that comes out of phagocytic cells. It happens to be called interleukin-1. IL-1 actually stimulates the type of sleep you need during which you produce growth hormone. It's one of the reasons why you spend more time sleeping when you get sick. So let the body do its job.
The military, mostly at the Army War College, has done a lot of research on sleep deprivation. How long can a soldier go without sleep and still perform? Now, first of all, we're talking about something that's very unhealthy, but now the need to do it is powerful enough. And that need could stem from motivation, for pleasure, not just survival. And basically what they have found is that for every 24 hours of sleep deprivation, there will be a 25% reduction in judgment. But you don't experience a reduction in performance until you get out to around 48 hours. So at 48 hours, there will be now a 50% reduction in judgment, but you'll still be able to perform. So that soldier will be able to shoot the person 50 yards away. They just won't know if it's the good guy or the bad guy. That's what I mean by performance will be there, but your judgment is going to be shot. And now that's rather an extreme. You're not talking about going days on end without sleep. You're just talking about a period of sleep deprivation. It depends on what you do. I'm just like you are. There are a lot of things that I really enjoy doing, and sometimes if I'm on a cross-country lecture tour, I might have to cross multiple time zones. I've actually done a run, it's been 2 years now, where I had to fly down to Sydney, Australia, do an after-dinner speech, and then turn around and fly back to America to get a connection to London. And I had no circadian rhythms. They were all shot. And I remember this all-day presentation that I had to give in London. I was doing on probably about an hour and a half of sleep. But this job, I don't need that much sleep. I can be half asleep. If I forget to say something, someone's going to raise their hand and say, oh, it says in the brochure that you're going to talk about chronic fatigue syndrome. And I say, yes, I'm just getting to that. Yep. And because I don't use visual images, no one knows if I forget something. What about my health? I take extra precautions, and I always use myself as a laboratory to experiment on different things. You do get sick, but you can still function. So I think what a lot of people are concerned about is if I'm not perfect, if I'm not wide awake, then I really can't do this. Well, the fact is you can. Little tricks you can use. Take advantage of biological rhythms. Here's what you want to do. If you have to limit your sleep, if you want to have maximum pleasure, sleep in 90-minute cycles. There are two general stages of sleep, REM and non-REM. Non-REM is divided into stages 1, 2, 3, and 4. Approximately every 90 minutes, you cycle through the 4 stages of non-REM and REM sleep. You want to wake up in REM sleep. The electroencephalogram of the brain is almost indistinguishable from an awake state. If you wake up from REM sleep, you are wide awake. You remember that dream, you're ready to go. Whereas if you wake up in delta or slow wave sleep, you're a zombie. So you want to time your sleep cycle in 90-minute increments. So if you can only sleep for a short period of time, you want to make it 90 minutes, 180 minutes, 270 minutes, increments of 90 to increase the probability that when you do wake up, you'll be raring to go. You want to coincide the waking phase with the rising of the sun. You don't want to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning and then start going to work, because every biological rhythm in your body is going to be screaming out, we still need to be recharging the batteries. And so if you can only get a short period of sleep, time it so that the wakefulness cycle begins with this normal surge of biological rhythms. And there are other little things you can do to condition your body. When I'm doing these things, I go through my morning ritual. So even if I'm just zonked, I've been doing a team building challenge course up in the trees all day, 60 feet, jumping off ledges, that sort of thing. The other part of what I do. And then I have to give an after-dinner speech that night to a group that's expecting me to say something that they can understand. I'll go ahead and take a 30-minute nap. Now that's different. You're not in sleep. You're just sort of in a meditative state. But then I'll go through my morning ritual, including brushing my teeth, drinking a cup of coffee, taking a shower, because what that conditions my body into thinking is it's morning. And the effect is good for about 2 or 3 hours. So these are some of the sorts of things you'll do.
And if you want to prevent illness, there's a very easy way to produce more interleukin-1, and that's by exercising. You see, interleukin-1 not only comes from macrophages and monocytes, it also comes from muscle tissue. Now it's needed to promote the growth and repair of muscle that might be damaged during the exercise regimen. But those same molecules are going to help you to maintain a healthy and robust immune system, which is one of the reasons why people who exercise are generally healthier than people who don't. There's another thing that you can do, or I suppose I should say not do, and that is eat less food. In recent years, a lot of attention has been focused upon reports from different laboratories showing that when animals eat less than they normally would, they not only live longer, but they have more robust immune systems. And this is really not new research. It dates back many decades when people working at what later became the National Institute of Aging discovered very, very early in the field that any number of species, from fruit flies to mice, could live longer if they were fed a restricted diet. It turns out that in America and in many other well-developed countries, most people exist on what is referred to as a free-feeding diet, which means we are able to eat however much and whenever we want. That is not the way it is for most animal species, nor for that matter, many populations of humans around the world. And there was certainly a time during the Stone Age, for example, when there was no certainty when or how much food we would get. We had to expend a lot of energy. We had to subject ourselves to sometimes very hostile environment to get the food that we might need. Now, it turns out that the free-feeding diet is probably considerably more than we really ought to be getting. And that is probably what's contributing to the almost epidemic rate of obesity in America, along with the various diseases and shortened lifespan which accompanies being overweight. In general, when an animal is fed approximately 20% less food than what it would choose to eat if given an unlimited amount, that 80% of a free-feeding diet is what defines a state that appears to be optimal. Not only one which will enable the individual to live longer, but research has shown that whether the individual is susceptible to infections or is prone to inflammatory-based diseases, the immune system is better able to maintain a state of normalcy when fewer calories are being taken in. Okay, this is all well and good, but are you really going to sit there in a 4-star restaurant with your calculator, asking the server to bring you information about the specific ingredients in the food, the types of oils and fats that were used to prepare it, and then determine what your free-feeding weight would be, what your free-feeding diet would be, and then determine what 80% of that ought to be, and set aside the food, the portion you're not going to eat? No. That would absolutely demolish any form of socialization that might be going on, as well as take all the fun out of eating. Here's what you can do. Slow down. Don't eat as fast. Allow time for chemicals to come from the stomach up to the brain and stimulate what are known as satiety centers. These are the parts of the brain that make you feel full. If you eat too quickly, you'll take in more food than you really need because you're still ingesting food before the signals saying that you've had enough are able to signal that message. Slow down, and when you reach a point during the meal where you want more but you don't need more, you really would like to have seconds or thirds, but you realize that you could leave the table and be quite all right, that is when you leave the table. I might add one more thing, and that is have dessert. No, don't have that huge chocolate pie or cake. You don't have to pile ice cream onto your plate. Some fresh fruit, maybe a cup of tea, a cup of coffee. But by having something that's going to come along after the main part of a meal is finished is going to make you realize that there is one more source of energy coming down the pike, making it less likely that you'll reach for the seconds or thirds. I realize that nutrition is very, very important, but you do need to take in a certain amount. You need to maintain the number of calories that you need in order to make it through the day and enable yourself to live the lifestyle that you have chosen. You also need to eat the right foods that are going to help you maintain a healthy immune system. But I also firmly believe that since eating is one of the few pleasures we get to enjoy that is still legal, that you should not allow the science of nutrition to interfere with the art of eating. And I firmly believe that provided you have sufficient color on your plate, something green, something brown, something white, a little bit of yellow, red periodically, and you eat in moderation, that you really can't do much more to maintain an optimal state of not only immunity, but also of cardiovascular functioning. You'll maintain a healthy memory and all of the other systems in your body that you need to be maximally productive and to enjoy pleasure. How many of us grew up belonging to the Clean Plate Club? If you want to be healthy, you eat every morsel of food on your plate, which is probably one of the reasons why obesity is endemic in this country. Not only that, but that mistaken belief that more is better is fueling the entire health food industry. If you have a problem
if you are sick all the time, it's because you don't have enough immunity. So we need to build up your immune system. Or if you can't sleep or your memory is shot, obviously you don't have enough vitamin B or vitamin A or echinacea or whatever in your diet. You need more. You need to take these supplements. And so obviously there's a huge lobbying effort to perpetrate this myth, which is exactly what it is. The fact is, in biology, you never want more of anything, nor do you want less. In biological systems, you always want something that is in that healthy mid-range. And that, in particular, applies to the immune system. Thank goodness many of these remedies that are proclaimed to boost the immune system do not work. Because if they did, we would have many more people running around with autoimmune disease, suffering from severe allergies, as well as common forms of chronic fatigue syndrome. Because all of these ailments are due to too much immunity. And they are treated by physicians by administering synthetic forms of cortisol to bring the immune system down into that healthy range. So let's dispense with that myth that more is better, although understand where it came from and why it is being perpetuated. The fact is, the immune system has to be kept in that mid-range, and the chemical that does it is the main chemical produced during the stress response, the one which mobilizes us for action, and that happens to be cortisol. Do you know that most of the illnesses associated with aging are due to too much cortisol? The worst course with influenza, increased susceptibility to opportunistic infections. That's because of now that elevated cortisol pushing the immune system down below the point where it can protect you. The memory problems, heart problems, all of the major problems associated with aging can directly or indirectly be linked with elevated cortisol, even diabetes, type 2 diabetes, which until recently was referred to as late onset diabetes, because usually it didn't show up until people reached their later years. We don't call it late onset now because it's become endemic in teenagers. And we have the fast food industry to thank largely for this. But nonetheless, when not influenced by major shifts in the lifestyle of the culture, it was an illness that came about as we got older and we were less mobile, we didn't exercise as much, we weren't burning off the calories that were coming in, and basically the cells would fill up with sugar, with fat. There was nowhere else to put these substrates. They stopped responding to insulin, and that's why it was referred to as late onset. Now those cells are filling up at a very early age because of the unhealthy eating habits. Now a lot of health problems are not due to vitamin deficiencies, they're due to excesses, as reflected in the obesity problem in this country. Now, as a result, we are going to live longer than our parents. Our children are most likely going to live longer than us. And so now we are reaching those ages where we experience that decline in hippocampal function. And if that's the only show in town, if that's all you've got going for you to control that stress response, there will be consequences when it begins its age-related decline.
And it turns out that one of the most common reasons why people have increased vulnerability to infection is because they lead a lifestyle that ultimately, and perhaps inadvertently, impairs their immune system's ability to work optimally. So virtually anything that you can do to lessen the amount of emotional stress in your life is going to be beneficial. There is evidence that vitamin C is necessary for the first cellular line of defense, the macrophages, to work more efficiently in destroying microbes before they can give rise to physical symptoms. Now, not all people are in a position to eat meals that have extra vitamin C. Road warriors, for example, and I have been one for many, many years, people who spend a lot of time racing from one terminal to another at an airport, time at 30,000 feet in airplanes, hopping from one hotel to another. You can't always eat what you know you really ought to be eating. And so, under those circumstances, supplements probably are a good idea. Athletes, those who are subjecting themselves to extreme amounts of physical stress, should also consider taking supplements if the demands they are placing on their body is more than their body can keep up with through eating whole foods. But realize eating whole foods is always the best way to go. And so, under stressful circumstances, and yes, I realize that most of you listening to this are not going to be out running ultramarathons. But you know, if taking extra vitamin C benefits people who are subjecting themselves to extreme stress are able to benefit, then it makes sense that those of us who are experiencing perhaps a lot more stress than we really care to be, who are subjected to circumstances that we can't control, we're not able to predict with certainty what's going to happen next. We may lack reasons for being optimistic that things are going to be getting better. Under those circumstances, you know what? It may not be a bad idea to take extra steps to protect yourself. There's another category of supplements that are out there that you might also want to consider, and these are referred to as adaptogens. Adaptogens are chemicals that are enabling you to return to a state of normalcy. And it's not absolutely clear how they work in all circumstances. But one of the things that they seem to do is attenuate the stress response. For example, the active ingredients in ginseng and what is referred to as Siberian ginseng, especially the stuff that grows in the Tunguska region of the former Soviet Union, are capable of attenuating the release of corticotropin releasing factor. Now, I say attenuating, it doesn't block it completely. You wouldn't want to do that. If you did that, you wouldn't have any cortisol and you'd have a runaway immune system and probably very little energy. So it turns out that what these chemical ingredients seem to do is enable you to maintain an even keel. And there are a lot of reports that people who take these adaptogens are able to get better sleep, improved memory, they have enhanced reproductive functioning. Indeed, some of these adaptogens have been referred to as aphrodisiacs, especially in the Asian countries. They, in other words, do all of the things that you would expect something that counters the effects of stress to do. Even memory appears to be improved. Whether they will work for you is hard to say. But my recommendation is try it. Use your body as a laboratory. But as I've cautioned in other parts of this program, realize that the human body does not know the difference between a good biological effect and a bad biological effect. A biological effect is a biological effect as far as the body is concerned. What determines whether it's good or bad is whether or not the change matches your expectations and what it is that you are looking for. And so don't simply rely on the claim of a marketer that something is going to just provide benefits. Keep a diary, keep a journal, and be cognizant of the fact that there could be a downside. There probably will be. It's highly unlikely that any chemical is going to have just a single impact in your body. And now what you have to determine is what I always do, and that is the benefit I'm getting by taking this adaptogen, by taking this vitamin C, or whatever else it is that you have decided you want to try, is it worth the cost-benefit ratio? Are the side effects, in other words, going to be less than the beneficial effects? And in most cases, the answer is probably going to be yes. Find what works best for you. But realize there are plenty of options when it comes to maintaining an optimal state of immunity. And the best place to start is not by seeking things that are going to boost your immune system, but by taking steps to ensure that you are not doing things that might impair it.
I read a lot of business books. I have to because I do a lot of programs for corporate clients. There's one I would recommend that you take a look at by Jim Collins. You might have read it, called Good to Great. And it's a very scientific approach. With his graduate students, over a period of about 8 years, they collected data on those companies which were able to outperform the average company on the stock market for a period of 15 years. So compared with other companies that were in the same business. What was it that enabled certain organizations to be significantly above all of the others? Now, he presents a figure in that book showing the average revenues, the average change in stock price for these companies. Now, he doesn't talk about this in the book. He's talking about the qualities of a CEO, the leadership skills that are required to take a company from one level to another, which contradicts just about every model out there, by the way, which is why it's a good read. But one of the things that you'll notice on this chart is the companies were going down when this new CEO, this new president was hired. And then it took another dip before not only going up and above where it had ever been before, but continuing to rise over a period of 15 years. And when I looked at that graph, what I saw is what you see in so many biological systems, which is basically the body has a tendency to overcompensate. And when it is attempting to get back to normal after being knocked down to a very low level, it comes back bigger and better the next time around.
When someone asks you, why didn't you do that? Why didn't you pay your taxes on time? Why didn't you finish that project on deadline? How many times have you used as an excuse, because I didn't have enough time? If you have ever used that as an excuse, and I'm sure you have, we all have. I know that's often what I fall back on when I don't complete all of the tasks that I really ought to be doing. You are, in effect, increasing the likelihood that not only are you going to become depressed, but you're going to doom yourself to failure in completing those things that you might be able to complete. And the reason is because of the phrase that you coin, I don't have time. Now, there are two dimensions of a problem. One is the amount of time you have available to complete a given task, but the other is the number of tasks that you have set about to complete in a given unit of time. When you complete the statement, I don't have time, you are focusing upon the part that you have no control over. All of us has 24 hours a day to work with. That's it. And that is the time we have to apportion to sleep, to productivity, as well as pleasure. You can't make more time. You can't manufacture it in a factory. Nor can you walk into a retail store and purchase additional time. You have 24 hours in any given span to work with. That's it. And when you lament, I don't have enough, you are creating in your mind an image that you are helpless. You're focusing upon the one part that there's absolutely nothing you can do anything about. And that by itself is going to cause you to feel inferior, to not feel as though you're capable of completing the task. No, instead, focus on the part you can control. Be honest about it. I've taken on more than can be done in the time that I have available. That is the statement you ought to be completing. Now you are in control. The remedy is very simple. All you have to do is restrict the number of projects, which is the part you have control over, that you are going to complete during that time. Now, I realize this sounds like an oversimplification, but it really is a key and very important place to start. No, this is not going to be instruction on how to manage your time. Plenty has been written on the use of lists and marking down what is a high priority, medium priority, low priority. There are many different and highly effective techniques available for divvying up the time that you have and deciding what you're going to do at any particular point. And it's important that you pick the one that fits into your lifestyle, that basically feels comfortable to you. No, what I'm going to do is focus upon the elements that I don't very often see listed in the advice given by time management professionals. Things that have worked not only for me, but things that I have observed work very effectively for my clients. Let's get to the real crux of a problem. Why is it that you have scheduled more than can possibly be done in the given unit of time? Well, first of all, yes, we all suffer from a condition called optimistic bias. There is a tendency to underestimate the amount of time that a task is going to require, and we do try to do more in a given unit of time than is humanly possible. That is a natural tendency, and it's the reason why when you do apportion the amount of time that you think it's going to take to complete a given task, that you always add 5%, 10%, maybe even as much as 20% more. You know yourself. You know how accurate you are in judging deadlines. And just add that additional time to what you have budgeted. I can tell you this, you'll never be disappointed. If it turns out that it was inaccurate and you didn't need that extra 20% of time, that's bonus time. That's time for you to now assign to something else. But if you fail to do it, and then you find yourself lagging, you've missed the deadline, you're going to become pretty upset. Why subject yourself to that misery? So go ahead and just add a percentage on that takes into account your particular individual optimistic bias. Now, there are two primary reasons why people take on more than they can do. There are those individuals who tend to feel that they are the only one in the organization who can do the job properly. These are the controllers. They are people who like to micromanage. They feel very uncomfortable delegating because they are absolutely convinced that somebody else, if they do it, is not going to do it right, or they're not going to do it according to your high standards. Well, what is the belief that is giving rise to this conclusion? Why is it that you believe this? Have things really happened during the course of your work that would justify this belief? Are there really people who are working for you who lack the competence to do what needs to be done? And if that is the case, why are they still working for you? So examine the reasons why you may have this particular attitude. There's another reason, too, that I sometimes observe in clients. And this indeed has been referred to as a personality type, the type C personality. And these are people who will say yes when they really want to say no. Oftentimes, these are people who value relationships more than anything else, and they want to go out of their way to avoid dealing with a negative emotion, especially the emotion of anger or sadness in the person that they might have a relationship with. So this type of individual, and it may fit you, will invariably agree to do something they not only don't have time to do, they don't even want to do it because they are afraid of upsetting the other individual. Elsewhere in this program, I talk about how you can learn to overcome this, because the problem really is not wanting to help the other person. It's discomfort with negative emotions, and that needs to be dealt with if you are going to do the things that are important to you instead of focusing upon the things that are important to other people. By the way, there is nothing wrong with helping others. There's nothing wrong at all with engaging in altruistic pursuits. The problem is when you focus too much on another person's needs and your own go unmet. These are the causes of why some people take on more than can be done in a given time, and it's the place to start. Go ahead and put together a list in the second phase. And my recommendation is don't restrict your list to those things that are important. Put everything on there. Do you read the newspaper during the day? Is that part of what you do at work? Do you sometimes spend a lot of time down at the coffee pot talking about the sports games, politics, whatever? Put that on the list too. that is important. You need time during the day to recover. And so if you're going to do it anyway, if it's something that's going to take your time, go ahead and give it the same status as filling out a form, completing a report. Get credit for it. Get credit for doing something. More importantly, though, organize the projects based upon the type of task. And I've observed that those people who are most successful are those individuals who will always have two and oftentimes opposite types of projects that they are working on at around the same time. Not simultaneously, but they will basically flip back and forth between these two endeavors. When you do that, always make sure that they are opposite tasks. Now, one will be obviously a high priority. The other one will be a backup task, depending upon the urgency. The reason you want to have opposite tasks is because for every action, there needs to be an equal and opposite reaction. If you are doing something that requires a great deal of creativity, if you are planning a new project, if you are putting together a marketing strategy for your organization, if you are trying to sort out ways to make your budget go further in your family life, obviously this is going to require a certain amount of creativity. It's going to require thinking. This is very, very different from organizing your file cabinet. It's very different from sort of rotely answering emails or making cold calls to prospective clients. And when you intersperse two different types of tasks, each serves as an opportunity for recovery from the other. You see, recovery is doing the opposite of what normally causes you stress. Let me give you an example of what many people will do, which is absolutely the worst thing they can be doing. They're sitting there at their keyboard, writing. They're putting words together. They're composing a report. They're thinking things through. And even though they're doing it by themselves at their desktop, the task involves organizing language into clear thoughts. It's a process that is involving language. It is all about communication, and you are having to think. Well, when it's time to take a break, typically a person will walk down to the coffee pot and they'll start chatting with a colleague. They might get into an argument. They might talk about what the afternoon's agenda might include. They're engaged in language. They're communicating. They're thinking. So even though it's a different topic, the process is basically the same. That's not a break. That's not a time of recovery. So if you're getting bored, if you're not making any progress in the task at hand, you go off and spend 5 or 10 minutes engaging in the same type of activity. It's no wonder when you get back to the keyboard, you sit there with no motivation to pick up where you left off. I would also recommend that you have many different ongoing projects. Yes, you need two, one that's going to balance out the other and provide an opportunity for recovery. But at the same time, I strongly recommend that in any given unit of time, there are always maybe 3 or 4 things that you're doing a little bit towards. And the reason I recommend doing that is because it increases your probability of being successful. I'll give you an example of how I used to do this when I ran a very successful research laboratory. My field was called psychoneuroimmunology. Bit of a mouthful, but nonetheless it dealt with the interrelations between behavior, the immune system, and of course the brain. And it gave me ever so many options for exploring the connections using very different approaches. At one time I was doing research with people with cancer, and the project entailed having them imagine their natural killer cells, their T cells, snuggling up to the tumor, injecting lethal chemicals into it, bringing about its destruction. And then I looked at a large number of measures reflecting the immune system. At the same time, I had a grant from the National Institutes of Health that was designed to explore how chemicals from the immune system could bind to very specific receptors in the brain. So I had a behavioral study going on involving people, and I had a very molecular study going on in the laboratory involving brain parts. These were two very, very different processes. Another time, I was doing a study with miraculous healing, and at the same time, looking at the effects of stress hormones on the immune system. So by having many different projects going on roughly at the same time, obviously you can't do two things at once, but I'd spend part of the day working on one project, another part of the day working on the other. If one particular study did not pan out the way I expected, if something serious went wrong, then all was not lost. Chances were that if I had 4 different projects going on at the same time, one of them was going to be successful. So at the end of the day, I didn't have to think that the whole thing had been a write-off. I've now given you some hints on how you can organize different tasks. However, there's something else to take into account, and that is making sure that as you switch between these different tasks, that you take into account 2 very important environments. One is the environment that exists within your body. The other is the environment that you happen to find yourself in other words, the external setting where you are going to do the chore. Let's begin with the internal environment. There are times of a day when you are better suited to accomplish certain things as opposed to others. The body produces a chemical that fluctuates with the day, capable of providing you with energy. It happens to be the same chemical produced when we are stressed, so that we have the energy, the sugar that we need in our bloodstream to mobilize that fight-flight response. Well, the levels happen to be higher in the morning than in the late afternoon. If you want to complete a task that requires a certain amount of physical input, obviously you need to be taking that task on when you have the energy in order to complete it. You wouldn't set about rearranging your office furniture after you've finished working all day when you're practically dragging, barely able to make it home. No. Assign portions of a day when you have the energy to those particular tasks. On the other hand, if what you are doing requires a certain amount of creativity, now distractions are going to be very, very problematic. And you want to avoid those times of day when you are likely to be very alert, full of energy, when it might be easy to suddenly lose your focus and become attentive to something else. If you want to be creative, first of all, I would strongly recommend that you not focus on it. Forced creativity is rarely fruitful. And if you sit down first thing in the morning and try to engage this process, you are going to get terribly frustrated. You'll find yourself at the end of the day having accomplished nothing meaningful, feeling even more frustrated that you have not utilized your time wisely. Indeed, the day may have been a total and complete waste. Creativity has to be allowed to happen. It is an internal process. You want to access the subconscious mind. You want to be able to connect all of the dots, all of the information that you might have stored away, and find new ways of looking at old problems in order to find that breakthrough resolution. That means getting out of the environment where you might normally find distractions. It also means identifying your internal environment best suited to allow this to happen. And my recommendation is do it at a time when normally you would be more tired. I find that this allows me to access more processes that are going on at the subconscious level. Now, by the way, when I mention subconscious, I know you might be thinking, oh no, is he going to go off onto some fringe tangent here? No, not at all. Your subconscious mind is operating all the time, and I'll give you an example of how you have probably experienced this yourself. Have you ever been in a waiting room, perhaps sitting on an airplane waiting for it to take off, reading the newspaper, totally unawares of who's behind you, who's even sitting next to you, You're immersed in that article when suddenly you realize that someone is looking over your shoulder reading that same article. That person is outside your field of vision. You can't see them. They are silent. There's no sound. So how do you know they're there? Well, it's because there's a part of your brain, it happens to be called the amygdala, which is constantly monitoring the environment for anything that might be threatening. And even though you are not consciously aware of that slight movement of air, you may be unawares of the change in temperature as that person gets close. You may not even pick up the scent, which at the subconscious level is activating your sense of smell. But nonetheless, your brain sends a red flag to your conscious mind saying that there's a potential threat here, someone has violated your space. You suddenly feel very uncomfortable, you close the newspaper, you do whatever you have to do to get that person to back off. What this means is your brain, your subconscious mind, is operating all the time. And when you are trying to come up with a solution, when you're trying to think, that is the part of the brain you want to access. Now, you need to remain anchored. You can't be too relaxed or you'll fall asleep. You need to do something that keeps your conscious mind on some activity that is relatively benign, something that you do automatically. For me, it's riding a bicycle. I get on my bike in a safe environment. It's a marked trail for bicycles. And yes, I have to be attentive. I have to make sure I stay on the trail and I don't go veering off to the side. But that really is something I can do just by keeping my eyes open. I don't really have to think about it. And I find that when I'm out riding my bike for hours on end, that is when I get my best ideas. That is when I come up with solutions. That is when I have those aha moments. It also happens, embarrassing to say, in church services. And it will happen with either a brilliant minister, one who has a very powerful message. It will also happen with one who is very boring. And what will happen is something will be said that will pique my interest. I'll start thinking about it. Now, I'm sitting there. I can't get up and leave. I have to be attentive, or at least I have to pretend I'm attentive. But my mind will wander in all directions. And it might be another 5-10 minutes before I come back to the spoken word again. But what has happened during that time is my mind has sort of been locked in, focused on the activities and the things going on around me, but in a very relaxed way. And that now enables the thinking part of my brain to rise to the occasion. No great discovery has ever been made when a person was actually looking for the solution. This was stated very eloquently by Earl Nightingale when, in part of his Our Changing World series, he gave the following essay.
On my last program, I mentioned that creative people who earn their keep through the use of their imagination, should probably not work for more than 4 to 6 hours a day if they want to sustain their best possible production. Now, that's because leisure time is as important to the creative person as the time he spends actively engaged in whatever it is he does. All of us can, if we desire, tap an unsuspected source of pure energy and creative power. This source, fully adequate and freely available, is our silent partner, the subconscious mind. So wrote John K. Williams more than 20 years ago, and it's absolutely true. By correctly using this potential, which is our subconscious mind, we can gain release from tension and frustration and have at our disposal abundant energy and new mental power and physical well-being. These things we gain without striving. There's no laborious routine to follow. We simply recognize our subconscious mind and permit it to function under proper conditions. If you'll observe the working habits of leaders in virtually any field, you'll find that important discoveries are seldom made while engaged actively in research investigation. New insights, bold ideas, and plans are contributed by the underlying activity of mind, the subconscious function. Just about all great scientists, artists, writers, musicians, top-flight business people will tell you that their best ideas come not while they're actively engaged in seeking them, but as the French mathematician Henri Poincaré put it, creative ideas do not come to me while I'm working at my desk, but actually flash into my head while I'm engaged in other activities. I've found this to be generally true of the great people whose lives I've studied. The most momentous concept of this age, the relationship of time and space and the nature of reality, sprang into the mind of Albert Einstein while he was confined to his bed because of illness. Who can say but for this period of enforced quiet and relaxation that he had to undergo because of the illness, that this world may not have been in the atomic age? Good or bad, depending on how you look at it. Certainly good over the long haul if we can make it through our ridiculous and childish crises. The subconscious area of the mind, which no one understands, is an unplumbed reservoir of creative insight and intuition. Lewis Thomas, in his marvelous book, The Lies of a Cell, talks about the new computers that are almost human. In some respects, they're superhuman and can memorize whole telephone books at a glance. But even when technology succeeds in manufacturing a computer as big as Texas to do everything we recognize as human, to match what we do, there would have to be 3 billion of them or more coming down the assembly line, and they would still fall short of what any person on the street can do with the most miraculous agency ever to appear on this planet, that human mind. But very few, unfortunately, learn how to properly use it, how to harness its great power, how to put it to work so that they can solve their problems and reach their goals with their leisure time. It's a marvelous way to live. We all have problems, most of which we can solve ourselves by bringing to bear our own latent and little-used mental powers. As Bovee put it, few minds wear out, most rust out.
Those words were spoken by Earl Nightingale 30 years ago. They are timely today. I know that when I was a graduate student, when I first heard these words, I went out of my way to get a transcript of that speech. It was sponsored by a local bank, and at the time my wife and I were taking a few days off. We were actually down in the Florida Keys with our small sailboat. I had been chastised by my mentor for taking too much time off. He told me that I took more time off than any of the other graduate students, although he couldn't be too critical because he also acknowledged that I was the most productive student in the department. I published more articles, got more research accomplished. My argument was it's because I take that time off that I'm able to now use my time when I'm in the lab more productively. His argument was that if I didn't take the time off, I would be even more productive. Well, I'm not quite sure which of us was right, but I've got a feeling that I was, and I saved those words of Earl Nightingale to make the point that I was not the only one who thought this way. So, if the task that you are setting about requires this type of creative process, don't try to do it at the time of day when you are most energized, when you are most likely to be distracted. Because now your conscious mind is going to be in overdrive, preventing the subconscious elements from now rising to the surface. Einstein was sick. He had the flu. He wasn't sitting at his desk. He wasn't making calculations. He wasn't pondering the universe when he came up with a theory of relativity. His mind was in a tranquil state. He was awake. He was contemplating, I'm sure, upon how miserable he felt. And then that's when that aha moment came to the surface. You should also be concerned about the environment in which you are going to complete the project. My recommendation is that you complete the task in a setting related to the task. I speak for a living. I speak to major corporations, to healthcare professionals. I also write. If I'm working on a new speech, if I'm trying to get my thoughts together, if I'm trying to decide how to balance the information, the timing, I don't do it in my office, because my office is not where I would be giving a speech. Nor do I do it in a library or outside on my patio. No. I will go into the boardroom at work, where we have a long table. There are 20 chairs scattered around. And so the moment I walk into that room, my mind enters presentation mode. That is the ambience that that room creates. And it takes me no time at all to get the creative juices going. And I imagine now not only the words that I'm putting down on paper or on the computer screen, but how they might be received by the imaginary people who may be in that room. As a result of having those cues, I'm now reminded of what might have happened when I used a certain phrase or introduced a certain topic once before, and my thoughts of how I really needed to modify that. It's the equivalent of Pavlov's bell. The objects, the chairs, the general setting of a room, the design, which is to amplify sound, to optimize acoustics, now helps me to think about being in that environment, matching what I'm now creating to the circumstance and the situation where it is going to be applied. And that is what I recommend you do. Not only for that reason, but also to eliminate distractions. If I'm trying to be creative, I'm not going to take on that project in my office, not with my computer screen sitting there in front of me, not with a television monitor off to the side, perhaps a radio, magazines lying there in a pile. These are sources of external information. This is where the information that is now going to form the foundation of my knowledge base is going to come from. What I'm engaged in, though, is a project that requires access to my internal processes. So why would I want to contaminate the internal with the external? I get out of that office. I will go somewhere else. Of course, there are times when you do need to complete tasks that require a certain amount of energy. Those that perhaps you might find easier to tackle when you first get up in the morning. You are alert, you are ready to go. Now, I told you at the beginning that you can't create time. However, you can create mornings. And it's a very, very simple process. Think about what you do in the morning. You awaken, the alarm clock has gone off, you get out of bed, you brush your teeth, you have a cup of coffee, you eat breakfast, maybe even read the newspaper, and off you go. Well, without realizing it, you have conditioned your body to that particular routine. And all of the things that might normally put you into productive mode are now going to be triggered by those particular events. Now, here's what I'm going to propose that you do. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when you are nodding off and you just can't get back into the state you were in earlier in the morning, take a short nap. 30 minutes is probably all you need. It doesn't even have to be in a deep state of sleep. You can be lying there just with your eyes closed. That's all it takes. If you do drift off a little bit, fine. Set the alarm so you don't go beyond 30 minutes. Now, when you get up, get out of bed, get off the couch, brush your teeth, whether you need to or not, drink a cup of coffee, don't eat lunch, eat breakfast. And now what you're going to do is condition your body into thinking that it's really morning. You're going to trick it in much the same way that Pavlov was able to elicit salivation in his dogs by ringing the bell after pairing it with meat. For much of your adult life, you have probably conditioned being in an alert state with those behaviors that you engage in when you get out of bed. So all I'm suggesting is, since you can control those behaviors, let's try and jumpstart the body into being in productive mode. And you can do that repeatedly. You can do it again at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. You can do it at 8 o'clock in the evening. And while the amount of time that you are alert is going to become less as eventually exhaustion catches up with you, you will have those brief spurts of energy. And who knows, you may get into the zone and actually find that you are able to keep right on going. By the way, you can use the same process to engage the creative juices. In addition to the changes that occur during the course of a day that result in our having more energy at certain times as opposed to others, there are also very subtle changes that occur within the brain, enabling us to tackle certain types of tasks as opposed to others. You've undoubtedly heard of the left versus right brain. The left brain is primarily responsible for language and analytical skills, while the right brain is more involved with artistic pursuits. Creating sculptures, as well as music awareness, music expression, will depend a lot more upon those cells based in the right side of your brain. However, about every 90 to 110 minutes, you switch. For part of a day, the electrical and metabolic activity on one side of the brain is going to be a lot more pronounced than it is on the other. Have you ever found yourself in the middle of a task when you are in what psychologists would refer to as flow, or in athletics, the zone? You are doing what you need to do, and you are doing it almost flawlessly. It requires no effort at all. It seems as though you could just go on forever. The clay is coming to life in your hands as you create that piece of art. But then you take a short break. You return to the task, and now the clay crumbles in your hands. Or the report that you had been writing, with very little effort, the words were just flowing out of your fingertips. But now you just can't get started again. Well, a contributing factor could very well be that you have switched from the side of the brain that would normally facilitate accomplishing that particular task. Writing a report depends upon language. That's a left brain function, while creating a sculpture would, of course, require the right side. What you need to do is select the time of day when you are most likely to be able to complete the task that needs to be accomplished. It's all part of what I referred to earlier as making sure that the environment now inside you is appropriate for what needs to be done. If it requires a certain amount of energy and physical exertion, then select a time of day when your steroids will be elevated. For example, the morning. If it's a language-based task, though, choose a time of day when you are more likely to be in your left hemisphere. No, you do not need sophisticated electronic equipment to determine which side of the brain you are in. You may very well be able to determine this by engaging in the following nasal exercise. Take a deep breath through your nose. Now do it again and pay attention to which nostril you are breathing through. Obviously, you're probably breathing through both simultaneously. However, if you pay very careful attention, you'll probably notice that the air is passing more readily through one side as opposed to the other. What facilitates the passage of air is constriction of blood vessels on that particular side. The more constricted the blood vessel, the more readily the air will pass through the corresponding nostril. Now, vascular constriction is controlled by the autonomic nervous system. This is a part of the brain which, unlike other parts, does not cross over. For example, your left hand movement on the left side of your body is controlled by cells on the right side of your brain. That's what I mean when I say crossing over. But the part of the brain which causes blood vessels to constrict does not do this. So what's happening on one side of your body is happening in the same side of your brain. So if the air is passing more readily through your left nostril, that means that the blood vessels are not only maximally constricted in your left nostril, but they are also maximally constricted in the left side of your brain. There's going to be more blood flow in the opposite hemisphere of the nostril you're breathing through. So if you are breathing through your left nostril, everything on that side is going to be more constricted. You'll have more blood flow on the right side of your brain. And of course, vice versa. Quite simply, you are in the side of the brain opposite to the nostril that you are breathing readily through. Just as your electrical activity shifts from one side of the brain to the other in what's called an ultradian type of fashion, so does the ease with which air passes through your nostrils. After you have established which one you are breathing through most readily, try it again in about an hour. Chances are you will have switched. I realize that this sounds a little bit odd coming from a scientist who has made a living studying very precise chemical events, but this phenomenon is very real. You cannot dispute data, just the interpretation. A number of studies have documented that the switch from the left side to the right does indeed occur. Now, what's the interpretation? Is it really due to subtle changes in vasoconstriction? Well, that is not absolutely clear. But regardless of the mechanism whereby the switch is taking place, the fact that changes in the brain occur has been known since antiquity in India. Hunters recognized that there were certain times during the day when they were less likely to be successful compared with others. They determined when that time of day was on the basis of which nostril they were breathing through. Okay, it's 10 a.m. and at 11 you have to have a very important report completed. You've just switched over and you are now breathing in the left nostril, which means, of course, that you are in your right brain, not the best side to be in when you want to engage in a language-based task. You need to be in your left brain. That's where language is. And that, in turn, means that you should be breathing more readily through your right nostril. Some people argue that you are actually able to bring about a shift by forcing yourself to breathe through the nostril that you need to be breathing through. By holding your nostril and forcing yourself to breathe through one side or the other, it may actually be possible to shift the dominance. Actually shift which side of the brain you are operating in. And there are a few scientific papers documenting that this can be achieved under laboratory conditions as well. Whether it will work for you is something that you will need to find out. The fact is, though, these differences do occur. You need to be aware of it. You need to take advantage of a time when you are best able to complete a certain type of task. And if you are able to bring about a switch manually, then give it a try. If you can't, then do the other task that you have set aside to interface with the primary one and work on that for a while. Remember, I said, always have an opposite type of task that you can switch over to, not only as a means by which to take a break, but also now, as you can clearly see, to take advantage of the side of the brain that you might have inadvertently switched into. So make sure then that the opposite of a language-based task, one that involves either speaking, one which involves writing, is now counterbalanced with a task that does not require language. Maybe something involving artistic skills, maybe creating a graphic on the computer screen, something along those lines. I hope that never again do you ever say, I don't have time to do whatever it is that needs to be finished. From now on, always say, I've taken on more than can be done in the available time. Now you are in control, and your task is to not only decide on the basis of urgency what needs to be done and what can be set aside, put on a back burner, but now as you decide what can realistically be accomplished, make sure that you balance the task and the nature of that task with not only the external environment, the setting that you are in, but also that you balance it with the state of body that you are in, as well as the state of mind. There are certain times of a day when you are far less likely to be able to undertake certain types of projects than at other times. There are certain places where it simply is not going to be conducive to complete that task. And once you are aware of this, so that now, as you put together your list, you make a little notation off to the side as to the best time and place to do this, you will be successful. You will be able to do those things. And no longer will you be able to say, I know what to do, so why don't I do it? Because you will be able to do it. I know what to do, so why don't I do it? The answer that often is given is because I just don't have the energy. Now, there's a lot out there that's been written about how you can use different ratios of carbohydrate to protein, reducing fat content to increase your energy level. That is not what I want to focus on today, because while all of that advice is well-founded, there's good science behind it, you really have to determine what makes sense for you. Obviously, if you're an athlete and you're going to be running a marathon for hours on end, you're going to have very different nutritional needs. You're going to have different demands that you are placing on your body to be met compared with someone who's largely sedentary. What I would like to focus upon today are some of the things that can sap your energy as well as those things that you can do that might enable you to help reverse the impact it has upon your performance and your capacity to engage in those things that you find pleasurable. Let's begin with sleep. A lot of people regard sleep as the obligatory end of each day. How often have you heard someone say, I have to stay up all night tonight to finish this report, or I'm not going to get much sleep tonight, I've got too much to do. It's almost as though sleep is a nuisance. It's that obligatory end of a day, it gets in the way, it keeps you from being productive, and if we have to make a sacrifice, that is where the time is taken from. Well, how unfortunate that is. Instead of regarding sleep as the end of the day, view it as the beginning of the day. The quality and the type of sleep that you obtain is going to have a profound impact upon the amount of energy that you have for the entire next 12-hour period and beyond. Let's begin with the process of falling asleep. You might get to bed at a reasonable time, but it may be 30, maybe 60 minutes later before you fall asleep, perhaps even longer. Realize that if you are having difficulty falling asleep, there might be several reasons for it. One is you may be thinking about all of the things that went wrong during that day or anticipating the problems that you might be faced with tomorrow. What the fears that are associated with that thinking are going to activate are the chemical pathways in the brain that are designed specifically to keep you alert and vigilant. You're activating the stress pathways, and that's certainly the last thing you really want to be doing when you're trying to fall asleep. Now, you need to worry. Worrying is good. Don't demonize that word. When you worry, you are contemplating the different options that you have before you. You are weighing the consequences of the actions that you might be taking, and it's certainly a good idea to engage in that process. The problem is when you do the worrying at a time when you need to be sleeping, or when that worrying might interfere with your productivity. So my recommendation to make sure that the worrying does not interfere with sleep is set aside a time of day when you're going to do your worrying. And don't sit in your favorite chair. For heaven's sakes, don't go to your bedroom. Go to a place that you wouldn't normally go to, because otherwise you run the risk of associating the objects in the room, the place, the setting where you are doing your worrying with the worrying cycle. So now every time you go back into that room, every time you go back to that location, you are more likely to re-engage the worrying process. And that's why it is absolutely imperative that you never do it in the bedroom. The bedroom is where you should be sleeping, not worrying. But if that's all you ever do when you first hit the pillow, when you walk into that room, you see the alarm clock, you see the pillow, the paintings that might be on the wall. Instead of eliciting the sleep cycle, now all of those things are going to elicit the worry cycle. So go ahead and do the worrying, that's fine. Just don't do it in a place where it might later activate the stress circuitry when you don't want that to be in place. You want to be aroused, you want to be vigilant when you need to stay awake, not when you need to be recharging the body's batteries. There's something that you can do in advance that might help you fall asleep faster, and that's taking a hot shower, a hot bath. If you have access to one, a hot tub would be even better. Now the reason is because it is when your body temperature drops that you actually fall asleep. Okay, this doesn't make any sense at all, I realize that. Why would you get into a hot bath? Why would you take a hot shower when you're trying to lower your body temperature? Well, you have to understand a little bit about how the body regulates itself. Just about every system in your body has an optimal level. And if a system goes too high or too low, systems kick in which will now bring the level of whatever it is back to normal. That's true of body temperature. Now, if you suddenly immerse yourself in water that is, say, 102 degrees, Now, the first information that the brain is going to get is going to be that you're going to be staying there for a very, very long time. And in order to maintain your temperature at 98 degrees, which is really optimal, it's going to activate processes designed to bring your body temperature down. It's going to open up, for example, all the sweat glands that are currently exposed to that temperature. You're going to perspire. You're going to dissipate heat that way. And so these are the sorts of things that happen in order to make sure that your body does not go into hypothermia, as it is referred to. It takes a while to activate all of those processes. And as I said, the brain doesn't know that you only plan to stay in there for 10 minutes perhaps. When you get out of that heat source, those systems that were engaged to bring your temperature down continue to work. They continue to operate. It's rather like getting a freight train going. It takes a while to get it up to speed, but once it's running at full speed, it's going to take a while to stop it. And so when you get out of that hot tub, the systems in the brain that are designed to bring your temperature down continue to operate, and as a result, they end up overcompensating. Your body temperature will actually dip down below where it normally would be. No, not a lot. You're not in danger of dying from hypothermia, nowhere even close to it. It's a very, very small reduction. It may just be a few tenths of a degree. It might be 1 degree. But that's all it takes to make you feel very, very tired. That is one of the reasons why it's much easier to sleep after you take a hot bath. How long after you get out should you go to bed? Well, that's going to vary from individual to individual. Depends upon the heat, how long you were in there, your basic metabolic rate. You'll have to figure that out for yourself. But generally about 15 minutes, 30 minutes, somewhere in that range. You'll know where it is, because the next time you do that and you go to bed, you'll fall asleep in an instant compared with the long amount of time it used to take you. I did say that I wasn't going to speak at length about nutrition and some of the ways that you can generate energy by taking supplements and balancing carbs to protein, but I do want to say a few words about how the right combination of foods can actually facilitate your falling asleep. There's a chemical in the brain called serotonin. Serotonin is multi-talented. It does lots of things in the brain. It's involved in regulating the reproductive system. It helps to suppress aggressive tendency. It's also tied in with how you feel. If the levels drop down too low, you can actually feel depressed. Well, it turns out that serotonin can also facilitate falling asleep. And one of the ways that you can increase brain serotonin levels, perhaps at about the time you want to fall asleep, is by eating a meal that is rich in carbohydrates. Now, you need a small amount of protein, and the reason is because the chemical building block of serotonin happens to be found in protein. You'll find it in a steak, a piece of fish. The problem, though, is the building block of serotonin has a very difficult time getting into the brain. You see, there's something that might resemble a metaphorical wall called the blood-brain barrier. It's designed to keep large things that might be toxic to neurons out of this important body part. There are places, though, where things can slip in, and there happens to be one small opening that the precursor called tryptophan is able to get through. The problem, though, is tryptophan has to compete with all of these other amino acids, as they are called. Now, when you eat carbohydrates, that particular type of food is very rapidly converted into sugar, and sugar stimulates insulin release. It is the job of insulin to put things into storage. So the sugar you don't need to make it through the next couple of minutes or hours is going to be stored in the form of glycogen. Amino acids are going to be stored in the form of protein or peptides. Free fatty acids are going to be stored as triglycerides, and so forth. Well, it turns out that while insulin puts some amino acids into storage, it doesn't put the one which is converted into serotonin into storage. So when you eat carbohydrates and increase that insulin, it basically takes out the competition, allowing the building block of serotonin to now slip into the brain where it's converted into that important amino acid. That's one of the reasons why when you eat a meal that is rich in carbs, you have a tendency to fall asleep a lot more readily than you might otherwise. But now let's switch to the end of the sleep cycle and what it is that will provide you with energy throughout the day. First of all, sunlight is what you need in order to activate the body's natural energizer, which happens to be the same chemical produced during stressful events. That chemical happens to be called cortisol. It's activated when you first get up in the morning and when you are exposed to sunlight. So that is the first and most important thing, especially if you have crossed time zones or if you work the night shift. If you have to get up in the middle of the night, if your body thinks it's 2 o'clock in the morning, but the local time happens to be 7 or 8, the best way to jumpstart yourself to have the energy that you need to make it through the day is to go for a walk around the hotel or get outside for a few minutes. If you don't have that option, if you have to start work at midnight, then invest in one of those full spectrum lamps, the ones that come pretty close to mimicking sunlight. And that's a good way to do it as well. Exercise will also work. Now, I realize there's a bit of a problem here because when you get up out of bed, if you don't have any energy, the last thing you're going to feel like doing is exercise. So you're going to have to use your mind to overcome this barrier. It'll be well worth it. Because if you get down and do a few push-ups, run up a flight of steps, go outside and just jog around the garden, whatever it takes, just jump up and down while you're waiting for the dog to come back in. Just get the blood circulating. You'll also stimulate a little chemical in the brain called CRF. Those initials stand for corticotropin releasing factor. This is the chemical that is stimulated when you become really upset or when you are faced with a threat. It's the chemical which mobilizes the fight-flight response. Well, it also happens to wake you up. And so when you exercise, you're putting demands on your body for extra energy, and it's a very simple, healthy, natural way to activate the body's own energizer. There's another way you can do it if you really just can't bring yourself to exercise, or if you have medical conditions that might prevent that. Caffeine works. Caffeine, which is found in a lot of beverages, coffee, tea, colas, is a very effective way of stimulating CRF. And it's why a lot of people will down several cups of coffee in order to jumpstart the body's natural energizing system. Be careful. Remember, I told you that CRF is going to make you very attentive. It's the chemical produced during the stress response. If you have too much of it, now you're going to become anxious. And that's exactly what happens when people drink too much caffeine. So use it moderately. Like so many things, it's when you do things in excess that problems will occur. You know your body. You probably know exactly how much coffee it takes to remain energized. Of course, the downside is if you drink coffee too close to bedtime, it's going to keep you awake. So be mindful of your body's metabolism, and what you have determined based upon experience is the time that you really ought to cut off your intake of this beverage. Now, I mentioned when you eat carbohydrates and you experience that surge in insulin, that it's going to increase serotonin, which makes you fall asleep. Obviously, that is not what you want to have happen early in the afternoon when you might be going into a very important meeting, or when you have to be alert and very attentive to complete a project. And so my recommendation is to do what athletes do, especially endurance athletes, and that is graze. Now, you're not going to take in any more calories than you might need during a given day. Let's say you need about 1,200 calories in a day. Instead of taking the bulk of those calories at breakfast, lunch, and dinner, you're now going to distribute those same calories but throughout the day. Snack, in other words. Whenever you feel hungry, just take a bite of something, eat a small amount. By doing this, you'll avoid putting a large amount of sugar into your bloodstream. And yes, sugar, I don't care what it is you eat, eventually the food is going to be converted into sugar, which will stimulate insulin. By avoiding putting a large amount of sugar into your body, thereby stimulating the insulin response, you are less likely to put an excess of substances into storage, depriving you of the energy substrates you need to make it through that next few hours. In addition, if the proportion of carbohydrate to protein is such that it might elevate serotonin, you'll avoid doing that as well. For pleasure, if you can call it pleasure, I participate in very long endurance races. They are typically either 300-mile or 1,200-mile kayak races. Typically, those of us who compete in these events will be paddling in the aerobic zone, upwards of 15, 20 hours a day. And when it's the Ultimate Florida Challenge, the 1,200-mile race that we stage every other year, it might be for 25 days or even more. And so it's absolutely critical that we not run out of energy, especially if we're trying to outrun a storm or if we want to take advantage of favorable conditions, a good tide, tailwinds, that sort of thing. And virtually everybody who does these races will snack almost continuously. Of course, we're also putting a lot of demands on our body. We need a lot more calories than the average person does in order to maintain the energy that we need. But my recommendation is take a page out of endurance racers' books. They can't afford to fall asleep, yet they still need the energy to make it through the day. Very small amounts, and spread it out so it's almost continuous. There is probably no greater barrier to physical and emotional well-being than being tired. Failure to get a good night's sleep is invariably the problem, and it is a costly one. Do you know that the sleep debt in the United States makes the economic debt look trivial by comparison? That over 40 million Americans suffer from sleep disorders? More than 200,000 traffic accidents occur each year because of driver fatigue, and lack of sleep is the cause of 33% of fatal truck accidents. Studies at Stanford University have revealed that drowsy drivers are actually more impaired than most drunken drivers. All totaled, the direct and indirect costs resulting from sleep disorders and fatigue may be as much as $116 billion a year. $116 billion a year. It's time to start viewing insufficient energy as a physical disability. It's imperative that you take steps to deal with it. If you don't, you won't be able to do any of the things you want, and the reason will be because you can't. It's absolutely critical that you take steps to reduce fatigue. And if you don't have sufficient energy, you will lack both the will and the ability to achieve your goals. Now, I've just mentioned sleep as one of the primary reasons, especially if you get the wrong type of sleep, that you won't have energy the next day. But there are other reasons as well, and these might include iron deficiency. You might have a sleep disorder, for example, sleep apnea. If you are clinically depressed, if you are experiencing a great deal of emotional upheaval, if you are having thyroid problems, if there's been a recent illness, if you have a partner who snores, or you lead a sedentary lifestyle. These too may be reasons why you are lacking the energy that you feel you really ought to have. And so it's very important to receive medical guidance, get a physical, make sure that there's no underlying physical problem. But realize that the toll economically as well as upon your health, your productivity, and your capacity for pleasure is going to be enormous if you don't take steps to improve the amount of energy that you have. And there are some very simple things you can do. I've just told you what they are. By the way, there's one more thing you can do. A lot of people tell me that they feel like they're getting plenty of sleep. They'll sleep for 8, 10 hours uninterrupted. But then they'll wake up absolutely exhausted. And they'll say, Nick, why is that? What's the reason? Well, it could be you're not getting the right kind of sleep. The type of sleep that you need in order to be able to wake up feeling rested is called delta or slow wave sleep. That's the deep, restful stage. Not rapid eye movement or REM sleep, which is what you need to consolidate information into memory. You obviously need both. But if you don't get enough of a slow wave sleep, you're not going to have any energy. So how do you get more slow wave sleep? Well, you get most of it during the first half of a sleep cycle. So one way to get more is by going to bed early. Exactly why that works is not absolutely clear, but you know what? It does work, so do it. Go to bed about 30 minutes earlier than usual, and you will get more of that delta sleep. Because you get most of a REM sleep in the second half, sleeping in the next morning isn't going to do it. Oh, you might enjoy it. You may be quite pleasantly lying there in a very blissful state, sleeping that extra hour, but it's not really going to do much to help recharge your batteries. Be careful as well with things that might interfere with slow wave sleep. Alcohol, for example. Yes, that glass of wine you had with dinner the night before does interfere with sleep, and the stage of sleep it is most likely to interfere with is the slow wave sleep. There's something that you can do proactively to increase the likelihood of getting extra slow wave sleep, and that's exercising during the day. You see, there's a chemical that's produced by muscle that stimulates a hormone in the brain called growth hormone. Now, growth hormone stimulates the growth and repair of those muscles that might have broken down during the course of exercise. So it makes perfect sense that you would want to stimulate that hormone by spending more time in slow wave sleep following a workout. And that's precisely why your body produces this little chemical called interleukin-1, which gets into the brain to stimulate slow wave sleep so the muscles can be properly repaired. Well, if you listen very carefully to what I just said, that delta or slow wave sleep is going to enable you to wake up the next morning feeling more rested. And so there are things you can do to not only improve your energy level, but because that same interleukin-1 happens to stimulate your immune system, you'll be healthier as a result. Okay, I know sometimes you can't do all of these things. There are other things going on in your life. So what do? In the middle of the day, you absolutely have to get up somehow. You've got to be alert, but the meeting is only 5 minutes away. There are things that you can do with nutrition, and one is to consume carbohydrates that are high on the glycemic index. These are the carbohydrates that are very rapidly converted into blood sugar. If you eat too many of them, that increased blood sugar is going to prompt a rise in insulin, and it's going to backfire when that insulin puts too much sugar now into storage, but a small amount probably isn't going to hurt. You need to understand, though, the different types of carbohydrates. Carbs basically contain 4 calories per gram and are, without question, the main energy source for the body. When 3 or more 6-carbon sugar molecules are joined, the resulting molecule is known as a complex carbohydrate. 1 or 2 6-carbon sugar molecules linked together comprise a simple sugar. Complex carbohydrates are further subclassified into fibrous and starchy. When consumed, simple sugars like sucrose and dextrose, as well as refined complex carbohydrates like white flour, provide a burst of energy that often gives way to feelings of lethargy. Typically, unrefined complex carbohydrates are assimilated by the system more slowly than simple sugars and will provide constant and sustained, although less intense, energy levels. And as I said, limit for sugars in favor of low glycemic index carbs, because although the high glycemic index carbs will give you a quick burst of energy, the more gradually it's digested into its component parts and is absorbed from the GI tract into the bloodstream, the less insulin is released from the pancreas, and you're less likely to have that fatigue, that lethargy that sets in after consuming too much. Women are crazy. However, men are stupid. And I agree with the comedian George Carlin when he concludes, the reason women are crazy is because men are stupid. And that's going to be an underlying theme of today's program. For as you will soon learn, there are profound differences between the way women respond to emotional upheaval, indeed including the very things that tend to cause a great deal of distress in women versus men. For example, the breakup of a relationship versus a threat to achievement in women versus men. And I'll explain how all of this is due to the soaking of a female brain in estrogen versus exposure of a male brain to testosterone. And it even impacts the size of specific structures that we use to mediate emotions. Before I explain how you can intervene and make emotions work for instead of against you, I will first explain how they are working behind the scenes so that you will be a more informed consumer, better able to choose from the myriad of options out there and determine which is the best strategy either for you or the person you are responsible for. And yes, the options. You see, one size does not fit all. There are too many variables that impact not only the expression of emotions, how we perceive things, but also how we respond to the emotions. Genetics, biological factors, our past experiences, your very personality, and that's just the beginning. So it is highly unlikely that any two people are going to respond exactly the same way to the same type of intervention strategy. When I talk about things that you can do, they will be examples of the different options you have available to you. It is up to you to decide what is best suited for you, what fits in best with your values, with your lifestyle, and so forth. I will caution that much of what I will tell you today is not going to be true. Oh, it'll all be true from my perspective as a psychoneuroimmunologist, or from the standpoint of a basic scientist, someone who's primarily interested in mechanisms of action. But I don't claim to be the sole possessor of the truth. You cannot dispute data. Numbers are numbers. Data are indisputable. However, you can and you always should dispute the interpretation of data. If I do say something that you believe is particularly relevant to you personally or professionally, check it out. Go beyond the spoken word and delve further into those topics which I hope I will whet your interest in exploring. Chances are you'll find additional information which, for whatever reason, most likely lack of time, I didn't have the opportunity to elaborate upon. Or you may find that my interpretation really isn't pertinent in your particular environment. There are three variables that will profoundly impact how you respond to adversity. Obviously, genetics, biological factors are very important.
But there are three psychological factors. If you do not have these three things in place, you are likely to unravel at the seams. Being able to predict, knowing what is likely to happen next, is one. Another is maintaining a sense of control, not feeling helpless in the situation. And the third is, no matter how bad things get, maintaining a sense of optimism that things will eventually get better. Predictability, control, and optimism. I would like to make absolutely certain that today's program is a positive and not a negative experience. So I would like to address each of these 3 points in the context of today's seminar. 558. There are 558 words in the English language that denote emotion. That's just English. It doesn't include German, Italian, French. Obviously, it would be unwieldy to cope with so many different entities when doing research on the topic. Not to mention trying to determine which particular factor is responsible for a behavioral or physiological outcome if you are studying emotions in a clinical context. But at the other end of the spectrum was the suggestion by the British philosopher John Locke that there really are only 2 emotions: those that give rise to pleasure, positive emotions; those that give rise to pain, the negative emotions. And while there is some utility in this distinction, at least in terms of understanding which are more likely to be self-destructive, it denies the emotions of the richness that each separate emotion actually has. Most people have basically compromised and accept the premise that there are roughly half a dozen families of emotions: anger, disgust, fear, sadness, love, for example, and that each of these 558 words can now be assigned to one of those families, each word denoting a level of intensity. So, for example, in the context of fear, we might have at the low end of the scale apprehension, while at the other end terror. Or under the umbrella of love, we might have the word fond, but at the other end adoration, with the other various words fitting in between. Historically, emotions have been regarded as really subservient to reason. It's not the way it always was. Certainly in the days of the ancient Greeks, all emotions were considered to be capable of now enriching one's life to its fullest potential. Even what we would consider to be the negative emotions, such as anger, the appropriate expression, when justified, was actually considered to be a virtue, not a vice, by Aristotle. It was largely during the Middle Ages, when the Roman Catholic Church was the dominant governing agency throughout the world, that the expression of emotion was equated with sin. Lust, shame, for example, envy. And to this day, we tend to view the emotions as being somewhat negative. Don't be so emotional. Be more reasonable. Suggesting that emotions are indeed the opposite of reason. How unfortunate, because we know that emotions are the eyes and ears of the body and the mind. They alert us to unmet needs. They trigger behaviors that will tempt us to avoid those circumstances which might be threatening, or to engage in the appropriate sequence of events that will get us to enjoy that emotion again. And so I will be speaking at length, not only about those which can be self-destructive, but also those that can bring about a source of great pleasure and enrich our lives. Several years ago, I was asked to present a lecture on the topic of the power of positive emotions. It was only a 30-minute presentation. That would be a no-brainer. I'd get my thoughts organized the night before, perhaps even just driving to the venue. But I ended up spending more time working on that 30-minute presentation
than I sometimes expend in putting together a multi-day program for a client. There are several reasons perhaps for this. It might have been because it was a very large health fair to be attended by several thousand people. But no, that really wasn't the problem. That was going to be energizing. It might have been due to the fact that the person presenting before me was Richard Simmons, and the one coming afterwards was Naomi Judd. No one cared about me. I was hired by the organizers to provide a transition. The transition between this fool prancing around on stage with his red and white tutu, I've never recovered from that, and the somewhat spiritual message of Naomi Judd. My job was to keep the audience in place while they changed the set. No, that really wasn't the issue either. That was the challenge. No, it was when I was out riding my bicycle one day, thinking about the topic, that I had that aha moment, and I realized that the problem was I didn't know what a positive emotion was. I've read poetry, I've read the writings of people like Joan Poroshenko, and I understand the psychology behind the emotions, but I'd never really thought about it before. And while I just assumed that I agreed with what others were saying, when I really had to think about it and organize my thoughts for this presentation, I began to question those assumptions. And I came to realize that there really is no such thing as a positive emotion. All emotions are really fundamentally negative. And I simultaneously realized that there is no such thing as a negative emotion. They're all positive. It is not the emotion that is negative or positive. They all have a potential of being either. It's the context in which the emotion is being expressed. It's the fit with the environment, or the appropriateness or inappropriateness of the intensity with which that emotion is being expressed. That is what determines whether or not it's going to be a catalyst for enrichment, or whether it's going to bring about the demise of your immune system, your memory, your cardiovascular system. Anger, for example, is frequently placed in the negative column, which of course it would be justifiably assigned. If that anger is inappropriately expressed, if the anger which would be justified in being expressed towards your boss in the workplace because you have been treated badly is now displaced and taken out amongst innocent motorists in the form of road rage, or if it is taken home and now displayed before your family, absolutely that would be a very destructive emotion. But not when that anger alerts you to the need to avoid certain circumstances. Not when that anger is appropriately expressed and motivates you to take steps to make sure that you are not wronged again. And of course the emotion of love invariably is placed in the positive column, which it is. When that love is expressed towards a caring parent, a spouse, your children, but not when that love is directed towards the spouse of your next door neighbor. Not only will it be self-destructive, but it'll destroy relationships. And I believe that the expressions of love that you read in Hallmark cards around Valentine's Day, I love you so much, my life would not be complete without you. I don't know how I would live if you were not a part of my life. These are sick, unhealthy expressions of a potentially wonderful emotion. And if the emotion of love is too intense, if the infatuation, which generally characterizes the first 8 months or so of a relationship, goes on indefinitely with an intensity that drives you to go to the nearest Walmart, buy a box of Depends, and then hop in your car and drive from Houston to Orlando to do battle with your competitor, then that obviously is a very negative form, a destructive form of love, which will not only destroy your own reputation, but that of an entire organization. And so all emotions have a potential to be either positive or negative. And as we will see, the same applies to your response to the emotion. There is nothing wrong with any response that you exhibit in the face of an emotion, and indeed they all ultimately have some benefit, especially survival value in the case of negative emotions. Basically, the positive emotions will motivate you to engage in whatever behaviors will get you back to that point again, while the negative emotions will prompt withdrawal behaviors, avoidance, keeping you from getting into that mess, into that situation again. Emotions not only have survival value, they also have evolutionary significance. It's rather interesting the way that different emotions can be observed and expressed in much the same way across a variety of different species. When the hair stands up on the back of your neck when you become aroused, the piloerection that is occurring is virtually no different from that which causes the hair on the back of your dog to stand up when it is aroused. When you encounter a rattlesnake and it's shaking its tail, it's not warning you. That reptile has a brain the size of a pea. He's not sitting there in the trail contemplating, oh, there's a human coming towards me. I don't want him to step on me. I'll shake my tail and warn him to go around. No, that snake is scared to death. You're much bigger than he is. His tail is trembling just like your hand would tremble if you were terrorized. And indeed, even facial expressions. A snare, for example, is exposing the canines. And when you flare your nostrils, when you become angry, ostensibly that's to enable you to breathe efficiently while you have the arm of your competitor locked in your jaw. So even these subtle little things that you think, well, that doesn't really make much sense, why would you do that, do actually have evolutionary significance and ultimately could contribute to our survival. Emotions are hypothetical constructs. In other words, you can't define them. You can't measure them. There is nothing in blood, there is nothing in saliva, there is nothing in your tears that would tell another person that you are angry, sad, disgusted. They might indicate overall level of arousal, but not the specific emotion that is giving rise to that arousal. You can't gaze into your eyes in the bathroom mirror in the morning and assess the level of happiness or fear. It's not like putting a dipstick into your car motor to see what the level of the oil is. Can't be done. The most reliable barometer that an emotion exists is actually facial expression. More reliable, indeed, than what a person says. And that's because some people repress their emotion. They might say one thing, but actually be experiencing the opposite. And you will detect that, if you are astute, in a person's facial expression. It will also be detected in the arousal of their physiology. Facial expression is the most reliable index of an emotion, so much so that when people are shown photographs of individuals expressing particular types of emotions, people from diverse cultures, without knowing anything about the culture, without knowing anything about the specific set of circumstances, you can detect accurately what emotion is being expressed 90% of the time. Well, at least women can. For men, it's closer to 50% of the time. And the reason is because our brains develop very differently. Estrogen is primarily going to energize those processes in the brain, foster the growth of those neurons, which ultimately are going to be a part of the desire to establish relationships. And that includes language centers in the brain, which of course is the glue which holds relationships together. And indeed, women are far superior than men in expressing language. Women will use nearly twice as many words during a given day than men. Women are faster at thinking of what they need to say. Their brains mature in these areas more rapidly than men. We have advantages in other arenas. I'm not really sure what they are, but we do have some advantages. Actually, while estrogen is triggering those processes within our brains that are responsible for relationships, testosterone is triggering those areas of the brain related to sex and aggression. And indeed, what a man will find most threatening, what a man will find most stressful, is anything that happens that prevents him from achieving an objective. What a man will prioritize is being at the top of the food chain, at the top of the pecking order. Power. While what a woman values is the relationship. And perhaps because her very survival might have depended upon it at one time. Back in the Stone Age, because testosterone also stimulates muscle and bone growth, chances are that enraged caveman was going to be quite a bit bigger than the cave woman. It was highly unlikely, therefore, that if she went one-on-one with this guy, she was going to emerge victorious. And then who's going to raise her offspring? Or even while she is engaged in battle, who's going to be looking after the child while she is so preoccupied? And so what is the best defense for someone who is smaller and doesn't have the same physical capabilities? Safety in numbers. Let's forge a relationship with the other women in the community. And now we can put up a collective front and emerge victorious. And if nothing else, while I'm out there doing battle, there are other people in my social unit who are going to look after my child even if I'm not around. And that is perhaps one of the reasons why women become very astute at reading other people's emotions. It begins at 8 weeks of gestation. The fetus, at this particular stage, begins to produce estrogen, which now primes these centers, while the fetal male is going to begin producing testosterone. Up until this point, their brains are identical. And by the way, the default brain is a female brain. It's basically testosterone, which starts to erode those processes that will give rise to relationship in favor of those that will prompt the little boy and eventually the little man to favor achievement. And then at 18 months of age, there is a phenomena referred to as infant puberty, during which the little girl will now produce adult levels of estrogen. And this will continue for 2 years, while the little boy is producing testosterone. But it only goes on for about 9 months. When the little girl emerges from that stage, when she's around 4 years of age, that is when she begins to spend an enormous amount of time engaging in what's called facial gazing. She will stare into her mother's eyes. She will study her mother's facial expressions. She will do that with just about anybody she encounters. And the reason is because basically she wants to establish a relationship. She wants to learn what she needs to do to be reinforced and accepted. And chances are, if you have a daughter, there were incidences where she was about to do something that she wasn't sure if she should do it or not. She climbed to the top of the jungle gym and wasn't sure if she should jump off. She turned and looked at you, waiting for a nod of approval. And if she didn't get it, she came back down. While your son, if he happened to look at you at all, it was probably by accident. And even if you were shaking your head and shouting no, that was probably accepted as a challenge to go ahead and do it anyway. It is estrogen via another chemical called oxytocin. Estrogen stimulates the receptors for oxytocin, which is really referred to as the bonding or love hormone. That is the one that will truly galvanize a relationship. And of course, it becomes even more ingrained, this desire to establish relationships, when adolescence is reached. And now the young girl is experiencing monthly surges in estrogen. The little boy is now having his brain saturated in testosterone, and that's when they go off on their different courses. The little boy is going to focus on achievement. He is quite happy sitting in his room, playing video games, reading, doing math and science, while the little girl is on her cell phone, establishing complex relationships with her friends, always wanting to be the center, and eventually appealing to the little boys. There is virtually no difference in the ability of boys and girls to do math, science, spatial tasks, musical tasks, or anything else. What differs is the motivation to do these things. And that motivation obviously is driven by culture, but it's also influenced profoundly by estrogen. It's a combination of nature and nurture. that determines what we will turn out to be. By the way, I am speaking about a continuum. There are some little boys that miss out on that testosterone surge, in which case their brains are likely to remain feminized, while a little girl may experience a surge of testosterone, or the equivalent. There's a condition called congenital adrenal hyperplasia, when now the adrenal gland produces large amounts of androstenedione, which is an androgen. And now that little girl will have a masculinized brain, and most likely will exhibit what we call tomboy behaviors. And so I don't wish to imply that we are all one or the other. Often you get mixtures because it depends upon the varying concentrations of estrogen versus testosterone. The emotions really begin with an image in your brain. There has to be something that sets off that emotion. And that is one of the major characteristics of all of them. You cannot be afraid. You cannot be in love. You can't be disgusted. You have to be in love with someone, angry about something. There always has to be the target of the emotion, but that's not enough. There has to be some response as well. That response might be an increase in heart rate. It might be a facial expression. It may be what the person says. And emotion is neither the knowing or the doing. It's neither the trigger nor is it the response. Emotion is that fuzzy area in between. Now, what this means is that when you set about to rein in that emotion, to take control over that passion, you must do two things. You must engage in some sort of a process that will now address the cause of the problem, the perception. And you must also do something that is going to rein in the physiology. Because let's face it, if your heart rate is out of control, if you are building up CO2 in your bloodstream by taking rapid, shallow breaths, if you are pouring the stress chemicals into your bloodstream, catecholamines, cortisol, prolactin, endorphins, it's going to be kind of hard to concentrate on what you need to be doing cognitively or behaviorally. And so you need to make sure that your repertoire of interventions includes something such as deep breathing, meditation, or even exercise that is going to attenuate the physiology, but simultaneously make sure you are doing something such as reframing, looking at things a little bit differently, that's now going to address the perception of the event. And so how do you go about doing that? Understand that your perception is not of reality. You are not perceiving events in the outside world which are now going to give rise to the emotion and also the physiological changes. What you are responding to is an abstraction of reality. It is going to be an image in your mind. It will be the electrochemical transduction of visual information, auditory information, somatosensory information into an image in your mind that is now going to drive the emotion, which in turn is going to drive the endocrine response and everything else downstream which impacts your health and well-being. Your image is going to be shaped profoundly by your past experiences, as well as by the beliefs that those experiences may very well give rise to. And because it is highly unlikely that any two people in this room have the same life experiences, embrace the same beliefs, it is therefore highly unlikely that any two people in this room will create the same image in response to the same set of circumstances. Imagine two people standing at the airport. One person is linking up with his skydiving club, experiencing joy, elation, as he looks at the air traffic control tower, watches the planes taking off and land, looking forward to the moment when he's able to step out of that perfectly functional airplane at 10,000 feet and head down to the ground. But standing next to him is a person who has a phobia of flying. That person will look at the same objects, but now experience abject terror as they anticipate climbing aboard that airplane. So if you are engaging in an emotion, if you are responding to an emotion that doesn't make you feel good, if it's an emotion that you know is unhealthy, the place to start to diffuse it is the image. And the place to really begin is with the beliefs that shape your image. Because you want to make sure that the image you create in your mind is as close an approximation to what is really happening as possible. If it's not, how can the emotion you experience be a match for the circumstances? The more disparate your image is, the less likely the emotional response is going to be appropriate. And as I said, any emotion is going to have a potential of being negative if it's not suited for the environment. Quite likely, you will always fail in achieving objectives. Your health may be in a state of disarray unless that image is consistent, as close a match as possible with reality. I'd like to speak now about one structure in the brain that I've introduced you to, but which is critically important. However, I haven't really elaborated upon what it does. It's the prefrontal cortex. The prefrontal lobes are a paired structure, part of the brain which sits just above the eyes. And unlike other parts of the body, the adrenals, the kidney, the liver, they are not mirror images of each other. The tissue is not homogeneous. And it turns out that the left side is doing things very differently from the right side, including how you basically respond to emotion. There are really only two things that we do in response to an emotion. We approach or we avoid. We approach those things that give rise to positive emotions. We avoid those things that give rise to negative emotions. But part of that response is being guided by the prefrontal cortex. The left side is prompting you to move forward, the right side to withdraw. And it turns out that people have different amounts of activity on those two sides. Some people have more electrical activity on the right, while others have more on the left. Those with more activity on the right side of their prefrontal lobes are more likely to be depressed. They are more likely, when faced with change, to go into withdrawal, to say, I can't do that. Are you kidding? I'll make a fool of myself. I'm not capable of accomplishing that. They are far more likely to be pessimistic. They also have higher levels of cortisol in their bloodstream. And, as you might expect, their immune systems are not as robust. So when vaccinated against influenza, their antibody titers are not as high as a person who has more electrical activity on the left side of their prefrontal lobe. These people, when faced with change, are more likely to be optimistic. Yeah, come on guys, we can do this. Let's roll up our sleeves and get on with it. We can pull this off. They are far less likely to be depressed. And they have normal levels of cortisol, more robust immune systems. Now, I know those of you who are feeling depressed are thinking to yourself, this is great. I have spent all day at this seminar only to learn that in addition to all the other things that are going wrong in my life, I have too much activity on the wrong side of my prefrontal lobes. Thanks a lot. Don't just tell me what's wrong, tell me what to do about it. Well, it turns out there is something you can do about it. It's a very simple process, and before I tell you what it is, I want you to ask yourself, do I really want to be changing? Don't demonize the word pessimism. There's nothing wrong with being pessimistic. It's what keeps us out of trouble. When the stakes are really high, it's not bad to be pessimistic. I would not want an engineer at NASA pondering a bolt that doesn't quite fit to say, oh, come on, guys, it'll hold the shuttle together. Trust me. And if it fails, the astronauts can fix it when they get to the space station. And I certainly wouldn't want someone who's consumed 2 bottles of champagne at a New Year's Eve party to say, oh, come on, give me the keys. I'll be all right. I just live a couple of miles. It'll be okay. No, when the stakes are high, pessimism is not a bad state to be in. But when that pessimism is one of your traits, when it's your default mode, whenever you are faced with any type of change, even possibly a wonderful opportunity, if your inclination is to always think of why shouldn't I do this, instead of why should I do it, now, yes, you need to be doing something about it. It's okay to have pessimism as a temporary state, specific for the circumstances. And what you can do to change is called mindfulness meditation. It's a simple technique, simple in principle. You put yourself into a meditative state, yet retaining an awareness of something in the environment that normally you would not be attentive to. For example, some forms of repetitive prayer, reciting the Lord's Prayer, a psalm, not a prayer of intercession, but rather a repetitive prayer, might also put one into a meditative state. The technique which has been evaluated by Dr. Richard Davidson is the one that was put together by Dr. John Kabat-Zinn at the University of Massachusetts in Worcester. They teamed up and used this meditative approach with people who had more activity on the right side of their prefrontal lobe, the people who were depressed. And in short order, they not only were able to bring about a switch, but the people had improved affect, their cortisol levels became normal, and they had more robust immune systems, so when vaccinated against influenza, they mounted a normal antibody titer. It was a paper published in the journal Psychosomatic Medicine, and in my opinion, it is one of the landmark studies linking emotions with health and showing that there are strategies, behavioral strategies, not pharmacology, not surgery, which can correct things. The prefrontal lobes are also sending information down to the amygdala to basically put on the brakes, so that if your amygdala gets carried away, if it starts to do something that is inappropriate for the circumstances, it is the prefrontal lobe that is going to assess the situation and make sure that you don't respond inappropriately. It is the prefrontal lobes that are making sure that you correctly assign the emotion to context. And perhaps one of the best ways to describe what the prefrontal lobes are doing is to talk about what would happen if they weren't working properly. There is one published case report describing what happened to a stockbroker on Wall Street. A brilliant man, made a fortune for himself as well as his clients, had a phenomenal memory, an uncanny ability to predict future economic trends. But then he was diagnosed with a brain tumor, one located deep within his prefrontal lobe. It was encapsulated, which meant the surgeons would be able to remove it, but not without doing considerable damage. When he awakened from the surgery, he was given a battery of neurologic tests. He was found to be capable of exhibiting all of the emotions: anger, fear, joy. He was able to make plans for the future. He talked about grand vacations he would take with his family. He spoke of investment schemes that he would put together for his clients. But that is where any semblance to normalcy ended. For while he was able to display the full array of emotions, it was invariably out of context. He would laugh uproariously at things that others would find sad. He would become despondent over things that others would find joyful. And he would say the most insulting, degrading things to his wife, and at the most inappropriate times. Not to suggest that there are appropriate times to say insulting, degrading things to one's wife. But he would pick a family gathering, a holiday. And while he made grand plans for the future, he never acted on any of them. He never went back to work. He never again enjoyed a vacation with his family. And that is the essence of what the prefrontal lobes are all about. Enabling you to appraise correctly the emotion in others, to assess your own emotional state, to connect actions you might take now with future consequences, both positive and negative, and of course to put the emotion into proper context. In other words, if you've heard of emotional intelligence, your EQ is basically going to depend upon a functional prefrontal cortex. Sometimes this whole circuit is short-circuited, and we do have an emotional shortcut, for good reason. If you're out in the wilderness and encounter a large grizzly bear, you don't want to waste time contemplating, gee, I wonder if this bear is friendly. Maybe he escaped from the circus. I don't need to waste a lot of energy running away. And if I do run away, should I run uphill or downhill? Do bears have short front legs or back legs? You know, I remember seeing something about that on the Discovery Channel. Get the heck out of there. Do all that cognitive stuff later when you are safe. There are times when you may be in such dire straits, when the threat is so sudden and close, that you need to extricate yourself without even thinking about it. And that is why we have what Joseph Ledoux refers to as the emotional shortcut. And now information will go straight from the amygdala to all of the other areas of the brain without waiting or accepting information from the prefrontal cortex. Beliefs are really shaping profoundly the image, and that is what you can control. You can't control reality. Anyone with teenagers knows you cannot control another person's behavior. You can't control how your organization is being run. You might have some influence, but probably minimal. But you can have 100% control over what you choose to focus your attention upon. And you have 100% control over the beliefs that you filter the information through. How sad it is that many people are coursing through their entire lives responding to images shaped by their beliefs, yet they don't have a clue what their belief is. And if they do know what the belief is, chances are it may not be their belief. There are three sources of beliefs. Hand-me-down beliefs. That chance statement a parent, a friend, a coach might make as you're growing up. It might be a cultural belief. In America, many of our beliefs come from the Constitution, or perhaps from religious documents. And of course, advertised beliefs we are bombarded with every single day, as marketers try to get us to change our behavior and buy their product. And there is nothing wrong with taking your belief from any of these sources. They have to come from somewhere. The problem is when the belief is not yours. And by that I mean the belief is not consistent with your values. Your values are the foundation of everything you do. Every thought, every action is shaped by your values. Your beliefs are the way that you interpret the world and filter information into the image. And inconsistencies will be seen when the two are mismatched. I'll give you an example. I've taught in medical schools now for many, many years. And I have lost track of the number of students who really did not want to be doctors. Invariably, they would have difficulty with the course I was teaching, and the courses I have taught over the years have included immunology, neuroscience, and behavioral medicine. I would do my homework and determine that they had barely passed biochemistry the previous semester. They were also struggling with physiology, anatomy. And I would say to them, why are you subjecting yourself to this misery? You obviously can't be having fun, and you don't seem to have the aptitude or the ability to do this. Why are you doing it? And they would say, because my mother and father are doctors. My grandfather was a doctor. Indeed, we can trace our medical lineage all the way back to the Stone Age. Orc was a doctor, practiced out of his cave. And when I was a little boy, I used to play doctor with the cute little girl next door. And everyone would always tell me I would make a marvelous doctor. So even though there was no pressure, no one forced him to follow that course, it was self-imposed pressure to continue on this hallowed family tradition. And by the time the student gets to their second year of medical school, they're probably already $100,000 in debt from the tuition. They have to continue on to earn enough money to be able to pay off those debts. How sad it is, though, that many people end up in jobs, they end up doing things that are inconsistent with their own values, and when you have a conflict between beliefs and values, I can just about guarantee that there's going to be an underlying negative emotion somewhere. Regret, disappointment, perhaps sadness, and that is going to basically hold the person back. And that is why it is so critically important to always examine your beliefs. First, establish what your belief is. Make sure it is your belief. And then ask these questions. Is my belief justified? Have things really happened during the course of my life that would warrant my clinging to this belief? Number two, is it serving a useful purpose? Is it helping to enrich my relationships? Is it helping me to advance in my profession? And number three, does it make me feel good? Is it justified? Is it serving a useful purpose? Does it make me feel good? Ask those questions of virtually any belief that you have. If you are angry, if you can't bring yourself to forgive, if you are extremely fearful, if you have been sad long after the tragedy has passed, ask yourself, what are the beliefs that are driving these responses? And then apply those questions. Or if you are always holding back in your profession, if you are reluctant to go for that promotion, or proceed with some decision you want to make in your personal life, again, ask yourself, what are the beliefs that are keeping me rooted in this old familiar way of doing things? The beliefs are really only useful, or rather taking steps to evaluate your beliefs is a useful process only as a sort of prophylactic approach, prevention. If you are faced with a real emergency, if you find yourself in a rapidly failing environment, that is not the time to be fumbling through your glove compartment looking for your notes from this presentation. What is it that Hall said? What were those three questions I am supposed to ask myself? No, when you find yourself in an absolute crisis, that is when you need to put the brakes on immediately. And asking these questions is something that you should be doing all the time. You should be doing it continuously, and by the way, do it repeatedly. Because a belief that might have been justified a year ago may no longer be justified. Or a belief that you no longer find is serving a useful purpose might a year or two from now. So this should be a very dynamic process. And by the way, while answering those questions is very important, equally important is engaging in the process whereby you examine your beliefs. I might also add that sometimes a belief may serve a useful purpose even though it may not be justified. I would cite, for example, a person who is terminally ill. There is nothing left in the arsenal of treatments that could possibly help. There is nothing that would be justified according to the principles of Western medicine that could now prolong that individual's life. Yet to encourage that person to believe that perhaps some alternative remedy might have promise, while there is no medical justification for it, clinging to that belief may nonetheless serve a useful purpose, because now it will give rise to hope. It will give rise to a sense of optimism. And not only that, but if a person is doing something, make sure it's not something that you're recommending that might cause harm. But if they are actually engaged in the process, they have some measure of control. They are no longer at the mercy of the medical system. They have some small amount of control. They are now part of the negotiation of their treatment and have that sense of optimism. It may very well be that if the intervention is not justified, it's not going to add a single minute to their life expectancy. But I guarantee it will improve the quality of their life. And sometimes I believe we place too much emphasis on quantitative measures and not enough on qualitative measures. But as I said, this process is not something that you would really want to do or even be able to do during a crisis. Now you need to nip things in the bud. And the way to do that is to complete this statement 3 times in the context of whatever is happening. I am glad I am not. Complete that statement 3 times. If you find yourself in a traffic jam, there is absolutely no way that you can possibly make it to that critical appointment. There will be consequences. Complete that statement by saying, I am glad I am not part of the accident up ahead that has given rise to this gridlock. Or when your child comes home from school with failing grades on their report card, you throw up your hands in despair. How will Johnny get into medical school? How will Linda get into law school? How will they support me in my old age? Complete that statement by saying, I am glad I did not just receive a telephone call from the emergency room. There's one primary reason why this approach works. What it does is instill a sense of happiness. There's only one thing that characterizes people who are truly happy. It's not age. Older people are not necessarily happier than younger ones. It has nothing to do with material wealth. People with lots of money are not necessarily happier than people with very little. It's certainly not gender. It's being content with what you presently have. And when you complete that statement, I am glad I am not, it now creates an image in your brain which will make you feel more content, more satisfied with your present circumstances. Be careful. You don't want to be content with an unhealthy lifestyle. You don't want to be satisfied with less than you are capable of achieving. But when you've done everything you can, when you want what you need instead of needing what you want, that is what defines the truly happy person. And when you create those words and you complete that statement, I am glad I am not, what you are doing is making yourself feel more satisfied with your present circumstances. The opposite is what most people will do, and with the opposite outcome. They so often will complete the statement, I wish I were, sure wish I had a more satisfying job, wish I had more money, wish I had a bigger house. And now what those words are going to do is create an image in their mind which is going to make them feel less satisfied with their present circumstances. These are merely words. And while you can construct a pretty decent image using words such as these, if you want to create an image that will really bring about a change in your perception of events, you need to add a little bit more. And that is one of the reasons why I believe that altruism is such a healthy pursuit. We know from any number of studies, for example, the Alameda County study in California, that the individuals in our midst who engage in volunteer work, people who involve themselves in charitable deeds, will live longer, they are healthier overall, they even have fewer accidents than people who do not. And I'm not talking about check writers making a donation. I'm talking about people who actually involve themselves in the process. And it works through the following mechanism. When you are standing there in a soup line, dishing out food to the homeless, while lamenting that broken down car which spends more time in the garage than it does on the road, you can now think to yourself, well, at least I have basic transportation. These people have nothing. Or how I wish I could have a home of my own instead of paying rent every month. But you know something? At least I have a roof over my head. These people are sleeping on park benches. And now, as you create that image, you have the experience of others to now add to it. And when we come back, I'll tell you why you should never go on a pleasant vacation. Why you should subject yourself to misery. I spoke to you about the importance of images and how these are basically shaped by your beliefs, and how by choosing the right words, I am glad, I am not, you can create an image which will make you feel more content. But if you can add more information, how much better that would be. Especially if that information can include emotion, if it can include vivid memories of fine details. And that is one of the reasons why I strongly recommend that you never give your children a grand honeymoon as a wedding gift, unless your intent is to destroy the relationship from the outset, or unless you are prepared to provide that gift indefinitely. Because unless the couple can enjoy a similar experience year after year, it will become an unrealistic standard against which all other holidays will pale by comparison. So next year, when they are celebrating their first anniversary, sitting there in that roadside Motel 6 on the outskirts of Fargo, North Dakota, they've run out of quarters, the vibrating bed doesn't work anymore. They're sitting there peering through the faded polyester curtains, watching their vintage car being destroyed in a mid-afternoon hailstorm. They might turn to each other and say, "This is fun, isn't it? But it's not as good as that cruise we took to Hawaii. Nothing will ever be that good." Of course it won't. So why set an unrealistic standard that can't be ever achieved again? And it's the reason why I strongly recommend that when you go on vacation, subject yourself to misery. It's what I do. For almost a decade, while my daughters were growing up and still living at home, we used to go on the same miserable vacation every single year. Always the same time, the third week in July, because for those of us who live in Florida, that is the hottest week of the year. The vacation became so popular that a lot of friends would join us. One year, 25 people formed convoys as we aimed our vans and station wagons north on I-75 and drove for 2.5 days in that miserable heat until we arrived at the western edge of Iowa. Yes, Iowa. As close as we could get to the Missouri River. Always some little town, population of less than 1,000, because there was nothing to do. Realized that we don't have any friends in Iowa. We've never lived in Iowa. We don't even like Iowa. But we would go there every single year. And when we arrived, we would unload our bicycles, link up with about 15,000 other people and participate in what has become the world's largest organized bike ride, and spend the next week covering a distance of approximately 500 miles as we meandered up and down the country roads, making our way to the Mississippi River. Have any of you ever heard of RAGBRAI, the Register's annual Great Bicycle Ride across Iowa? And how many of you have actually done this? Well, even if you've just heard of it, you probably know that it's not always the most pleasant experience. The ladies' room is the cornfield on the right. The men's room is also the cornfield on the right. At the end of the day, you pitch your tent, throw down your sleeping bag, wherever you can find space, someone's front yard, a playing field at the local high school, and the not-so-private showers are often nothing more than a sheet of neoprene strung up in the local car wash, or the icy cold water coming out of a cattle washing stall at the local fairground. But at the end of that experience, for at least a year, we were able to deal with just about any form of adversity. I would find myself at O'Hare Airport. The airport shut down because of an ice storm. There was no way I was going to make the speaking engagement the next morning. There were going to be consequences. But I thought to myself, I could be on the side of a hill with a broken axle in a driving thunderstorm, which happened to my wife and me one year when we were on our tandem. I'm sitting here in a nice warm terminal. I have my laptop, I can get work done. There are restaurants open. And someone else has to figure out how to get me out of this place. Or when I find myself in a beautiful resort hotel, about to phone the front desk, I want my room changed because I can hear the ice machine. And I stop myself and say, Hall, get a grip. You could be sleeping in a field with a corn cob jammed up your shoulder blade. Listening to a freight train rumble into Omaha every 15 minutes, which has happened. I call it cycle therapy. And the beneficial effects work for at least a year. And the reason it works is because now when I create that image in my mind, I am glad I am not. Not only do I have words to construct that image, but now I have a vivid memory of the temperature, the ambient conditions, the people I might have been with, even the emotion I might have been experiencing at that time. And when you create an image like that, you can do just about anything. Indeed, I have been making a study of ordinary people who have done extraordinary things. And one of the things that I have noticed is a common denominator of shared adversity. One is Verlin Kruger. You may not know of Verlin Kruger from Lansing, Michigan. During the course of his life, he proceeded to set every endurance record in the world, canoeing. His longest trip was 28,000 miles. And before he passed away, I flew to Lansing, Michigan, for the sole purpose of interviewing him to try and find out what makes this man tick. And one of the questions I asked was, how do you deal with adversity? When you did that 3-year epic trip, you must have faced a huge amount of hardship. How did you deal with it? And he laughed at me. He says, Nick, when you grow up as a sharecropper's son, you have 9 siblings. You have to drop out of school even before your teenage years to help support the family during the Great Depression. And then you spend World War II sitting in a tank on the battlefields of Europe. You can handle anything. Katie Pettibone, a world-class sailor who organized the all-women's team that raced the sailboat around the world in the Whitbread sailboat race, later the Volvo Ocean race. And when I asked her the same question, she said, well, you know, I still remember, I'll never forget, a race I was in from Portugal to South Africa. A terrible storm came in. It hadn't been forecast. Hurricane-force winds. I got hurled overboard. I really thought that was the end. And whenever I find myself faced with any adversity, it doesn't matter what it is, I always think back to that storm. And I think, you know, I got through that. I can get through anything. And that is the common denominator. Some form of shared adversity, which teaches you not only how to deal with stress, but it also teaches you to become optimistic. Because having learnt to recover from extreme adversity, you are able to create an image in your mind with respect to whatever might be happening in the future, one which basically says, this too shall pass. No matter how bad things get, Eventually it will be over. You come to realize that it's not personal, it's not necessarily something that you did or had control over. You realize that it's not all pervasive. It doesn't influence every aspect of your life, just that one particular set of circumstances. And you realize it's not permanent. It's only temporary. And that is yet another reason why experiencing adversity is a highly effective way of now countering the negative emotions. In a way, it's rather like the principle of homeopathic medicine, treating like with like. Or for that matter, the principle of vaccines, where now you give a small amount of the virus or bacteria in attenuated form to induce some mild symptoms perhaps, but really to produce memory cells that will enable you to endure should you be exposed to the entire pathogen in its virulent form. And I believe that what you are doing when you experience adversity is you are giving yourself a behavioral vaccination. You are making yourself aware of what the emotion is like, and ultimately you are learning to recover and you are learning to be optimistic. Unfortunately, that is what we are denying the next generation. We tend to be overly protective, making children wear helmets before they go out on their bicycles, padding them up before they go on their skateboards. We don't let them climb in trees anymore. We take them to the safe playground, where if they do fall, they'll fall on wood chips or ground up car tires so they won't hurt themselves. We are denying them the opportunity to experience physical and emotional stress. And they're not learning how to recover. And that is why I am all in favor of putting lots of small toys into cereal boxes with as many moving parts as possible, and establishing vending machines in grade schools and dispensing firecrackers. If a little boy is so stupid that he's going to put little toys in his mouth, if he's going to stick firecrackers up his nose and then light them, I don't want that silly little bugger marrying my daughter. Get him out of a gene pool. I'm being facetious. I hope you realize that. I am very much in favor of bicycle helmets. I make my children, or at least I used to when they still listen to me, put on elbow pads and knee pads when they went rollerblading. We have a responsibility not only as parents to take care of our own children, but also as members of society to look out for the children of others. However, we also have a responsibility to teach these children how to deal with emotions, which will be inevitable. And if a child never has any experience dealing with a negative emotion, they won't have the skills required to keep it from causing their immune system, their memory system, their cardiovascular system from being destroyed in later years. Basically, use it or lose it. If you have no skills, if you've never experienced a negative emotion, then when that big one comes along, when you're an adult, you're going to be overwhelmed. What better time to teach a person to deal with adversity than when the parents are still there and able to provide instruction and advice? Let's go now from the image to specific emotions, beginning with anger. And I'd like now to introduce you to some of the brain areas that are going to be involved, beginning with the amygdala. The amygdala is a very small almond-shaped structure. It's part of what is referred to as the limbic or emotional brain, which also includes other structures, the hippocampus, perceptual nucleus, the fornix, for example. But the amygdala is largely responsible for monitoring the environment for things that might be threatening. And it's also capable of activating those things, those pathways, which you need to mobilize yourself and engage in what Walter Cannon referred to as the fight-flight response. The amygdala, in response to anger, is going to be working in concert with another structure called the hippocampus. By the way, we first learned of the hippocampus's role in mediating anger, aggression, when neuropathologists discovered that that is where the rabies virus tends to congregate. And of course, animals that have this disease exhibit out-of-control rage. And what is thought to happen is those areas in the hippocampus that would normally inhibit this response are destroyed. So the rage is released from the braking influence, if you will. The amygdala is going to send a signal down to a small wedge-shaped piece of brain tissue called the hypothalamus, located at the base of your brain, just to give you some orientation of where it is. The next time you are sitting in the dentist's chair, having your uppers worked on, ponder the possibility that if the drill slips and goes up through your upper palate, it's going to end up right in your hypothalamus. Rather pleasant thought to ponder, isn't it? The hypothalamus is basically the headwaters of the entire chemical response to stress and adversity. And if you are harboring a great deal of anger, you are going to be revving up one part of this pathway called the autonomic nervous system. The autonomic nervous system is comprised of two major pathways, the sympathetics and the parasympathetics, which in general work in opposition to each other. So if one causes something like heart rate to go up, the other invariably will cause it to go down. This basic concept of checks and balances is one that we find in virtually all medical paradigms. The Greeks, for example, considered the opposing forces of blood, bile, choler, and phlegm. In Asian medicine, it's the two universal forces, yin and yang, that work in opposition to each other. While there is virtually no commonality between the different methods, the different systems, nonetheless, we incorporate into our thinking the concept of the sympathetics and the parasympathetics. When you are driving down the interstate and you get cut off by an 18-wheeler, your heart rate goes up, your respiration rate goes up, there's a loss of libido, or why you would have libido while driving down the interstate, I'm not really sure. But if you had it and you lost it, it most likely is going to be due to epinephrine pouring out of the sympathetic nerve terminals. And now the crisis is over. You regain control of your ego. You get it back onto the pavement. Your heart rate comes down. Your respiration rate comes down. Salivation is once again stimulated. And that is most likely due to activation of the parasympathetic nervous system and the outpouring of acetylcholine. By the way, one of the symptoms that I mentioned was an inhibition of salivation. This is absolutely crucial in the context of overall health. So often we tend to restrict our definition of the immune system to T cells, B cells, monocytes, macrophages, and so forth. Certainly those are very important components. But from the standpoint of prevention, the most important part of your body is the oral cavity and the nasal passages. That's where most pathogens enter the body. Only if you get cut do they enter through the skin. You inhale viruses and bacteria. They get up into the nasal sinuses. And realize that one of the first lines of defense is there in your saliva and the mucus secretions that line the nasal passages. They contain a specialized form of antibody called immunoglobulin A, along with enzymes that break down the foods we eat, and they also break down microbes. If you are suffering from stress, especially chronic stress that goes on relentlessly, and that salivation becomes inhibited, you are obviously reducing the total amount of these protective substances, making it easier now for a virus or bacteria to slip into the system. Dentists were one of the first professions to notice an association between gum disease and heart disease, when their patients would have to cancel appointments because they were in the cardiac clinic. And now we understand why. We know that there is a link between chronic inflammation, which is the early phase of immune response, C-reactive protein, for example, which is a marker of inflammation, which is now correlated with some forms of heart disease. It's not absolutely clear exactly what the relationship is, but somehow it does involve activation of the immune system. Well, that activation may very well be chronic gum disease. And if blood is leaking out of the gums into saliva, you can bet your bottom dollar that stuff is leaking from saliva back into the bloodstream, allowing it an even more direct portal into the systemic circulation. One of the reasons why it is so important to take care of the oral cavity, don't ignore it. It's not just a matter of cosmetics, it's a matter of overall health, especially if you are suffering from chronic stress. The body needs resources to engage in the appropriate behavior. It needs more oxygen provided to the muscles. Glucose will need to be transported to brain and other tissue. And the most efficient way of accomplishing that is to increase blood pressure. And that's what the sympathetic nervous system is doing. The epinephrine and its cousin, norepinephrine, are going to increase heart rate. They will also reduce the diameter of a blood vessel wall. They'll cause a certain amount of vasoconstriction, as it's called. And the net result is increasing your blood pressure. It's the same principle of putting a nozzle on the end of your garden hose and then turning the faucet full blast. You can generate enough pressure to blast old paint off the wall of your house. Well, that's basically what's happening inside your blood vessel wall. And in the areas where the blood vessel tends to split off, what's called a bifurcation, there is going to be a great deal of turbulence, which is now going to erode the inside of that blood vessel wall. And if you respond to your anger, if you respond to the emotion by eating the wrong types of foods, then if that food happens to be loaded with cholesterol, some of that cholesterol may now stick in that damaged area. And if platelets start to aggregate, they're going to be contributing. And you will have the beginning of an atherosclerotic plaque. Not only have you closed off the blood vessel wall by constricting it, but now you're closing it off from the inside. And if that happens in the very small blood vessels that are in the leg area, restricting blood flow, you will experience chronic pain. And if it happens to the blood vessels going into the heart, you will suffer coronary disease. Or the blood vessels in your brain, if they clog off completely, you'll have an occlusion stroke. Or if the blood vessel just reaches a point where it's so weak it bursts, especially if there's an aneurysm present, which is a ballooning out of the blood vessel wall, you will have a hemorrhagic stroke. And that is precisely why people who harbor a great deal of anger and hostility, who fail to find appropriate outlets for it, especially those people who tend to internalize that emotion, it is why they are prone to coronary arterial disease. That is one of the characteristics of the type A personality, a construct defined following the Framingham study in Massachusetts. At one time it was thought that these people were just time-oriented, and they are. The type A individual is the person who's always looking at their watch, never takes time out to smell the roses, oftentimes speaks with a very rapid rate of speech, finishes your sentences for you because they get impatient waiting for you to say whatever it is you're going to say, probably because whatever you have to say is not important in the first place. And they are people who tend to harbor a great deal of hostility and anger, probably because of impatience with people who do not meet their unrealistic demands. And it turns out that it is not the time orientation, but rather the anger and hostility, which accounts for most of the statistical variance explaining the correlation between that particular personality type and coronary arterial disease. And what I have just described to you is part of the mechanism whereby that occurs. What can you do about it? Is there a way that you could possibly offset that sympathetic arousal? And the answer is yes. One way would be to activate the parasympathetics. After all, they're the opposing force. So anything that you do to activate the parasympathetics is going to bring down the tension, if you will. There are several ways you can activate the parasympathetic nervous system. One is by moving your head through an arc of roughly 15 degrees. In other words, the same motion you would experience if you were sitting in a rocking chair. This is the research of Dr. Steve Porges. It may explain why just about every mother learns through either experience or observation learning that the guaranteed way to calm an infant is to gently rock it. Perhaps that's why children with autism engage in that repetitive rocking motion. When they find themselves overwhelmed with sensory stimulation, perhaps what they realize is that when they do that, it has a slight calming effect. And that was probably the reason why John F. Kennedy, when he was president, kept a rocking chair in the Oval Office. He suffered tremendously from low back pain. And I'm sure there were times when he wasn't able to take high doses of the medications that managed that pain. Not when he had to make important state decisions and he needed good judgment. And probably what he discovered is that by sitting in that rocking chair, he was able to at least attenuate the symptoms enough so now a lesser dose of the medication would be effective. Exactly what the mechanism is, whether it involves activation of the baroreceptors or perhaps something going on in the vestibular system, is hard to say. The bottom line is it works. So do it. Oxytocin is the chemical that causes us to bond with others, especially between a mother and her child. Oxytocin is released by nipple stimulation. When a child starts to nurse, the oxytocin not only triggers milk letdown, but it also fosters a bond between mother and child. That same oxytocin will activate the parasympathetic nervous system, which will now have a calming effect. A few years ago, I received a call from Women's Day magazine. They were putting together their Christmas issue. And of course, holidays is when a lot of people experience stress. And they asked me if I could think of a way that a person could deal with stress that had not really been talked about before, something that would be unique that they could offer to their readers. And I had been contemplating all of this, and I didn't know if it would actually work or not, but I suggested that, well, why don't you tell your readers to stimulate their nipples? Because theoretically, this should release oxytocin, which would counter the sympathetic influences which are driving them nuts. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. And I said, Nick, this is not Hustler magazine. Can you think of something that maybe would be perhaps a little more acceptable to our readers? We'll get back to you as we ponder possibly using what you've suggested. And I said, sure, rock back and forth. Sit in a rocking chair. And that's what they went with. That's what they featured in this tidbit. But it piqued my curiosity. And so I started doing surveys in lectures, asking the question, have any of you experienced a calming effect resulting from nipple stimulation? And one of the things that I learnt, including from women who were generations past having children, or when their children rather were infants nursing, would recall that when they were nursing their child, it didn't matter what was going on in the world around them, it didn't matter how preoccupied they might have been prior to that moment with whatever problems were occurring, that they entered a zone. It had an almost immediate calming effect, and they always attributed it to just being close with their child. It never occurred to them that maybe what they were doing was activating oxytocin. That is not a scientific experiment, but nonetheless, the anecdotal evidence and reports that I've had from people substantiate that that is indeed the case. There are other ways of activating oxytocin, which may or may not be appealing. One is sexual intercourse, especially with an orgasm. You'll send the oxytocin levels into the red zone. And that's precisely why two lovers will bond together. And sometimes that bonding will be so powerful it will last a lifetime. Only about 5% of the species on planet Earth are monogamous. Some humans happen to fit into this category. And when it occurs, it is triggered largely by the release of oxytocin. A tidal wave of oxytocin if an orgasm is experienced. And in fact, it converts into that infatuation, which can last for the first 8 months of the relationship, usually, such that even when separated, there is discomfort, because people have almost become addicted to that surge in oxytocin, which in turn is triggering dopamine. Dopamine is the pleasure chemical in the brain. There are certain places in the brain where you have high concentrations, and a rat will press a bar 1,000 times or more to get a little bit of electrical stimulation applied to, for example, its nucleus accumbens, which is one of the sites in the brain where this stuff is concentrated. It is the same chemical activated by cocaine, ecstasy, and many other drugs of abuse. It is widely believed that some people become addicts because they have a genetic mutation of their dopamine receptor, such that it now requires different and perhaps more stimulation than the average person in order for them to experience the pleasure which, of course, we all crave. There are many other factors that go into the addiction arena, but nonetheless, this is thought to be one of them. Oxytocin stimulates dopamine, and estrogen stimulates the receptors for oxytocin. And now you can begin to see a more complete picture here. It's the oxytocin which is now the chemical motivator of establishing relationships. The relationship with a child, which of course the child is totally dependent upon. Unless mom is willing to make major sacrifices, that child is not going to survive. So it's very important that the bond be extremely strong. And in days gone by, when all of these systems were being put in place, it was highly unlikely that a mother would be able to survive and at the same time take care of her infant unless she had a partner who was going to bring in the food and do whatever else was needed to ensure survival. That's obviously changed now that women's opportunities in the workplace are as great as men's, at least in many industries. But there was a time when our brains were being formed when that was not the case. So a woman and her child's very survival really depended upon a relationship. And it turns out that the areas of the brain that help to dampen emotion, the area of the brain which sends a signal to the amygdala to say, wait a minute, cool down here, don't go off half-cocked in reptilian mode, is a structure called the prefrontal cortex, which is much larger in women. And the growth of that tissue is promoted by estrogen. A woman is far more likely to be accommodating. A woman is far more likely to back off for fear of provoking anger in her partner, because her survival and the survival of her child depends upon maintaining harmony. What happens when estrogen drops? What happens after menopause? Well, some women decide that I don't need this relationship anymore. The receptors for oxytocin aren't there anymore. And she finally decides, the kids are out of the nest, I don't need to put up with this nonsense. 65% of divorces involving women who are past menopause are initiated by the woman, not by the man. The conventional wisdom is that men go off and want a trophy wife. That's not the case. And the reason why women oftentimes will break up the relationship is because now they don't have the estrogen that is driving the oxytocin, which is the chemical driver of this bonding. If you don't want to go to that extreme in stimulating the oxytocin release, there are other ways you can get it. Do you know that just holding a child will do it? There are minute chemicals that come out of a child's head, the skin on the head, called pheromones. These activate the olfactory pathways, the sense of smell, at the subconscious level, which in turn activates oxytocin. Perhaps one of the reasons why a mother will hold that child close, even resting her head on top of the child's head. And you can achieve it simply with a hug. At my headquarters at Saddlebrook Resort near Tampa, Florida, I work with major corporations, Fortune 500 companies, and they come to me wanting to find ways to increase their productivity, keep their employees healthy. And one of the things that we will do, especially if it's a company that's recently experienced a merger where now former competitors have to start cooperating with each other. I will take them out to the 5-acre challenge course that we have. And it's comprised of a 40-foot climbing wall, suspension bridges, zip lines, telephone poles they climb and then have to leap off and grab a trapeze. There are also many activities that are on the ground or just a little bit off the ground. They have to walk across these cables, for example, to get from one point to another. And the only way they can do it is by forming a human bridge and holding onto each other. What I am doing when I incorporate that particular initiative into the program is, in a very subtle way, I don't talk to them about this, but when they start grabbing onto each other, and in some instances even hugging each other as they keep each other from falling, now it's a safety issue, they are activating oxytocin. The simple act of hugging and holding and touch will activate this hormone, and in this particular context it will help forge a bond between these individuals, possibly former competitors. And it works, because at the end of the all-day program, people who previously had maintained their distance, maintaining their personal space as they stood there listening to the instructions, towards the end of the day they've got their arms draped around each other, they're slapping each other on the back, they've now broken down these natural barriers. And while I can't prove it or disprove it, I can't help but feel that part of it is due to the shared emotion and then engaging in behaviors that now activated this very powerful hormone. And it is also a very powerful way to activate the parasympathetic nervous systems and attenuate the stress response. Let's consider the other ways that might damage the body and what you can do about it. First, I don't mean to be contradicting by emphasizing the negative impact of anger. What I told you earlier, that all emotions are good. It is only when the anger is extremely intense, when expressing that anger is no longer justified, when it's no longer serving a useful purpose. That is when it's going to damage your body. And one of the intervention strategies that can be employed is the simple act of forgiveness, which is something that you do for you, not for the other person. Now, forgiveness is not condoning what the person has done, nor does it necessarily mean reconciliation. It can, but that is not required. True forgiveness is replacing feelings of vengeance, feelings of hostility, with things like compassion, understanding, basically replacing the negative thoughts with more positive ones. Enright is the person who has come up with a model, one of several approaches, that can be used to trigger the forgiveness. And there are basically 4 steps that are involved. The same basic process that a therapist would use in psychotherapy. The same basic process that Marty Seligman has spoken about in Learning to be Optimistic, but slightly modified to basically deal with the emotion of anger, and that's really what forgiveness is. It is an anger management approach. And it begins with what Enright refers to as the uncovering phase. That is when you ponder a lot of what I've been speaking about today. Exactly what was the incident? Let's break it down into its component parts. What are the details? And what is it that I believe was an injustice? What is the impact that that anger that I am experiencing is having on my own body? And as you ponder all of these things, you now enter the so-called discovery phase, which is when you make the decision to engage in forgiveness. And it's very important during this discovery phase that you forgive for the right reason. In our society, forgiveness is considered to be a very positive attribute. And there are many religions Christianity, Judaism, which also praise those who forgive. And so true forgiveness is not responding to the pressures of one's religion, nor to society. Nor is true forgiveness trying to have a feeling of moral superiority over others. And so this is what you are pondering during the time of the discovery phase. Making up your mind that you really do want to replace the negative feelings with more positive ones. And by the way, it should be apparent from what I've been telling you that the emotion of anger is not something that is instilled by the other person. No one sprinkles you with magical dust and turns you into an angry, hostile individual. They don't push a button on the side of your head to activate the anger mechanisms in your brain. That is your response to what they did. You are 100% in control over that emotion. It is what you believe about their transgression, perhaps the fact that it was intentional, or at least that's your perception, or perhaps the motivation as to why they might have done this. That is what's now creating an image in your mind that's driving this out-of-control hostility. But that is your emotion, that is your response, it is under 100% your control. Although taking control over the response may be as difficult as defining the concept of emotion. It's easier said than done. But during that discovery phase, that's when you make up for your mind, this is what I want to do. And then that leads to the working phase. As you gain insights about the transgressor, you try to see things from their perspective, helping you now to perhaps lessen your anger towards them. And then the fourth and final stage is the awakening stage, the awareness stage. And basically what you're going to do is try to find some purpose, some existential meaning in what happened. And this is something that has been well documented to be extremely effective by Viktor Frankl. One of the things that he observed when he was incarcerated in the Nazi concentration camps was that those people who survived, those people who maintained their mental health, were those people who were able to find a purpose in their suffering. And in fact, when he was eventually released, he created a school of psychology referred to as logotherapy, or purposefulness psychology. And it works. And that's basically what you are doing towards the end phase, is trying to find some meaning in what is happening. Realize, too, that the forgiveness may be extremely complex. It may involve multiple individuals. Take, for example, a young mother, deeply religious, who has just learned that she has HIV. Through no fault of her own, her unfaithful husband passed it on to her. And now there's a great deal of anger, justifiably directed towards her husband. But she might also be angry at God. After all, she's a deeply religious person. She's always gone to church. Why did you allow this to happen? And that anger might also be directed towards the medical community. After all, we've known about HIV since the early 1980s. Why isn't there a cure yet? Why can't we put it in permanent remission? And perhaps she feels a little bit guilty herself. Maybe she's angry with herself because maybe there was something that she might have done a little bit differently early in the relationship to perhaps lessen the probability that this transgression would have occurred. Who knows? And I'm not talking about whether that would be a justified feeling. I'm just saying that these are the types of things that could be going on in a person's mind. These are the types of images that could be popping up. So now it's not simply enough to forgive the partner. Now forgiveness has to be directed towards all of these other entities, including perhaps yourself. And I think that one of the reasons why people are not successful in using forgiveness as an effective anger management tool is because they neglect to consider all of the multi-dimensions of this process. There's another form of anger which is really just the opposite of what I've been speaking about. And this would be found in the so-called Type C personality. The Type C individual is the person who feels very uncomfortable with virtually any negative emotion. Not only the emotion when they experience it,
but also when exhibited by other people that they are close to. Lydia Temeshok is the person who coined the term the type C personality, because what she and others observed is there is a very close association between this type of individual and the likelihood of developing cancer, especially malignant melanoma. So highly correlated is this personality type with malignant melanoma that it can almost be used as part of a diagnostic workup. Decades earlier, back in the mid-1960s, Dr. George Solomon discovered that the same basic characteristics were associated with those people who had rheumatoid arthritis and other forms of inflammatory disease, which is why he referred to it as the immune dysfunctional personality. Basically, this is a person who says yes when they want to say no. It is the person who puts other people's needs ahead of their own. It is the person who is so concerned about preventing the person they are dealing with from expressing anger or being sad that they will go overboard to make sure that that emotion is not expressed. And it is mostly women who have this particular characteristic. The reason is estrogen, because what the estrogen is doing is prioritizing the maintenance of a relationship. This is now an extreme form of doing that. And now the person is so concerned about maintaining the relationship, the purpose of avoiding the emotion, the negative emotion, that they are willing to, well, not willing, this is probably happening at the subconscious level, but they end up sacrificing their own emotional health, because while they do harbor the feelings, it's all now internalized. And it is when you internalize the emotions, Freud was right, that it will tear apart the body's healing systems. You've all encountered this individual. It's the person who, in the hospital room, will wait until their throat is parched before troubling you for a glass of water, and then will apologize profusely for having taken your time, as opposed to that SOB on the second floor who is constantly demanding your time, wanting to know, why am I taking this pill, that pill? What do you mean, waking me up at 2 o'clock in the morning to give me a sleeping pill? The person who in that setting is often labeled as difficult to manage. But it is the person, the very sweet, kind, considerate patient, the one you grow very attached to, who is likely to die. But don't feel badly about this. The SOB will get his in the coronary unit. Before I explain how you can deal with this, what you can do, let me just briefly discuss why one person may fare better than the other. I believe it has to do with control. Think about this. The person would not be wasting their time asking these questions if they did not perceive there was going to be an outcome. And while they have minimal control over their circumstances, they can't snap their fingers and make the disease disappear. They may not even be able to get out of bed. But by asking those questions, they have made themselves part of the negotiation of their treatment. They have given themselves some measure of control. They are not totally helpless. But the type C individual has basically handed over control to the healthcare provider. I'm here, I'm at your mercy. Your needs are far more important than mine. Do whatever you want to me, don't worry about me, I'll be okay. And I mentioned at the beginning the importance of having some sense of control, not feeling helpless. And really what the person who has relinquished that control is doing is they are acting as though they are helpless. They are acting like a victim. And now, if they really resent the fact that they're not getting all the attention that they want, they are simply responding that way because that's the way they've been all their life, their physiology is going to be activated, and it may be activated in a way that damages their overall health, possibly explaining why that person is likely to have a worse course, especially with some forms of cancer and some forms of inflammatory disease. Which is why it's so critically important
to maintain some sense of control. What can you do if you are dealing with that type of individual? Give them control. It may be very subtle, it may be just a small amount. But when you walk into the room, ask them, would you like the curtains opened or closed? Would you like me to place this glass of water in the middle of the table or on the edge? Would you like the light turned on or off? Give a person choices. Because now what you are doing is providing them with some measure of control over their environment. And once you start giving them a little bit of control, they may see ways to take other control, possibly being more compliant in doing what you ask them to do, including calling when there's a need. And as they start acting more like a healthy person, it could very well become a self-fulfilled prophecy. There's another approach you might use outside of a caregiving setting, including if you yourself have these tendencies. If you are uncomfortable experiencing negative emotions, then learn to become comfortable with them. I call it cross-stressing. That's with an S, not with a D, so be careful. When you tell people what you learnt today, make sure you get it right. I believe that once you learn to recover from one form of stress, your body develops the skills to better handle virtually any other form of stress. When I worked for the Navy, we would catch these Atlantic bottlenose dolphins. We would put them into a concrete reinforced tank, and they had to meet criteria, a simple two-choice discrimination task, pressing an underwater paddle when they heard one ultra-high frequency tone but ignoring it when they heard another. They had to learn that task within 72 hours. The Navy wanted only the smartest animals. And sometimes it would take working almost round the clock to bring those animals up to criteria. But once they had it figured out, they had what in learning circles is referred to as a learning set for discrimination. We could substitute other sounds, visual stimuli, even engage reversal learning protocols, and they would pick it up just like that. And when a person learns to speak a non-native language, it's not without a great deal of difficulty. But once they acquire that first additional language, they have what is referred to as a learning set for languages. It now becomes easier to acquire additional ones. I believe the same principle holds with stress. That once you learn to deal with stress under one set of circumstances, once you have bathed the cells in your body with adrenaline, cortisol, and all of the other chemicals, when you are now exposed to another form of stress, those cells can shrug it off, say, been there, done that, got the t-shirt, bring it on, I can handle this. Now, if you are going to train yourself to deal with negative emotions, you want to experience those negative emotions under conditions of some control. You don't want to be totally helpless in the situation. You want to have some way of predicting what the outcome is likely to be. Otherwise, it may get out of hand. And while you set about to experience a negative emotion for the purpose of being therapeutic, it may completely backfire and actually make things even worse. And the way that I approach it is on the same executive challenge course that I spoke about before. Except now we use it as a means by which to help people better deal with stress, with adversity, and to feel comfortable with negative emotions. I will put heart rate monitors on them for these types of programs. And what I'll observe is as they go up the climbing wall, there will be full-blown activation of their sympathetic nervous system. Their heart rate will soar. It'll go up to 120, 130 beats per minute. And there's absolutely no physical basis for it. They're just standing there after putting on their harness, getting ready to climb up this wall. That response is driven purely by emotion, which obviously is going to be fear. But then, when they do it again, or when they proceed to something else, their heart rate might go up to 105, 110. And then it might go again up to 100. Because what happens is as the person experiences more and more, they realize that the fear isn't all that bad. Yes, I have this adrenaline rush, but it doesn't last all that long. And when I get down, hey, I feel pretty good because I've accomplished something I never thought I could do. It takes a while, because realize that if you're dealing with a type C personality, chances are that person has gone to great measures to avoid ever having experienced that emotion in the past. It's a totally new experience. And when I teach the workshop at other locations, and I've done this in a number of cities around the country, one was in Las Vegas, and I gave people an assignment the night before. I told them to go out and do something that would take them way outside their normal comfort zone, but to keep it kind of legal and reasonably safe. And by that I mean, yes, if you want to go skinny dipping in the fountain in front of a hotel, and some people actually did that, that's kind of legal. It's just yourself who's likely to get into trouble. But going into a 7-Eleven and stealing a six-pack, that's not good, because now you're hurting somebody else. If you want to go to the fair and jump off a ledge with bungee cords around your ankle, yeah, that's probably okay. But if you're going to do base diving, you're going to jump off a building with a parachute strapped to your back, no, that's too dangerous. And it's amazing the types of things that people come back and report having done. A person who has a fear of heights might go to the top of a tower with a restaurant perched on the top. Or a person who is afraid of upsetting others might cut in line in a long taxi queue in front of a hotel. And we might think, well, these are innocuous things, but not for a person who has a fear of experiencing certain emotions. It can be cathartic. And by the way, I have people do these things in pairs. I'll have them hook up with somebody else who has the same concerns. And the reason is because there's safety in numbers, plus they can motivate each other. So if one starts to back off, the other one can step in and say, oh, come on, we can do this, let's pull it off. Later on, I'll explain how social support, how these bonds that form between people, which is driven by our own chemistry, can be one of the most effective buffers against stress available. What happens is the next morning, I'll ask people, well, tell me what you did. Let's talk about this. It takes me a while to get control over the room, because everybody wants to give every excruciating detail of what they did and how they now feel. It's almost as though they have been imprisoned their entire life by these inhibited emotions, and now they've been released, and they want to go out and do it again. And that's what I recommend you do. Identify what it is, or if you are dealing with a loved one or a client in your profession, help them to better deal with negative emotions by experiencing it. And as long as there's some element of control, as long as they can predict what is likely to happen, and as long as you give them a reason to be optimistic, it's not going to be damaging. It's going to be beneficial. And that is how you can take those first important steps in now helping a person who has a great deal of unease, experiencing negative emotions, and take that first critical step towards being able to cope. By the way, having told you that there are type A's and type C personalities, I'm now going to tell you they don't exist. There's no such thing. The fact is, we are all composites of many different personalities. Or at least I hope you are. I hope you don't respond the same way when you are interacting with co-workers as you do when you are at home with your children. I hope your behavior right now is not the same as it is today as it would be if you were at a party. There is nothing wrong with being a type C personality. Thank goodness every one of our mothers was a type C. Thank goodness, because we wouldn't have survived had she not been willing to put her own needs on a back burner as she got up in the middle of the night, denying herself sleep to nurture us. There's nothing wrong with being a type C personality in that particular environment. It's only when that response is now taken out of that environment and put into a hospital room where she is the one who now needs the nurturing, yet she denies herself that nurturing because she's more concerned about other people's needs. And there's nothing wrong with being a type A individual. In my opinion, that's exactly what they needed at 3 Mile Island, the nuclear facility that came close to melting down. Industrial psychologists had recommended that the types of people that be hired for that facility, because of the potential danger, be clones of Clint Eastwood. I'm referring, of course, to the real Clint Eastwood. Dirty Harry. Cool, calm, collect. By the way, Clint Eastwood used to be my hero, but then he made that stupid movie, Bridges Over Madison County. He's not my hero anymore. But that is the type of person they hired. Cool, calm, and collect. And these people were too cool, calm, and collect when the alarms went off. When the lights started flashing, the bell started ringing, they contemplated, they wasted precious seconds. Maybe it's the safety system that's malfunctioning. Maybe we don't need to pull that lever and inconvenience half the eastern seaboard by turning off their electricity. What they needed in that situation was someone who would ram their way into the situation and say, get out of the way, you idiots. Can't you see that failing to take action is going to have far worse consequences than what you're doing? And just take over. There is a time and a place for all things. As I said at the beginning, it is not the emotion that is good or bad, and in this particular case, it is not the personality associated with the emotion that is good or bad. It is only when it is inappropriate for the circumstances. And that is why, instead of calling these entities personalities, which implies permanence, we should refer to them simply as coping styles. And what is important is the way you cope in a particular set of circumstances. It is rare that you would have anger by itself. With the exception of disgust, invariably you will have a mixture of emotions. And the one that anger is often mixed with is the one that I've been alluding to, and that is fear. So now let's add fear to the equation. Let's go back into the brain, and I'll introduce you to a few more anatomical characters. But first I would like to create a scenario. It's dark, raining, there's some dim light, you can see a little bit what's going on around you, and what you are now suddenly aware of is somebody has reached over your shoulder, brandishing a sharp knife. It's inches from your throat. What emotion would you most likely experience as a result of what I've just described? Fear? How about terror? And that would be justified. Now, let's back up and examine what's been happening. Visual information, auditory information has been coming into your brain through the different relay stations, and it has arrived in a structure called the thalamus. You are basically aware of what I've told you, but that's it. That's all you know at this stage. Now, a signal is going to go from the thalamus up to the amygdala. The amygdala is not only the part of the brain that activates the autonomic nervous system in response to threat, but it is also the part of the brain that monitors the environment, especially facial expressions. I've already told you how important facial expressions are in communicating emotion. Well, it turns out that you have a specialized part of your brain, the amygdala, whose primary job is reading other people's faces and especially picking up on threats that are conveyed through body language. And yes, based upon the information that I have just given you, the amygdala is now going to just start glowing with activity, and chances are it is going to mobilize your body and put you into a full-blown fight-flight mode, along with the emotion of sheer terror. Except some of the information from the amygdala, from the thalamus, is going to the hippocampus. The hippocampus is largely involved in putting information into spatial context. And now you realize that you are sitting in a restaurant. You are eating by candlelight. That's why it's kind of dark. It's raining outside. And as information now accesses other brain areas, you remember that you dropped your steak knife on the floor, and the waiter is bringing you a replacement, and has just reached over your shoulder and is placing it in front of you on the table. The signal is now going to go to your prefrontal cortex, the prefrontal lobes, which are doing a lot of things. They are correctly assigning emotion to context. making sure that your emotion is matched for the circumstances. They are helping you to appraise the emotions of others as well as your own. The prefrontal lobes are enabling you to associate future reward and punishment with what you are currently contemplating. But most importantly of all, as they collect all of this information, they send a signal down to the amygdala saying, hey, cool your jets, everything is fine. We're in a restaurant. And you never experience even a trace of fear at the conscious level. That is what the prefrontal lobes are all about. And what I just described to you is actually happening in milliseconds. That's how quickly all of this information is processed. Sometimes there's a short circuit. Sometimes people do not access the prefrontal cortex. Their amygdala starts firing off immediately. They have anxiety disorders. They have panic attacks. Their physiology gets revved up when there really is no threat. It's perceived as a threat, but realistically it isn't. And when we come back, I'll delve further into this and how you can use this information, ways that you can intervene to protect yourselves from the damage which might be done if these systems are running out of control. The brain responds to images, and once we have established a pattern, once we think we know what the image is going to be, we tend to take shortcuts. We don't use 100% of our brain all the time. How inefficient would that be? If you cranked up all of the millions of neurons crammed between your ears, if you utilized every neurotransmitter unnecessarily, how wasteful. No, we are using our brains very efficiently. And at any given time, you may only be using about 20% of your brain, which is great. The only problem is, in order to do that, the brain makes assumptions. And once you believe that is what the image is going to be, well, off you go with it. Imagine something threatening. What if the background happened to be failure? I can't do this. I'm too old. I don't have the skills. Obviously, that is now going to drive you to perhaps make wrong choices, especially if that belief is not justified, and end up making similar types of mistakes in your judgment. And what I would like to speak about now is how one such belief, possibly driven by fear, can hold you back. Many workshops are conducted helping people to deal with change. Well, no one has any problem dealing with change. I doubt if there's anyone here who, if you won the lottery tomorrow, would give the ticket back because you don't want to deal with the changes it would elicit in your life. No, of course not. We don't fear change. What we fear is failure. We fear loss. With the prospect of change, whenever anything is done differently, there is always a possibility of failing to adapt. And that's what holds us back. It's that fear of failure that prevents us from taking advantage of opportunities in our personal lives as well as in our professional lives. Fear is a very interesting emotion. Unlike any other emotion, it is the emotion of the future. You can only ever be afraid of something that has not happened. If it's already happened, you can be angry, you can be sad, but not afraid. So how do you use this knowledge? How can you convert this information into a resource that might help you better deal with fear? Very simply. The reason we fear the unknown is because we can't predict what is going to happen. And it's when you can't predict that things tend to fall apart. So how do you counter the inability to predict? With knowledge, through understanding. You learn everything you can about the change you are about to contemplate. Know more, and you will fear less. No one can have a crystal ball that will tell them precisely what's going to happen in the future, but by collecting information, by being open-minded, we can increase the probability of making accurate predictions as to what is going to happen. We often deny ourselves that ability because of our beliefs. I believe there are two types of people in the world. There are those who are belief-driven, and there are those who are reality-driven. People who are belief-driven will try to make everything that they look at, everything they were willing to consider, fit with their beliefs. They will only listen to those arguments that already support a pre-existing belief system. Whereas those people who are reality-driven will consider a lot of information, even arguments that are counter to what they currently accept. And if the argument is valid, they might even be willing to change their beliefs. These are the people who not only will create an image that is more likely to be a true reflection of reality, thereby giving rise to a healthy emotion, but they are also people who are open-minded, collecting lots of information, which also gives them the ability to predict, which, through a separate mechanism, is now going to lessen their fear. Your beliefs profoundly influence how you interpret the world, even how you respond to the same information. I discovered several years ago, when researching the links between images and the immune system, when I embarked on a study of guided imagery and cancer, the objective was to determine if a person could create an image from scratch. If they could imagine their natural killer cells, their cytotoxic T cells, snuggling up to a tumor, injecting lethal chemicals into it, and thereby bringing about its destruction, would that indeed alter the course of their disease? And the rationale was very simple. If images are driving physiology, then it shouldn't really matter where the image comes from, whether it's based upon something that is coming in from the outside world or whether it is something that you have created in your imagination. Once you have the image, whether it's pre-recorded or whether it's coming in live, should be irrelevant. And the study went on for about 2 years. It was considered the first time that anyone had ever done a study of this type, linking a behavioral intervention with very precise measures of the immune system. What the eye sees, what the ear hears, is what is already in the mind. Seeing is not believing, believing is seeing. And it is when you deny yourself complete information that sometimes the believing will create a vision of the world that is very inaccurate. And if that vision is so restrictive, it denies you the opportunity to piece together the likely scenario that is going to occur as you encounter change, then now the emotion that is likely to arise is going to be fear. Fear of the unknown. Let's go into the brain and see how this emotion can further erode your health. The amygdala is the primary structure in the brain that is responsible for giving rise to that emotion. It produces a chemical called corticotropin releasing factor, otherwise known as CRF. CRF is multitasking. When the levels go up, it's going to help focus your attention. Focus your attention on what is giving rise to that emotion, basically shutting down other things. If you have too much CRF, you may become so preoccupied with that one factor giving rise to the emotion that you will now experience not only worry, but it may progress to anxiety. And sure enough, if you inject corticotropin releasing factor into the brain of an experimental animal, it will go almost ballistic with the slightest aggravation. Turn on the lights in the room, it'll hit the top of the cage, it'll have such a profound startle response. That is basically what CRF is doing. It's focusing your attention, and sometimes people focus a little bit too much and they become anxious. Some of that corticotropin releasing factor is now making its way to the hypothalamus. And from there, it's going to drip down into the pituitary gland, where it's going to cleave a very large protein. Part of that protein is going to become adrenocorticotropin hormone, also known as ACTH. The other part is going to become beta endorphin. Let's first consider beta endorphin. The stress response is really nothing more than a switch from building to breaking things down. The fancy biochemical term would be a switch from anabolism to catabolism. And the rationale is very logical. Why build for the future if there's going to be no future? One of the things that beta endorphin will do is downregulate, suppress, if you will, the immune system, leaving you more vulnerable to infection. But you know what? Who cares? So what if you are vulnerable to infection next year? If you're a cadaver, that's irrelevant. Beta endorphin will also inhibit pain. On a molecular basis, it's every bit as potent as morphine in not only attenuating pain, but also inducing a feeling of well-being. It's one of the reasons why after an accident, a person may decline going to the hospital, claiming, I'm okay, I'm not hurt. But a few hours later, when the beta endorphin drops, all of a sudden they realize just how seriously injured they are. For good reason. You don't want to be preoccupied with debilitating pain when you need to have your wits about you to extricate yourself from the emergency. That's why it's produced. And beta endorphin will also inhibit the reproductive system. And it does that by suppressing luteinizing hormone, or LH, which in men stimulates spermatogenesis. In women, it stimulates ovulation. And in both men and women, it also helps to activate libido, which is inhibited by beta endorphin. Beta endorphin is associated with runner's high. Sometimes marathon runners will get into what they refer to as the zone. They feel as though they can run all day long. And sometimes they actually become addicted to this sense of bliss. So much so that we call them obligate runners. You've seen them hobbling down the street in the dead of winter, pained expressions on their faces, bandages wrapped around their knees and ankles. They are not running because they enjoy it. They have become addicted to the daily exposure that they get to their own beta endorphin. And one of the reasons why people who run marathons are more susceptible to infection for about 2 weeks after a race, especially upper respiratory infection, is because of that release of beta endorphin. While they may feel good, it's actually suppressing their immune system. It's suppressing their reproductive system. It's suppressing their motivation to have relationships, for good reason. For good reason does beta endorphin shut down reproduction, because having a kid is very expensive. Do you know it will cost you an extra 50,000 calories to get that kid from conception to parturition? That's not counting the roughly 1,200 calories you may need on a daily basis just to make it through the day. That's 50,000 extra calories. And if you breastfeed that child, you're talking an extra 1,000 calories a day. If you need those calories to fuel the fight-flight response, you don't want to be wasting them on a kid. Especially if you don't expend those calories to save yourself if you're not around to do the job of raising the child. It's almost as though the mind has taken a page out of the flight attendant's manual. You've heard the announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, should there be a sudden drop in cabin pressure, an oxygen mask will drop from the compartment above your seat. Please place it over your own mouth first before assisting your children. And if you have twins, decide right now which one you like the best. There's only one mask over that seat. In other words, what the stress response is all about is making sure that you survive the moment. Don't worry about the future if there's going to be no future. Don't remodel your kitchen. Don't build a summer cottage on the shoreline when a hurricane is coming at that site. That's when you board things up, you put things into storage, you hope you have something to work with when the crisis is over. And that's what I mean. There is a shift from building to breaking things down, from animalism to catabolism. By the way, the next time your significant other wants to go running all day with the attractive next door neighbor, let them go. They'll have neither the ability nor the motivation. Encourage them to go all night while you go off and have a fling. Let's return now to the other part of that protein, and that's ACTH, which gets into the bloodstream, makes its way down to the adrenal fasciculata cell, where it's now going to stimulate the release of cortisol. Cortisol can be thought of as the body's equivalent of the HBO series Soprano family. It can be your most mortal enemy or your best friend. It is your best friend because without cortisol, you will have no energy. You will suffer from chronic fatigue. Cortisol belongs to a family of chemicals known as glucocorticoids. Its primary mission in life is to convert stored energy into usable energy. To convert glycogen, for example, into usable sugar, glucose. To convert peptides and protein into amino acids, or triglycerides into free fatty acids and glycerol, what the body would need to fuel that stress response. And not only that, but you need a certain amount of cortisol in order to maintain a healthy immune system. And that's because the immune system needs energy. Realize, too, that your immune system is a double-edged sword. You don't want too little, otherwise you'll be prone to one infection after another. But nor do you want too much. Too much immunity is what characterizes people who have autoimmune disease, multiple sclerosis, lupus erythematosus, myasthenia gravis, rheumatoid arthritis. No, you don't want more immunity, nor do you want less. What you want is an immune system which is right there in the mid-range. That is what's healthy. And what keeps the immune system from going too high is cortisol. And when you don't have enough cortisol, that's when your immune system has the potential of going a little bit too high. And there's evidence from Esther Sternberg's laboratory at the National Institutes of Health that this may be what happens in some people who suffer from chronic fatigue syndrome. Because it turns out that many of the things you experience when you get sick, the lethargy, fatigue, the lack of motivation, you can't even drag yourself out of bed, that is all triggered by chemicals known as cytokines coming from your immune system. Now, when you have an infection, that's wonderful. We refer to it as sickness behavior. You don't want to be motivated to kick up your heels when you need to be concentrating that energy on getting rid of the infection. You darn sure don't want to be out there exposing yourself to other microbes when you need to get rid of the one that you currently have. Not to mention, you don't want to infect the rest of the community. So lots of reasons why it's good that you want to stay in bed, you have no energy, you lose your appetite, you want to sleep all the time. But what if the immune system keeps going on and on and on, just like the Energizer Bunny, after the virus has been vanquished? And there is evidence that this may indeed happen if you don't have enough cortisol to turn the system off. But what if you have too much cortisol? Now, instead of keeping the immune system in that healthy mid-range, it has the potential of pushing it down below the point where it can be protective. And that's exactly why when people suffer from chronic stress, when they perceive that things are out of control, they can't predict, they have no sense of optimism, their cortisol remains elevated for an extended period of time, they've lost their job, they've just been through a divorce, that's when they get sick. Because now what that cortisol is doing is activating what is known as a suicidal protein inside your T helper cells. That's important because T helper cells are the conductors of the immune orchestra. They are providing signals that turn on B cells which make antibodies. They're turning on macrophages, monocytes, neutrophils. These are the white cells which wrap their membrane around an invader and destroy it. Sometimes they're called the Pac-Man of the human body. There's going to be a ripple effect throughout the entire immune system if you take out that particular population of T helper cell. By the way, that is the population targeted by HIV. One of the reasons why this virus cripples the entire immune system. It's the same one which is targeted by chronic stress. But if you are suffering from chronic stress, you probably won't remember any of this, because cortisol will also impair your memory, especially spatial memory, which is one of the jobs of the hippocampus. The neurons in the hippocampus are largely responsible for putting information into memory and then bringing it back out and accessing it. Now realize there are two forms of memory, implicit and explicit. Implicit is what you do automatically. Once you learn to ride a bicycle, you never again have to think about how to position your legs, how to move, balance. It comes automatically. Concert pianists, once they master the keys, can carry on a conversation while the music flows out of their fingers. That's implicit memory. Explicit memory is what you are consciously aware of. You know, I put my cell phone down somewhere. Does anybody know where it is? I can't find my keys. Can you help me find them? Or when you're in the grocery store and you have no idea why you are there. You forgot your shopping list. You're too embarrassed to call home, ask your spouse, your kids to read the list to you. You don't want to admit that you're forgetful. So you wander aimlessly up and down the aisles, trying to get inspired. Am I supposed to be picking up broccoli or beef kidney? A bottle of scotch or orange juice? I can't remember. That is explicit memory, and that is what the hippocampus is putting into storage. You can think of the hippocampus as being rather like the keyboard attached to your computer. The memory is being stored in the hard drive, but you need that keyboard in order to access that memory, to put new information into that memory. And when you are exposed to stress, those neurons malfunction. You see, those same neurons are also responsible for monitoring how much cortisol is in the bloodstream. When the levels go up a little bit too high, or they stay up for a little bit too long, these same memory neurons now send a signal down to the amygdala saying, we've got enough CRF, folks, let's turn it off, let's cool it, because you need to maintain healthy levels of cortisol to keep the body in balance. Ironically, this ability to regulate cortisol is partially lost when the levels go up too high. Now they lose their ability to mobilize glucose. And as the cortisol starts to go up, the levels remain up because the internal mechanism for turning it off is no longer present. You can think of it as being the equivalent of spilling coffee into your keyboard, except now it's cortisol that has spilled into your hippocampus. And as a result, the S key jams, the W sticks, the T doesn't work. Doesn't matter, you just take a little extra time. Try to think of words that don't contain S, W, or T. Or you might try to be creative and use the uppercase function to get around the problem. And in real life, we write ourselves notes. We buy little miniature computers to keep track of our calendars and our schedules. And we use other tricks to make sure we remember what's important. But now the stress is over, the cortisol eventually comes down because you're no longer stimulating it anymore with the threatening images. The hippocampus dries out, and all these keys suddenly start working again. The memory loss associated with most forms of stress is only temporary. And it's really not memory loss, it's forgetfulness. Very common in people who are stressed out. But what if that stress went on for years? Now what happens? Well, the keyboard may be permanently broken. We know that the survivors of concentration camps, some former POWs, have a much higher incidence of dementia compared with the general population. But it doesn't usually show up until their 70s, their 80s. Everything is fine until they reach that point. By the way, just as an aside, the hippocampus is the target of much of the beta amyloid protein which builds up in people with Alzheimer's disease. There is every reason to believe that a person with Alzheimer's has intact memory. The hard drive is fine. Every experience, every memory they've ever enjoyed is still there. The problem is they can't get to it. The keyboard is smashed. There are several strategies being explored, some pharmacologic. Let's try to build up acetylcholine receptors. Let's try to repair the damage that might have been done. But another approach conceptually is let's try to find a back door into the hard drive. We used to think that once we hit our late teens, the brain stopped growing. That's not true anymore. There's a process known as neurogenesis. We now know that the brain continues to grow and can be stimulated in some very specific ways, especially with exercise. And some of the neurons that continue to grow are located in the hippocampus. So it turns out that we can actually experience more developed brains as we get older. So the idea that we might be able to access some of these elusive areas through another pathway is not all that far-fetched. Some of the corticotropin releasing factor is making its way down to the brainstem. But you know something? I'm getting tired of talking about all this. It's too soon after lunch. It wasn't long enough for me. Unfortunately, it's not time to take a break. If you want to get full credit for attending this course, we have to stay here for a designated amount of time. So what I would like to do is take a mental break. I would like you to project your minds in space and time. I want you to imagine that you are not here in this room, but instead you are at the Grand Canyon. I want you to imagine that it is late afternoon. The sun is beginning to set. The sky is turning beautiful shades of red and orange. You hear the distant cry of a bird coming in to roost. The cool breeze glances off your cheek. And then you slip. Your body begins to build momentum. And at the last critical moment, before tumbling over the edge, you reach out, and lo and behold, there's a small bush. You grab onto one of the branches. And now I want you to make two fists. I want you to squeeze as hard as you can. Imagine you are holding onto that branch. Your life depends upon it. Help is coming, but you must hang on to that branch until they can get there. All right, you can stop. Break's over. By the way, how many of you, as you held on to that imaginary branch, closed your eyes? Why would you do that? You're sitting in a chair in a conference room. And even if you were in that predicament, wouldn't it make sense to keep your eyes open so that as help approaches, you can guide them in? And how many of you held your breath? Why would you do that? If there's ever a time to get oxygen to the muscles in your hands and wrists, it's when your life is in a balance. And if I were to peer deep inside your brain to an area called the nucleus locus ceruleus, and by the way, whoever came up with that name should be shot. We're stuck with it though. We would see a huge amount of metabolic and electrical activity in that locus ceruleus, which is now going to be pouring out large amounts of norepinephrine. It is norepinephrine that is focusing your attention. It is focusing your attention on what is important. And what activated the norepinephrine, or rather what would have activated it had you been in that situation, would be corticotropin releasing factor coming from the amygdala. So at the same time, you are now experiencing the emotion of fear. At the same time, you are mobilizing all of the resources in your body to get yourself out of a mess. At the same time, you are beginning to focus your attention on what is important to the exclusion of what is not important. And that is why you closed your eyes. In the context of this program, you were basically closing your eyes so you could concentrate on what I was saying and creating that image. But in the real world, if it were really an emergency, you would be trying to exclude those things that might distract you from focusing on what you consider to be really important at this moment. If there were an explosion outside in that hallway in just a second, you would no longer be thinking about anything that is currently occupying your mind. Your attention would be riveted to whatever is happening outside this room. And that's your nucleus locus coeruleus. Some of that norepinephrine is going into your hippocampus, and it is doing just the opposite of what cortisol does. It is now going to leave behind a permanent memory footprint. It's going to make sure that you never forget that experience, that you remember everything that led up to it, so you can avoid putting yourself into that predicament again. So that years later, when somebody says, let's go to the Grand Canyon, you say, no, let's go to Baghdad. Let's go anywhere besides the Grand Canyon. What I have just described to you is the biochemical basis of post-traumatic stress disorder, which is really just an extreme form of a stress response. Post-traumatic stress is, however, good for you. It is so beneficial that it is almost impossible to get rid of. It has tremendous survival value. Think about it. It is the soldier who, upon hearing the metallic sound of a gun being cocked, who hits the ground without even thinking about it, who is going to come back to experience, in a peacetime environment, post-traumatic stress disorder. But it is not until that person comes back to another environment that we add the D and call it a disorder. That's when it becomes detrimental. But in the environment where it happened, it probably saved that individual's life. Imagine a person who heard that same metallic sound of a gun being cocked, who stood up and said, oh, what was that? Where did that sound come from? That person is never going to experience PTSD because they're not going to survive. And that's what I mean. The basic response has tremendous survival value. And when something has that much survival value, it's going to be very difficult to get rid of. And what's going to happen is every time that person is exposed to any reminder, even a fragment of information, it could be a word, it could be a fleeting image on a television screen, any reminder is now going to evoke the image along with a norepinephrine, which is going to increase their focus and further embed that image into memory. So you can see each episode is going to make the situation even worse. So what can you do about it? Obviously, PTSD is an extreme form of worry, of anxiety, pathologic. And I don't wish to trivialize it when I say that it has survival value in one particular environment. When it is now taken out of the environment where it occurred, it can be absolutely devastating for a person's productivity, their capacity for pleasure. What I'm really saying is what I told you at the beginning. There is no such thing as a bad emotion or a good emotion. There is no such thing as a negative response or a positive response. Once again, we see a prime example of where it is when the response is inappropriate for the circumstances that determines whether it's going to be destructive or whether it's going to be constructive. The more emotion there is associated with an event, the more you're going to remember it. By the way, those of you who may be educators might be interested in this possibility. I told you that I work with Fortune 500 companies, and one of the things we do at Saddlebrook is try to make sure that when the organizations come, and by the way, we're not the type of resort where you would come on vacation. We cater to major organizations. They come there to introduce their new product line to their salespeople. They come to try and get their people motivated to go to the next level of productivity. And one of the things that they have to do in a very short period of time is make sure these people learn the new software, learn the new product in a limited amount of time. They've only got a few days while they're there, maybe a week. And then they have to go off and for the next year be competitive in explaining that product to the possible client. Competitive to make sure the client buys theirs and not the competition's. They don't have the luxury of a high school, a college, where if you don't get it the first time, you simply repeat the class. They don't have an entire semester over which to convey the information. They have to do it very, very quickly. And once again, we use the information I just gave you. What we will do is now create, under controlled conditions, the emotion of fear. We do it on the challenge course, but it's fun. People are climbing up these walls, they're doing the zip line, but nonetheless, there's still a certain amount of uncertainty. Even though everyone's having a good time, it's really a form of eustress, good stress, because it's safe. They're attached to a belay rope. They're not going to hurt themselves as long as they follow the instructions. But what happens is that fear, including the fear of failure, because they want to do well amongst their colleagues, is going to activate norepinephrine. Can you tell me where you were when you heard the news that the World Trade Towers had been attacked? Or JFK had been assassinated? Or Martin Luther King had been murdered? How is it that you can remember with such vivid detail, trivial little details that weren't even important at the time, but you can't remember your PIN number? You can't remember that telephone number you dial every day? Obviously, there's nothing wrong with your memory. You didn't learn it in the first place. The reason you remember all those little details, and you can vividly, even decades later, just with my asking that question, is because there was a lot of emotion associated with your learning that information. Fear, anger, sadness, causing you to focus your attention, produce norepinephrine, and you ended up remembering all of these other things in the periphery that really were irrelevant at the time. And I believe you can do that under controlled conditions. We will create the emotion on the challenge course. But once we get that norepinephrine revved up, once we start bathing their hippocampus under controlled conditions, when an hour later they go back into the conference room and now they learn that new product or that new software, they're going to remember it a heck of a lot better than they would if they didn't have that emotion. Basically, what we're doing is creating the same thing that happens when a kid pulls an all-nighter while studying for an exam. It works. We've all done it. Fear of failure is what now gets the norepinephrine going. It gets your focus on a peak level, and you learn better under those circumstances. There's nothing wrong with procrastination. I personally give whole new definition to the word. I'm a lot more focused, and I'm sure many of you are too, when I leave things to the last minute. It's that 80-20 rule. We do 80% of the work in 20% of the time, usually towards the end of the time that we have available to do the task. And there are some people, like me, who a deadline means that's when you start the project. That pressure is what I need to stay focused, and for many people it also helps you to remember better. That's what we're doing. We are creating a condition in the brain through this method which is somewhere between pulling an all-nighter and post-traumatic stress disorder. We don't want to create a fear in these people. And by the way, we are extremely successful. 65% of our business is repeat business because they know how successful this approach is. You can do it by recreating the emotion in your environment. There are a lot of things you can do, especially with children, to get them excited. And you know, I'm not sure that it really has to be a negative emotion. Most of the research has been done in the context of PTSD, which of course is associated with anger, fear. But I believe that people also remember very positive things. They remember hitting that first hole-in-one on the golf course. They remember giving birth to that first child. They remember their wedding day. I don't think it has to be a negative emotion. I think something that is exhilarating, that is over-the-top ecstasy, can also accomplish the same thing. So you can use this information not only to make emotions work for you in protecting your health, you can use it to make the emotions work for you to make progress in your profession as you need to acquire more information. There are other things that you can do as well, and one, of course, would be to try to directly attenuate the cortisol response. Can you do this? Would you be capable of blocking that rise in cortisol? Now be very, very careful. As I told you before, you need cortisol And many people tend to demonize anything associated with stress, especially the chemicals that give rise to the potential damage. But remember, I've already told you that you need cortisol to have energy. You need it to maintain harmony within your immune system. It's only when the levels are too excessive that problems will arise. If you have reason to believe that your health problems, your lack of concentration, is due to extremely elevated cortisol, then here is what you can do to bring that cortisol down. You are going to use food. Specifically, you are going to use carbohydrate. Think about it. Cortisol is a glucocorticoid. You need it when you need energy. You need cortisol when you don't have enough sugar floating around in your bloodstream. What if you do have enough? Or what if you were to sort of short-circuit things and get blood sugar up very, very quickly through nutrition? Now you're not going to need to activate corticotropin-releasing factor, which may give rise to anxiety. You don't need to activate this whole circuit, increasing your cortisol in ways that might impair your memory and your immune system. And so the way to do this is to eat carbohydrate, especially those carbohydrates that happen to be high on the glycemic index, those that are rapidly converted into blood sugar. There's plenty of evidence that this works. Anecdotal evidence. A lot of attention has been drawn to the fact that many people are turning to what are referred to as comfort foods. Those things that we ate in the 50s, the 60s, ostensibly because we associate these foods with happier times. Instead of worrying about terrorism and what the threat index is today, no, we were more worried about what was happening in Mayberry. We didn't worry about the high rate of crime. We didn't worry about HIV, although actually I think things were not all that good. We just tend to remember the more positive things. Remember, it was during the 1950s, but you couldn't safely swim in public swimming pools for fear of contracting polio. There were no safety belts in cars. Kids didn't wear helmets when they rode their bicycles. There was no 9/11 system. Automatic defibrillators were not hanging on the walls at airports. And furthermore, 50% of the diet was fat. Ronald Reagan was making commercials advertising the health benefits of Chesterfield cigarettes because we didn't know the link between nicotine and heart disease or lung cancer. No, things weren't all that good back then. That's why our parents don't live as long as we will. Is the reason why our parents live longer than our grandparents. Things are getting better. We're getting healthier. I think the reason we turn to comfort foods is because it helps to alleviate stress and anxiety. And we don't do it of our own free will. It's not a coincidence that we turn to these foods. Our brains and the very stress response that these foods are alleviating is actually triggering the desire to eat these foods. Let's go back to the amygdala. Some of that corticotropin releasing factor is going down to the raphe nucleus, which is where serotonin is produced. And what the CRF is going to do is suppress the serotonin. Now, lots of things are going to happen. Serotonin inhibits aggression. And so as the serotonin levels drop, you are now more likely to see examples of stress-induced displacement of aggression. That anger is going to be taken from the workplace onto the roadways. Road rage. It's going to be taken home. Not only that, but serotonin helps you sleep. So now, with less serotonin, you're going to lie awake at night worrying. You're going to suffer from insomnia, which is a common side effect of chronic stress. If the levels of serotonin drop down below a critical level, you will also become clinically depressed. The type of depression treated with Prozac, Zoloft, otherwise known as selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. They don't produce more serotonin. What they do is make sure what little you do produce remains for a nice long time in the synaptic cleft. But there's another thing that drop in serotonin does. It triggers a craving for carbohydrate. This is the work of Dr. Judy Wertman, a neuropharmacologist at MIT. Not only does the serotonin, which has dropped because of stress, trigger a craving for carbohydrate, But now ingesting that carbohydrate is helping to restore harmony in your body, not only by lessening the amount of cortisol being produced, but also by bringing the levels of serotonin back to where they need to be. And here's how it works. The precursor for serotonin is tryptophan. Don't pig out on bananas, which are rich in serotonin, hoping that it's going to increase your brain serotonin levels. It's not going to happen, because serotonin is too big to get into the brain. It's what's referred to as an indolamine. It can't get across the blood-brain barrier. Tryptophan can. The precursor can, which is why you need to ingest tryptophan so it can now be converted. But while tryptophan is able to get across the blood-brain barrier, it can't do so with ease. There are only a limited number of openings that it can get through, and it has to compete with all of these other amino acids in order to get into the brain. So here's what you have to do. You've got to get those other amino acids out of the competition. Get them out of the way. Put them into storage. That's what insulin will do. Insulin is basically writing the deposit slip in the body. When you eat a meal and you've got all this extra sugar, fat, protein that you don't really need, it is a pancreas and insulin that puts it into storage into cells. And one of the things that insulin will put into storage are these competing amino acids. But it doesn't put tryptophan into storage as readily. So if you eat a small amount of protein, which is going to be the source of the tryptophan, you don't want too much. If you overload the system, now you're going to be adding all these additional competing amino acids. So you want just a small amount. The competing amino acids go into storage because the carbohydrate that you ate is going to trigger the rise in insulin, allowing the tryptophan to slip into the brain where hopefully it will be converted into serotonin. The ratio, which has been demonstrated to be effective, is approximately 7:1. 7 parts carbohydrate to 1 part protein. Now you might need to adjust that. One size doesn't fit all. We're all different, and so you might want to experiment with it. But basically, that is the ratio that seems to be effective. Some people go so far as to say, you don't need to take Prozac. Just pig out on meat lasagna, or eat a pizza with pepperoni and sausage on it. And there is validity in that statement, that argument. However, if there is a problem in your body whereby you are not able to convert tryptophan into serotonin, then all you will accomplish is changing the contour of your body, not the contour of your mind. So be careful. I do not recommend that you use this approach to replace a drug which has been recommended by the medical establishment. But this does explain why we do tend to pig out on carbs when we're feeling the blues. I'm not talking clinical depression now, but you get out on the wrong side of bed. Things start to go wrong during the day. And I would be willing to bet, even money, that when you crave carbohydrates, when you go to a restaurant and you don't even look at the steaks, but now you're focusing on the pasta dishes, chances are something might not have gone quite right during the day. You can also use this information prospectively. First of all, as that serotonin goes up, it's going to help you sleep. So if you know that tomorrow you have to be on, if your organization is going to be having a big audit, or if you have to be in charge of a committee that's going to be meeting all day, and you have to be attentive and contribute significantly to it, but you're worried that things might go wrong, and it's the very good probability that you'll be tossing and turning most of the night trying to anticipate what might go wrong and what you can do about it, eat a carbohydrate-rich meal with a little bit of protein, because now that rise in serotonin is going to help you sleep. This is why athletes not only load up on carbs for several days before a race, but especially the night before, as they lie there pondering what the competition might be doing, what edge they might have over them, worried if they've trained enough or the right way. It'll enable them to wake up the next morning basically raring to go, and with all the sugar they've put into glycogen storage by eating carbs the previous week, they're going to have the energy in reserves to make it through that crisis. or in the case of the athletes, to be competitive in the event. So eating carbohydrates is not only going to dampen your cortisol response, it's also going to bring up your serotonin, which in turn is going to lessen the depression, which might be triggered by the stress. It's going to help you sleep better, and it's going to decrease your tendencies to be maybe overly aggressive. I'd like to come back for just a moment to what I spoke about with respect to post-traumatic stress disorder and what happens when you are not successful in countering some of these potentially adverse consequences. Are there things that you can do even at that level after the damage may have been done? You can't go back and rewrite history. Past experiences are water under the bridge. So if a person has experienced a great deal of trauma, where now the norepinephrine has focused their attention profoundly upon what happened, embedding a long-term memory, and if when this happens their corticotropin releasing factor goes up, their serotonin goes down, they become depressed, they are no longer productive, they can't enjoy pleasure at the same level they used to. Is there something you can do also at that level using the information that I have given you? The answer is yes. And one of the approaches that you can do to lessen your stress, even before you get to that rise in cortisol, is to get the emotion out. Emotional disclosure is a highly effective intervention. Dr. James Pennebaker demonstrated this with college students when he asked them to recall a traumatic experience that they had had. One group was asked to simply describe the facts. And they might respond by saying, well, I was in a car accident, car skidded off the road, hit a tree, I busted some ribs, broke my leg, I was in the hospital for about 6 months going through rehab, then I got out. The second group was asked to describe not only what happened, but their feelings. And so they might respond by saying, oh, I was in this terrible accident, it was a nightmare, the worst thing that ever happened to me. The car skidded out of control, and as it went down the embankment, my whole life flashed before me. I was absolutely terrified. And when I woke up in the hospital, I was in excruciating pain, and it went on for months of rehab. There were times when I didn't even want to live. Third group, tell me what's in your closet. In other words, engage in the same level of discourse, talk about things, but nothing that would be likely to elicit any type of emotion. What happened in the students in the full disclosure group, feelings plus details, is initially they became a little bit distressed as they recalled the incident, and their immune system went down. But then, after a short period of time, they started feeling much better, their immune system rebounded and was far more robust than any of the other groups. And since that time, the study has been replicated by many others. Now, I want to demonstrate for you what is happening. Turn to the last page in your handout, where you will find a statement in bold capital letters. I want you to read that statement, and then I'm going to ask you a question about it. I want you now to count the number of times that you see the letter F in that statement. Don't say anything, but when you're done, just look up so I know you're finished. How many of you have the statement with 2 F's? 3. How many of you got a copy of the handout with a statement which has 4 F's? 5. And how many of you got the statement that has 6 F's in it? How many of you have a statement which reads, finished files are the result of years of scientific study combined with the experience of many years? You all have the same statement. There are 6 F's in that statement. Go back and find them. Some of your neighbors can see them. You may be the only person in the room who can't see them. How many of you think that this is a stupid trick? And I gave you, and only you, a statement with misspelled words which only has 3 or fewer F's? Any of you convinced that that's the case? If so, read that statement again, but this time don't count the number of F's, count the number of times you see the word of. Now can you see those elusive F's? The reason you weren't able to see them before is because you couldn't hear them. Remember, you are not responding to the printed word. You are responding to an image created as you look at the printed word. But that image also includes auditory information. Oh, I know you weren't reading aloud. Well, some of you, I saw your lips moving. But nonetheless, as you read that statement, you heard the sounds of those words in your mind. The auditory information was a part of the image that you were responding to. However, you did not hear the sound of the letter F in the word of. You heard instead the sound of the letter F as in Victor. And because that information was not an integral part of your image, you didn't respond to it. Even though it was right there in front of you. You couldn't see it because it wasn't a part of the image in your mind. That, I believe, is what happens when we become focused on emotional upheaval. That emotion ricochets back and forth between the amygdala, the hippocampus, the septal nucleus, the fornix. We become so preoccupied with the emotion, we fail to see the solution. We may not understand the cause, even though it is right there in front of us. Our friends can see it, but we are blind to it because it is not something that we can see in our mind. When you disclose an emotion, it forces you to slow down, to organize your thoughts as you speak about it. And as you talk about it, you are now getting that information from an external source. If you keep a journal, if you write, and that can be very effective too. You are now seeing that information come in through your eyes. If you are speaking to a friend or a therapist, you are now hearing that information come in through your ears. It's the equivalent of my telling you, count the number of times you see the word of. Now, with that slight shift in perspective, which you can actually do, you can now see the metaphorical F's, you can now see the solution which was right there in front of you all the time. A therapist does not give you the answers. All a therapist does is help you to discover the answers. They help to focus your attention, to guide you, so that you can see the solution which you knew was there all along. But because of the emotional storm that was going on, you were unable to see through the fog. You couldn't see what was right there in front of you the whole time. There are other ways of engaging in emotional disclosure. Some people do it through religion. One could argue that prayer is a form of disclosure. In fact, some religions, Catholics, actually have the confessional. Also, when you engage in a dialogue with God, that is a social interaction. And if you are offering a prayer, if you are praying for something to be fixed, if you want to get that emotion under control, and now you are formulating words in the form of a prayer, that too can be therapeutic, possibly through the same mechanism. There's been a lot of research over the centuries assessing the efficacy of prayer as an intervention. Some of the initial studies simply looked at people whose lives were immersed in prayerfulness, vicars of the Church of England, Roman Catholic priests, rabbis, and the question asked was, do these people live longer? Are they healthier than people whose lives do not incorporate prayer? And the answer is no. In fact, some of the early studies show that these people don't live as long. Another approach was to examine those people who are prayed for, kings, queens, presidents, and no, their life expectancy, their overall health is no better than the general population either. If you do review all of the literature pertaining to prayer, it turns out that some prayers are effective. Prayers of atonement, prayers of petition. They can be effective, and it's estimated that about 20% of the time. Now, it could be that our expectations for prayer are unrealistic. If you have heart disease, chances are you would not be given a prescription for insulin. If you had a bacterial infection, you would not undergo a triple bypass operation. Cures in medicine are very specific for the illness. But we expect prayer to be capable of curing virtually everything. Could it be that the reason why it's only 20% effective is because there are only certain illnesses that are susceptible to prayer? Something I was very interested in some years ago when I embarked on a series of studies delving into the subject of miraculous healing. A study which took me to a remote village in what then was called Yugoslavia, where a group of teenagers had seen apparitions of the Virgin Mary. It became a focal point for mostly Roman Catholics who made the pilgrimage to this village to experience healing. And what I was being paid to do was to try to catalogue the types of illnesses that were being healed. The first thing that struck me was while there were piles of wheelchairs and crutches, there were no glass eyes. There were no vials of insulin. In other words, it appeared that only a select category of illnesses were being healed. And this is true, by the way, of Lourdes, Fatima, and other sites where miraculous healing takes place. And this begs the question, are only certain types of diseases susceptible to the positive input from prayer? And I remember having a dialogue with Father Slavko, who at the time was the spiritual advisor to the children. He asked me, how can you explain what's going on here? Obviously these people are being healed. That's what the data shows. And I said, well, many of them have rheumatoid arthritis. They have multiple sclerosis. These are autoimmune processes. They have an inflammatory component. And the way you would normally treat that is by giving an anti-inflammatory. Well, the body's natural anti-inflammatory drug is cortisol, the stress hormone. And the way you activate it is the way that the people were behaving in coming to that village. Crossing multiple time zones, subjecting yourself to exhaustion. And many of them would walk up the hillside immediately upon arriving. Some of them would kick off their shoes and walk barefoot, because that was part of the ritual, subjecting themselves to a great deal of additional discomfort. Their cortisol levels must have been in the red zone. And I told Father Slavko, this is probably what's happening. The emotion that they are experiencing is activating CRF, in turn ACTH, cortisol, and that in turn is down-regulating their immune system, alleviating the symptoms. That's how I explain it. By the way, Father Slavko, how does that fit in with your theology? And I said it in a nice way. We became very good friends. And he smiled. He said, very easily. Why wouldn't God work through a mechanism that he created? And I thought, you know, you're absolutely right. I'm not suggesting that it's divine intervention, nor am I suggesting that it isn't. That can be neither proven nor disproven. At the same time, I firmly believe that absence of evidence should not be construed as evidence of absence. Just because we are not clever enough to design the experiment the right way doesn't mean that something doesn't exist. Although I will point out that it is merely a correlation between prayer, a correlation between church attendance, which has also been correlated with good health. We know that people who engage in prayer, people who do so in church and who attend church on a regular basis, are healthier than people who don't. But when dealing with a correlation of this type, one always has to be mindful of reverse causation. One could argue that only healthy people are able to make it to church on a regular basis. And so I believe that the correct way to conclude all of this data is by engaging in the behaviors associated with religion, including prayerfulness. All of these contribute to an improved state of health. And when you consider what is happening, there's socialization, there's the opportunity to engage in altruism, which we know is good for you, at the local, national, even international level in some churches. There is also the sense that things are going to work out, a sense of optimism, because it turns out that most of the prayers that are effective will incorporate the notion that thy will be done. And we know from Viktor Frankl's observations, as well as other studies, that when a person can find meaning, when there is a sense of purpose to what's happening, it enables people to endure. So even though you might have an incurable disease, the fact that you perceive that this is part of some divine master plan, that is now the purpose. And so there are many, many explanations, including disclosure of emotion, that might explain this correlation. And when we come back, I want to explain how sometimes the cause of stress may be below your subconscious radar. The fact that we can create images that we are not consciously aware of, yet which are able to activate our physiology in ways that can be quite destructive. I know what to do, so why don't I do it? Because I'm too stressed out, is the other response that I frequently get. And when I receive that response, my reaction is that's absolute rubbish. Nonsense. People don't have too much stress. In fact, I would argue that the problem for many people is they don't have enough stress in their lives. The problem is not too much stress. The problem is the images that we have of the world tend to derail us because we fail to counterbalance adversity with periods of recovery. And when I made that statement, I actually believe that stress is good for you. If you question that statement, ask yourself, what happens if you deprive a limb of any form of stimulation, any form of stress? If you wrap an arm or a leg in a cast, if you immobilize it, within 48 hours, what happens? It atrophies. There's a significant decline in strength. There's a reduction in the circumference of that limb. That limb needs constant stimulation, constant stress, just to maintain it where it is now. And if an athlete wants to go to the next level of performance, they don't rest. They don't deprive themselves of stress and stimulation. They work out, they pass through a zone of discomfort in order to go to that next level. No, we need a certain amount of stress. It's only when that stress in our lives is unabated by recovery that problems will arise. Now, of course, too much recovery can lead to boredom and tedium, and that too can actually become a form of stress. So really what we need in our lives is what we know is true in virtually every dimension, and that is moderation. We need balance. We need to oscillate between the two. Recovery is the opposite of what causes stress. Do not buy into the myth that is being propagated by authors, by producers of CDs, workshops, that recovery is sitting down and engaging in some form of meditation, putting yourself into a trance-like state. While that may be a very effective form of recovery for some people, don't try to entice a type A personality to do that. Don't try to entice a person who is that type of personality to lie still in the spa and receive a soothing massage. Their anxiety will go into the red zone as they think about all the time they're wasting. If your stress is due to too much time in the workplace, constantly juggling one task and another, eating a sandwich in one hand while answering email with the other, there's no time to take a break, no time to get reinforcement, then yes, absolutely, listen to quiet music. Listen to that wave music, the stuff that sounds the same whether you play it backwards or forwards. A waterfall is in the background, a fake bird chirping somewhere in the distance. Yes, go ahead and listen to it, meditate, because that's what you need, because that's the opposite of what is causing you duress. However, if your stress is due to a lack of stimulation. Doing the same boring thing day in and day out. Now what you need to counterbalance that is a certain amount of emotional excitement. Participate in a master's athletic program, for example, or take up some other type of activity that forces you to think and use your brain. People ask me, Nick, why on earth do you choose to beat yourself up in these endurance races? You live a comfortable lifestyle. You don't need to prove anything. Why do you subject yourself to this? And my answer, which many people do not understand, but now you will since I've explained it, is because for me, that's recovery. When I'm speaking to audiences, I have to stay on point. The whole hour or 6 hours, if it's a medical audience, has to be structured. I know when the breaks are going to be. Everything is controlled. Nothing is left to chance. And I have to be very cautious about the material that I present to a given audience. It has to be correct, because if a doctor acts inappropriately based upon something that I said, I'm liable. So there's a lot of pressure. Everything that I do is highly structured. So for me, recovery is total lack of structure. And that's why I cast myself out in the Gulf of Mexico or the Atlantic. I have no control over what the weather is going to do. I can't predict what the interactive forces of tides and wind is going to be. I love it. Because for me, that is total recovery. And I can spend a whole day out there doing that, come back in here to continue my normal routine, and lo and behold, I feel as though I've been off for a month. And so not only is the problem for many people the failure to introduce recovery into their lives, it may very well be that the recovery that they think they have incorporated really is not recovery for them. It's recovery based upon somebody else's standard, someone else's definition of what that recovery really ought to be. And by the way, what I'm telling you is not an original thought. I've never had an original thought. I don't think anybody has. All I've done is paraphrase one of the basic laws of physics. For every action, there has to be an equal and opposite reaction. All I've done is simply apply that well-worked-out theory, law, if you will, to the phenomena of stress. That's all I've done. And in terms of other people catching on to this, the earliest I've been able to trace this concept is Aristotle, who advised gymnasts in their spare time to write poetry, poets to engage in mathematics. His advice was predicated upon this basic principle. For every action, there needs to be an equal and opposite reaction. I don't care if you have world-class stress in your life. I don't care if it is almost overwhelming. As long as you counterbalance it with world-class recovery, as long as you have a nearly overwhelming amount of recovery, an equal amount, you will endure. You will be fine. Let's consider some of the sources of stress. What are some of the things that push our buttons? And I'd like you to tell me. I'm going to ask you to respond to one of these two questions. Only one. I want you to tell me what it is that causes you to go ballistic, that really aggravates you, that ruins your day. And it can be something in your personal life, it could be something in your professional life, or something in between. Or tell me what it is that you have found to be the most effective way of dealing with stress and adversity. So you have a choice. I want you to tell me what it is that you do to handle stress, or what it is that really pushes your buttons and sends you into the ionosphere. And we'll just do it on a purely random basis. Just call out your answer to one of those questions. You play video games to recover.
Stress caused by people who hit reply to all.
People who press the button reply to all is this gentleman's stress. What else?
Running.
Running as a means of dealing with it. Going to a spa. Golf, that's a cause of stress, or is that recovery? Recovery, very good. Sometimes I wonder when I see people on the golf course. Basketball. And I'll pose the same question as recovery, I assume. All right, that's enough. Very good. Because when I consider terms like personality, values, beliefs, I also apply that at the corporate level, at the level of the organization. And based upon the way that you just responded, you are a very healthy organization. And you've got to acknowledge bad things when they happen. But what was a trend that surfaced as you replied to one of those questions? The emphasis was on recovery. You can't have complete focus on recovery. You've got to acknowledge what it is that causes the problem, because if you don't eliminate it, then recovery really isn't going to do much good. And as I said, too much recovery leads to boredom and tedium. But it's amazing how, when I pose that question to audiences, how often not only do people dwell upon the negative things going on in their lives, those things that cause them stress, sometimes not mentioning a recovery option at all, but it can be very personal. For example, as they glare at somebody across the room, the person who takes the last cup of coffee and doesn't make a fresh pot for the next person. Very, very good. And that is, unfortunately, the problem for many, many people. The failure to incorporate that recovery into their lives. You've identified external things. And most of us do tend to think of stressors as lurking below people's desks, on the other side of a telephone, the email, or perhaps out there on the roads. We somehow feel that if we could somehow escape all of those stressors that are out there, how wonderful our lives would be. And if you walk into Barnes & Noble, if you go onto Amazon.com and you keyword stress, chances are you'll find offers who claim that if you assimilate the information that is contained within the covers, your stress will dissipate like a snowball on a hot stove, and your life will forever be transformed for the better. Well, while it is true that many forms of stress do exist in the external world, realize that some of the worst stressors are those that are not known to us. They are internal, and they occur when our beliefs are in conflict with our values. Because now, if you don't recognize what your belief is, the images that you create in your mind, if they are in conflict with your value system, are going to constitute a chronic form of stress. I'll give you an example. I've worked over the years a lot with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and one of my tasks has been to help with the training of hostage rescue teams, SWAT teams. And we do this training in Quantico, Virginia, at their headquarters. And there's an agent there who also teaches in the program, crack agent, who was able to master all of the skills. And he had been assigned to a dangerous fugitive task force based out of Washington, D.C. He was assigned to the Washington Police Department. His desk was near the door. And one morning, a deranged gunman came in and started shooting the place up. Several people died. The agent stood, pulled out his handgun, emptied the entire clip. Not a single bullet hit the bad guy, even though they were at a distance between each other of only about 15, 20 feet. And the entire episode, the agent was backing up. Why? It had nothing to do with lack of marksmanship. There was nothing wrong with his skill that had been shown and demonstrated time and time again at headquarters. Why would he do that? It turns out he was an only child. His father was a fundamentalist minister, a man of the cloth. His parents were very protective, so often parents are when they have one child. He was discouraged from participating in team sports, where oftentimes you learn to recover from adversity. And I dare say that he went into the Bureau as a means by which to compensate for this lack of emotional excitement and stimulation. Unbeknownst to him, though, is the fact that he chose an occupation that was going to pose a huge conflict between what he had chosen to do with his life and his values. Because in discussions afterwards, and a video has been made about this, which is now used in the training of new agents, it was basically disclosed that his value system is predicated upon the fact that it is wrong to take another person's life. And when he signed up to become an agent, he really did truly believe that he could cast that aside, that if it were a question of killing someone who was going to take someone else's life, if it were a question of someone killing him, he would have no problem doing it. Not so. Can you imagine what must have been going on during his training, during his entire time working for the Bureau, with that conflict percolating in the background. And that's why I say, examine your beliefs, find out what they are. Make sure they are your belief. And by that I mean make sure that the belief that you adhere to, which can be somebody else's, there's nothing wrong with sharing a belief, but nonetheless make sure it is consistent with your values. Another source of silent conflict, if you will, is what is referred to in scientific terms as conditioning. Does Pavlov ring a bell? The scientist who associated the ringing of a bell with the sight and smell of meat. Thereafter, the bell by itself was able to elicit salivation. Do you know that studies at the Sloan Kettering Memorial Hospital have demonstrated that this happens to people who are receiving chemotherapy? A treatment which is toxic to cancer cells. However, it also damages the white cells that we need that comprise the immune system. And so the trick is always to give enough radiation or chemo to destroy as many of the cancers as possible, but not too much. You want to preserve the stem cells in the bone marrow so they can come back and repopulate the spleen, the lymph nodes, the thymus, and so forth. And it turns out that when the person is sitting there in the office reading outdated copies of People magazine, glancing at pictures up on the wall, the obligatory fish tank over in the corner because psychologists tell us that fish are soothing. They then go in to receive their treatment. Their immune system goes down because of the treatment, but lo and behold, they come back a few weeks later, not for treatment, for follow-up. Make sure their white cells are coming back at a normal pace. They look at the same magazines. They look at the same pictures, the same fish, and their immune system goes south before they even go in to see the doctor. It may not be the objects in the room. It might be the billboard they drive past going into the doctor's office. It might be the taste of that lifesaver they were chewing on as they drove up to the parking lot. It might be the fragrance, the uniform worn by the staff member who greets them in the outer office. That's rather an extreme example. Nonetheless, it was the one that was scientifically documented. But have you ever considered what song was playing in the background when you might have heard some devastating news? Or what restaurant you happened to be driving past when you might have been in a fender bender? Or perhaps an even more serious accident? I guarantee that thereafter, that same piece of music, that fragrance, driving past that same building, is going to evoke an image in your mind, which in turn is going to drive a very similar response to what happened when you were actually in that situation, but now it's going to occur months, maybe even years later. You won't have a clue why you are feeling anxious. You'll think that you have some sort of anxiety disorder. You'll get a prescription for Xanax, which you'll probably become addicted to. And then you'll need to take medicine to counter the adverse effects of the Xanax. And that's just the beginning, folks. When in fact, what it really amounted to was a conflict between the now image that's being created in your mind and, well, not a conflict, but the ability now of that image to activate a system based upon purely conditioned stimuli. I'd like to also suggest that this can happen in the workplace. If you reach the breaking point when you received a flood of email, or if you happen to have a really bad experience with someone else, a coworker, or perhaps a client, my recommendation is rearrange the office. No, don't bring in interior decorators and remodel. You probably won't be allowed to do that. But at least rearrange things on your desk. Make some significant changes of things that you can control. Because otherwise, every time you walk in there, those objects are going to be a constant reminder, a constant form of stimulation to put you back where you were when that original incident happened. I know this sounds very simple, very trivial, but you know something? It works. And sometimes that's all you need to do, some piddly little thing like that, to help you regain control and get your life back on track. And you do need to do this. It's absolutely imperative that you take steps to gain control over adversity, to find ways to introduce recovery into your life, because nobody really cares about you. No one cares if you are going through a divorce or there is other turmoil in your personal life. No one cares if you are suffering from the flu. If you are being paid to do a job, If you are expected to produce, if that client is expecting delivery on a certain day, you had better make it happen. Because the fact is, when you're being paid to perform, you have to rise to the occasion, cast all the other stuff aside, and meet your responsibilities. You don't care about me right now. You don't care that I've been traveling a lot lately, but it takes me 30 minutes just to get out of my hotel room. I have so many coffee pots, towels, ashtrays, remote controls packed in my suitcase. I can't even find room to pack my toothbrush, but you don't care. Because you've made an effort to come here this morning, you're sitting there in those benches, and you expect me to present this material in as palatable a way as is possible. And if you don't find some ways to take control, there are going to be some consequences. One I would like to demonstrate to you right now. I'd like to have you demonstrate it, actually. Realizing that stress is due to a conflict. It's a conflict between you and something in the outside world, perhaps another person. It could be a conflict between your beliefs and your values, or what you are being asked to do and your value system. There are many, many sources of conflict, but basically what it really comes down to is what you are doing, your response, is incompatible with the environment. Now, I'd like to show you what happens when that occurs. And if you are close enough to somebody, I'd like you to hold your right palm out, so it's up, and then I want you to place your left thumb into the outstretched palm of the person who is sitting to your left. I realize some of you are not going to be able to do this because you're sitting on the end, so if you only can put your thumb in, that's fine, or if you only have a palm out, that's okay too. All right, here's the drill. When I say the word conflict, I want you to try to grab the thumb in your palm with your right hand, but at the same time, I want you to keep the person sitting on your other side from grabbing yours. So let's try it. When I say the word conflict, I want you to engage in this. Okay. But remember, and go back and do it again. We're going to do this several times, so get yourself into position. But remember, I don't want you to respond to any other word. So if I say control, that's not it. The word that you are listening for is actually going to be conflict. How difficult was that for those of you who had to do both simultaneously? Those of you sitting on the end probably had no difficulty doing it because you only had to focus on one task. Here's why it was exceedingly difficult. Because you were being asked to process information in your brain in response to that single word, but to engage in diametrically opposed responses. Approach, withdraw. We withdraw to those things that evoke a negative emotion. When we become angry, when we become fearful, when we become sad, our whole body basically goes into withdrawal mode, better safe than sorry. I don't want to get anywhere close to the situation that gave rise to that emotion again. Whereas the positive emotions, love, joy, happiness, they prompt us to move forward in order to re-experience that emotion over and over again. And in a very subtle way, what I had you do was a positive and a negative response simultaneously. Doesn't work, does it? They cancel each other out. It's that principle of destructive interference, as it's called in physics. You take two sound waves, superimpose them, they cancel each other out. You take two opposite responses, they cancel each other out. I don't care what is going on in your life. I don't care whether it's a personal relationship that's gone sour. I don't care if it's an illness. It makes no difference. It can be something associated with the infrastructure at work. It could be a lousy reward system. If you have anything going on in your mind at all that is percolating in the background, that image is going to put you into a default mode of withdrawal. And it's going to be very difficult to concentrate on those things that you need to do to move forward. That is why it is so critically important to take steps to make sure that you identify and counterbalance the adversity with periods of recovery. Get over it. No, you are not going to eliminate the stress in your life. That's not realistic. It's not possible. It's going to happen, and in fact, new forms of stress are going to be right around the corner, I'm sure. As we age, as each second ticks away, our bodies are changing, and we're going to discover new things. That is not the problem. The problem is when it takes over. You're all aware of the different types of personalities. There are many ways of structuring it. There are the designations that are defined by the Myers-Briggs, very popular in the corporate arena. In pathologic circles, psychologists, for example, would tend to use more the tests that measure those personalities associated with diseases, for example. Several years ago, I coached the all-women's team that sailed around the world in the Volvo Ocean Race. It used to be called the Whitbread Race, but I think they decided it would be better image if they named it after a safe car rather than a brewery in England. But nonetheless, it's a very grueling race. In the last running of it, at least one person died during the transatlantic crossing. It's extremely dangerous. And during the training session, when I was trying to get a feel for what were some of the issues, what sorts of things do we need to focus on besides just the immune system, the basic teamwork when working in potentially a rapidly failing environment, I also brought in some of my buddies from the FBI Academy to impart their knowledge too as we put this team through its paces. But I asked her, what are some of the sorts of things that could happen? What's the worst case scenario? And Katie Pettibone, a good friend who's from Port Huron, Michigan, she's crewed in the America's Cup race, multiple round-the-world races, an extraordinary person. And she said, one time we were down in the Southern Ocean, gale force winds, freezing temperatures, very rough seas, and it was about 4 o'clock in the morning, and the mast snapped. The captain, the woman, was at the tiller. She had failed to notice that the wind had picked up and had neglected to adjust the sail accordingly, and they had this catastrophic failure. They were too far from Cape Town, South Africa, for help to come from there. They were too far from Perth, Australia, the next stop, for help to come from there. They basically were on their own, with only enough fuel in their tank to maneuver into port when they eventually got there. And they had a choice. What are we going to do? Are we going to cut the mast loose so it doesn't ram a hole in the side of a boat, causing us to sink? Or do we try to get it back on board and make new sails and make this work somehow? And they turned to the captain and asked, what should we do? And the captain became almost catatonic, shut down completely. A woman who had been chosen for her leadership skills, a woman who had been chosen because of her ability to make decisions under duress, but under extreme duress, she flipped and became just the opposite. So the other crew members who made the decisions, who decided we need to get this mast back on board because that's our only way out of here. Cut it down to a smaller size so they could maneuver it back onto the deck, made new sails, basically running up and down, throwing up outside when they went back down in those rough seas to continue the project. And they pulled it off. That's an example of what I'm talking about. Personalities switching. Now, there's nothing wrong with stress. I told you that what we need is a certain amount of stress and a certain amount of recovery. You've got to have the two. In order to perform optimally, you need a certain amount of stress. And that's what I told you at the very beginning. Your arousal level has to be at a certain level in order to take in and assimilate all of the information around you. But you don't want it to go too high. You need to counterbalance it with recovery. You need to be in control. Not of a situation, you need to be in control of your own emotions. And the best place to start is with the image. You are not responding to what is happening in the outside world. You are responding to the translation of the visual information, the auditory information, the somatosensory information into an image in your mind. You can't control the outside world, but you can darn sure control the beliefs and those factors that are shaping the image. And when you set about to choose one of the various options to take control over your lives, you must have at least one thing that addresses the cognitive part, your perception of events, the translation of what is happening in the world into an image. But at the same time, that's not going to work if your heart rate is in the tachycardia range, if your blood pressure is about to boil over. It's going to be kind of hard to concentrate on those things. So you've got to do both. One by itself is not going to be enough. How can you change that image? And remember, it is the image, not the outside event, that is turning on the hormonal cascade that is resulting in the change in heart rate. It is the image that is determining what decision you're going to make, whether it's going to be an error of commission or omission, or whether it's going to be the right response. It's all about the image. Sometimes the image does not allow itself to be accessed through the conscious mind. We are capable of responding to things below the conscious radar. And that means taking some rather unique steps to alleviate the problem. Does anyone here have a fear of snakes? A really intense fear? Well, if I were to show you an 8x10 glossy photograph of a diamondback rattlesnake coiled, poised to strike, chances are very good that you would bolt out of your chair. And if I asked you, why are you leaving, you would say, because I'm scared to death of snakes. Get that picture away from me. And if I were to image your brain and focus in on the amygdala, I would discover that it is extremely active. It is lighting up like a Christmas tree. And realize that color changes are used to basically reflect increases in metabolic rate, increases in electrical activity. Your amygdala would be absolutely aglow with activity because, after all, this is the structure that gives rise to fear. But now I'm going to take that same photograph and cut it up into 1,000 pieces. I'm going to painstakingly glue each one of those pieces randomly onto an 8x10 board. And now I'm going to show you that picture, which contains no meaningful information. All the shades of grey, white and black are present, but now in a configuration that tells you nothing. And you'll look at that picture and you'll say, why are you showing me that? However, if I were to image your amygdala, it would be lighting up like a Christmas tree, doing all of the things that activation of a circuit does, but things that you won't be aware of. You can't tell that your cortisol is elevated. You're not aware that your blood pressure is high because you've activated the sympathetic nervous system, the glucocorticoid system. But that's going to be percolating in the background. And if you tell me there's nothing wrong, that doesn't bother me, then what are my options for treating your problem? Does this actually happen? And does it have clinical consequences? It most certainly does. And some of the more recent studies have demonstrated that what a person is thinking about can now become a conditioned stimulus. Can you imagine how difficult that would be to treat? Now, it can be treated very easily, because by definition, if something is capable of being conditioned, it automatically is capable of being deconditioned. But only if you know what the stimulus is. And it's going to take a lot of detective work on the part of a therapist, a very astute one, to sort out what that elusive thought might have been when you're not even perhaps aware of what it was. I call these the hidden beliefs, cellular beliefs, if you will. These conditioned responses that now give rise to images that you are simply not aware of. I cite it because it is one that's been researched to demonstrate that this connection can happen. You may not remember what restaurant you ate lunch in, when later that day you were in a bad car accident. You may not recall what song was playing on the radio when the telephone rang and you heard some devastating news reporting the tragic loss of a loved one. And in the workplace, you may have had an altercation with a supervisor. Something bad might have happened. And now every time you walk into that location and you once again see the reminders in the office or in the station where you work, now those objects have each become a conditioned stimulus, evoking anxiety, possibly the same image, the same physiology that was in place when you heard that news, when you were in the accident, or when you had that altercation. One of the ways of dealing with this is to train your body to recover automatically. Obviously, if the trigger of your stress is at the subconscious level, then you need to have an intervention that likewise is going to work automatically at the subconscious level. And there is something you can do. Before I tell you what it is, though, and it's very simple, I need to explain one other thing about the stress response, so this intervention will make even more sense. Let's now review the whole system, but at a more global level. I've talked about very specific ways that the body is impacted by emotions. But now let's look at the overall system, everything, after taking a step back. There are basically three ways that you respond to adversity. The first and the most primitive way of responding is to do absolutely nothing, to go into a state of withdrawal. And I describe it as being primitive, not because it is somehow inferior to the other ways of responding, but because it is the way of responding that we see in very primitive, low-functioning organisms. A unicellular animal such as an amoeba, when faced with danger, can't whip out an AK-47 and strafe the enemy, nor can it turn on its heels and seek refuge in a cave. No. All an amoeba can do when the temperature suddenly changes or the pH is adjusted is shut down, conserve energy, and hope that he's still there after the danger has subsided. We do that. It's mediated by the parasympathetic nervous system, which I spoke about before. I talked about it in the context of opposing the sympathetics, of inducing the relaxation response, but the relaxation response really is nothing more than withdrawal. You're slowing things down. When we encounter reptiles, we now find the second way of responding, action. That crocodile doesn't have to stand there and take it. He can fight back. He can slither into the swamp and escape and engage the fight-flight response. And we do that. It's mediated by the sympathetic nervous system, along with the pituitary adrenal axis, which I have spoken about. And when we get to the top of the food chain, that is when we find the third way of responding, which is higher processing. And that's what I've been speaking about a few moments ago, the prefrontal lobes. The prefrontal lobes enable us to put the brakes on. They prevent us from going off half-cocked in reptilian mode and doing something that may be detrimental to our well-being in the future. Can anyone tell me what you are likely to do when confronted with stress? When the pressure is really on, what types of people, what types of places are you likely to gravitate towards? What is one word that would describe both the person and the place? Calm, safe, comfortable. How would you know that the person or the place is safe, is comfortable, is calm? You would have to be familiar with it. The more familiar something is, the more likely you are to gravitate towards it. It's why during times of strife we turn to family. Parents and probably some siblings have been there since day one. And if they're not available, we turn to close friends. Or we go back to those familiar haunts. And why would we do that? What would that provide us with? The ability to predict. The more familiar we are with something, the more experience we've had with a person or a place, the more likely we are able to predict what is going to happen next. And I've already explained how powerful that ability to predict is in alleviating fear. Well, the body does exactly the same thing. And basically, the stress response is really nothing more than the sequential progression from the least familiar to the most familiar. The most familiar way of responding is withdrawal. That's been around the longest. Of course it's more familiar. In evolutionary terms, the second most familiar way of responding is action. The new kid on the block is higher processing. So during stress, as the pressure mounts, we sequentially go from higher processing to action to withdrawal. I'll put this into a context. Imagine, if you will, that you are dealing with a conflict. And let's say it's a level 1 conflict. The problem is you are in charge of a committee that has to come up with a solution, but it's a pretty easy task because everybody agrees what the problem is. They may even agree as to what the solution should be. They are sharing information. No one's holding back. There's very little pressure. You've got plenty of time. It's ever so easy to remain in higher processing during those circumstances. But now let's increase the pressure. Let's take it to level 3. The problem is no longer the sole problem. Now you have become a part of a problem. While you want it resolved on your terms. And that's when people begin to embellish. They leave things out of their argument if it may be counter to their wishes. You're in charge, the clock is ticking, now a deadline is approaching, you're not making any progress, you can't be sure but you suspect that there are all these hidden agendas, and that's when you slam your fist down on the table and you say, look, let's just get on with it. I don't care if it's the wrong thing to do, we'll do it anyway and we'll fix it afterwards. But let's move on. That would be a typical behavioral manifestation of action. And now the conflict has reached level 5. No one even remembers what the problem was. The objective is not to win anymore. Now the objective is, in large part, to destroy the other person. There was a very graphic illustration of this in the news when the doctor in New York disconnected the gas lines in his multi-million-dollar home in downtown New York and then set light to it, blew the place up, so his wife wouldn't get it in the divorce settlement. He died from the injuries he sustained in that blast. That is a level 5 conflict. Let's imagine that you are dealing with something approaching that. You are in charge of the committee, and now there are going to be some major consequences for somebody in the room, regardless of which choice you make. No one's going to back you up. They're all getting ready to stab you in the back at the first opportunity. People are no longer embellishing information. Now they are outright lying. The pressure is building. You've got to make a decision very quickly, but you just don't know what to do. And finally, in desperation, you say, look, people, if you can't get your fecal matter together, I'm out of here. I'm not doing this anymore. And that would be a classic behavioral manifestation of withdrawal. The clinical manifestation of withdrawal would be depression, where now perhaps the environment has changed so drastically. You've lost control. You might have lost your job. You no longer have the financial resources that enable you to control your life. Or you might have lost a close friend or a loved one, providing you without the resource that you needed for support and comfort. And now things are in such a disarray, you don't know what's going to happen next. You've lost your ability to predict. And you go into a state of withdrawal. And I would argue that when that happens, it's probably good for you. Now, I am not referring to bipolar depression, nor schizoaffective disorder, or postpartum depression, or seasonal affective disorder. I'm referring to reactive or exogenous depressions where you can clearly identify what the environmental trigger was. If you don't know what to do next, perhaps the best thing is to go into a state of withdrawal so you do not take action that may have dire consequences in the future. After 9/11, I remember psychologists being interviewed proclaiming that the vast majority of Americans were depressed as a result of that attack, and how awful this was, and there ought to be money available to help treat basically 80-90% of the country. Well, when I heard that, my first thought was, I'm not concerned about those people who are depressed. My concern is for the people who are not depressed. Because when something like that happens, and you don't know what the future holds, and when the whole environment starts to change as we respond to this action, going into a state of withdrawal is probably a very healthy interlude. Problems arise when you remain in that state of withdrawal, when now it is time to take action. And that's when I believe it's perfectly all right to embrace the slogan of DuPont, better living through chemistry. Remember, emotions have a trigger and they have a response. And I told you that you should always engage in two interventions, one which deals with the symptom, the response, one that deals with the cause, the trigger. Antidepressants basically attenuate the symptom. They clear the fog, but they do not address the cause of the problem. That's where a behavioral cognitive approach comes into play. And there's absolutely no question about it, dual treatments are always the most effective. Use the pharmacologic approach to address the symptoms, while simultaneously alleviating the cause of the problem by addressing the images, the perceptions that gave rise to that depression in the first place. And of course, the immune system goes into withdrawal after being bathed in the hormones of action, cortisol, beta-endorphin, adrenaline. Your lymphocytes don't function as they normally would, leaving you vulnerable to infection. Even your personality goes into withdrawal. And in general, what happens is you become more and then you become less. If you are a controlling personality, if you want to micromanage everything around you, when the pressure begins to build, you become even more controlling, even to the point of becoming autocratic. But when the pressure really builds, that is when the person who normally wants to be in control will say, I don't care anymore. You people do it. Leave me out of it. Just tell me what decision you made when it's over. They flip. They become accommodating. They become the opposite of what they normally are. And the accommodator will become even more accommodating as the pressure builds. Please wake me up at 2 o'clock in the morning if I can help. Ask me to anything. I'll do it for you. Please, I'd want to be involved. But now, when the pressure is really intense and they go into withdrawal, they go into withdrawal from their own personality. And these are the people who will sometimes now take the bull by the horns. I experienced this in a very personal way when my wife gave birth to our first child. I got caught in that transition, prior to which, in the mid-1970s, it was all right for a man to go out hunting with his buddies, play cards, drink all night, while his wife was in the hospital having babies. And then wait for a telegram the next day saying, congratulations, you have just sired a child. No, I got caught on the other side of that barrier. We were expected to be there, in the delivery room, participate in the process, and it was wonderful. I don't regret it at all. I'm glad that happened. And I remember as my wife was going through the initial stages of labor, she appeared to be in a great deal of discomfort. So much so, she was unable to speak. But I knew that had she been able to form words, what she would say, she would find some way to express her deep appreciation that I was the means by which she was about to fulfill her dream of becoming a mother. And then the Lamaze exercises kicked in. The discomfort was alleviated sufficiently that she was able to speak. And she looked at me with her loving eyes and she said, honey, you bastard. And I was shocked. But then I realized that what was happening was perfectly natural. And I was going to explain to her about the polyvagal theory of emotions. I thought she might be interested. But then my amygdala sent a little message to another part of my brain saying, leave this alone, don't go there. And I am sure that you have experienced similar circumstances. You've perhaps been in a group dynamic and you've suddenly looked across the room and said, what on earth has gotten into George? I've never seen him behave this way. And what has Nancy been drinking? I've never heard her use such language. Well, what's happened is you have never seen that person in their stressed out personality. And if you're not aware of it, You might incorrectly interpret their actions as being deliberate, deliberately pushing your buttons to aggravate you. And that's going to drive you down into your stressed out personality, and now you've got two people acting in opposite ways than they normally do, each party unable to predict what the other is going to do, each of you not sure how to act in that personality because it's so unfamiliar to you as well, and the conflict just keeps going. Just being aware of what is happening and realizing that this is a normal process and why it's occurring can sometimes be enough to significantly diffuse a conflict. But you know what's triggering that, so you can address the problem. You can take the emotion and you can consciously translate it into language. But what about those images that are occurring at the subconscious level? What can you do about those? Well, your concern is primarily the damage that that image is going to do to your body. You don't want it to erode your immune system. You don't want it to impact in a negative way your memory or your cardiovascular system. And so one thing that you might consider doing is training your entire stress response to recover on autopilot. And the way you're going to do this is by using a modified form of exercise. Now, your purpose in exercising is not going to build endurance. It's not to improve your cardiovascular functioning. I'm going to describe a way for you to do this, to simply train recovery all over your body, so that when you are faced with adversity, you can now counter the adverse effects of a stress by going into recovery mode. First of all, why exercise? Because exercise is a stressor. It is a somatic stressor, which means that it's due to physical activity within the body. But you are putting demands on your body for more oxygen, for more glucose. Your cortisol is going to go up because, after all, that's what's going to provide you with the energy to now complete the regimen. You're going to need to quickly get that oxygen and glucose to where it's needed. Your sympathetic nervous system is going to be activated. So everything I spoke about before that happens in the wake of emotional upheaval is also activated during the stress of exercise. The big difference, the reason exercise is a good form of stress and not a bad form, it's what we call eustress instead of distress, is because you're in control. You can predict what's going to happen. And because of all the information out there, you can remain optimistic that it's going to ultimately be beneficial. Now you want to go out and buy a heart rate monitor, but not an expensive one. In fact, buy the cheapest one you can find. Don't pay more than $50 for it. All you need is one number on the dial, and that's your heart rate. You don't need a built-in GPS to tell you where you are on the planet. You certainly don't need to know the barometric pressure, and nor do you need to know the time in Hong Kong. Just get a very simple heart rate monitor and then calculate your maximum heart rate. The only way to really determine what this is by experiencing it. And you do that by getting on a treadmill, pushing yourself to the point where your heart rate goes as high as it possibly can. And when you reach that point, you run a little bit faster. You pedal your bike a little bit harder to see if your heart rate will go up just a tiny bit more, and when it reaches a point where no, it doesn't, that is your maximum heart rate. Some people would prefer not to do this. There's another way, and that's to subtract your age from 220. It's obviously not very accurate. It assumes that a 50-year-old who runs marathons every month has the same maximum heart rate as a person who smokes a pack of cigarettes a day and who lies in front of the tube watching the soaps all afternoon. And obviously that's not going to be the case. It assumes that a person on medications is the same as a person who is not. But it gets you in the ballpark. It gives you a rough approximation. And now what I want you to do is calculate roughly 80% of your maximum heart rate, which is going to be right around the aerobic zone. When you start exercising, I want you to get into the 80% range. That's where you're going to spend most of your time. That's where you will always come back to. But when you feel like it, run a little bit faster. Get your heart rate up to maybe 90%. The minute you hit 90%, slow down. Allow your heart rate to come down. No, not back to 80%. Allow it to drop down to 70%. The minute you hit 70%, speed up and get back to 80. When you're ready, do it again. Except this time, go up to 95%. And when you hit that point, come down, no, not to 70%, but to 65. And then come back to 80. Why those numbers? Because for every action, you want an equal and opposite reaction. If you are exposing yourself to extra stress that is 10 percentage points above the aerobic zone, then you need to expose yourself to an amount of recovery that is 10% below. And if you go 15% above, you want to go 15% below. Recovery is the key here. Stress is not the problem. I don't care if you have world-class stress in your life. As long as you counterbalance it with world-class recovery, you're going to be fine. A lot of people blame stress for every one of their problems. They think that if only they could eliminate the stress in their life, how much better off they would be. Well, that's a myth. People don't need less stress. What they need is more recovery. And if you dispute that statement, ask yourself what happens if you wrap an arm or a leg in a cast. If you deny that muscle any form of stress at all, what happens to it? Of course, it atrophies. You need to expose your muscles to constant stress, constant stimulation, just to maintain them where they are now. And if you want to take yourself to the next level of performance and endurance, you don't lie there on the couch and rest. No, you push yourself through a zone of discomfort until you get to a new plateau. From there, you can go to the next comfort level. Do any of you know anyone who's retired? Who on the day they're retired proclaimed to the world, "This is it, folks. I have paid my dues. I've worked long hours on the assembly line, and now I'm going to sit around and I'm going to do nothing. I'm going to sit in front of a TV, watch ESPN, and once a month I'll cash my pension check, and that's it. I deserve this." And if you know someone who basically has adopted that lifestyle, you know someone who has begun to deteriorate before your very eyes, mentally, physically, and spiritually. It is the person who, upon retirement, subjects themselves to memorization by signing up for community theatre. The person who takes on athletics at the master's level. The person who subjects themselves to schedules by signing up to do volunteer work. That is the person who will have maximum functional capacity right up until the day they drop. No, you don't need less stress. But while stress is the stimulus for growth, it is during times of recovery when that growth actually occurs. And that is what you are going to train. You are going to train recovery by engaging in this episodic rise and fall in heart rate. Now, we are not interested in heart rate. That's just the measure we're using. What we are concerned about here is the release of glucocorticoids, catecholamines, the whole stress response. What you are doing is recovering from stress. Heart rate is just a very easy way to monitor it. Nothing to measure in blood, don't have to stick a needle in, don't have to spit into a test tube and measure something in saliva. Now, look at what's happening. Think about this. Increased heart rate. But now let's substitute the word stress. Increased stress, recovery. Increased stress, recovery. What you are doing is pairing recovery with stress. Just as Pavlov paired the ringing bell with the sight and smell of meat. And now what eventually is going to happen is stress is going to become the stimulus that now gives rise to recovery. If you do it enough times, stress becomes like the ringing bell. But instead of eliciting salivation, it now elicits recovery, because that is what you have repeatedly associated with it. And one more thing, if you do this repeatedly, that will now become your familiar response. The more repetitions you do, the more familiar your body will be to experiencing recovery after stress. And remember, I told you that what the body will do under duress is always revert to the most familiar way of responding. So without even consciously thinking about it, you should by default now start the recovery process as you experience duress. And yes, you want a certain amount of stress. Experiments conducted at the turn of the last century, the early part of the 1900s, by two investigators in Boston, Yerkes and Dodson, clearly showed that when you have too little stress, you commit errors of omission. You forget to do things. But if you have too much stress, you commit errors of commission. You do things that weren't appropriate. The people who perform the best are the ones who have just the right amount of stress in the mid-zone. So reliable is this that it's now referred to as the Yerkes and Dodson law. It's almost like a behavioral law as a law of physics would be, because no one has been able to find a trace of evidence that would dispute that claim. I've spent time in the past teaching at the FBI National Academy in Quantico, Virginia, working with hostage rescue teams, SWAT teams, basically training them to control their emotions so they can do their jobs more efficiently and stay safe. And in the street survival school that I used to help teach, one of the things I would do is put heart rate monitors on the agents as we recreated scenarios where agents had died in the line of duty. We would bring in professional actors who would play the role of bad guys. They were shooting each other with these little wax bullets. At close range, they might break the skin, they would certainly leave a nasty welt. I've been hit with them before. You don't want to experience that. The fear is very real. And if it's not fear associated with being hit by one of these little wax bullets, it's the fear of failure, because these guys want to perform well. They want to impress their colleagues as well as the supervisors. And what I will find is, as the agents are gathering intelligence, trying to decide where in the building the criminal might be, of course it's an actor, using heat sensing devices, sound amplification systems, their heart rates might be hovering around 85, 90%. These guys are in superb shape. Their resting heart rates would be down in the low to mid-50s. But that's to be expected, that it would be up around 85, because they're crawling around in the bushes, they're collecting information. There's a certain amount of anxiety associated with anticipating when the action's going to unfold. And then, after carefully entering the building, using mirrors to look around corners, they enter the room, they think it's clear, and all of a sudden, the bad guy comes dropping out of the ceiling tile, shooting, or bursting out of a closet. And in the time it took me to just explain that, the heart rate will go from 85 to 90 all the way up to 115, 120 beats per minute, driven by nothing more than pure emotion. And that's what we want to see. They're in action mode. And when you're in action mode, you're focused on the danger. That's when you're going to become aware of other threats. You're going to see that shadow go past the window, and you realize that, hey, the guy's got an accomplice. But then we want to see the heart rate come down, but not too much. We want to see it come down maybe 105, 110, because we want that person to have one foot in action mode, to be vigilant, but we want the other foot to be in higher processing, so they act in accordance with the Attorney General Office's deadly force policy. The agents who perform by the textbook, everything is perfect, are the ones whose heart rate goes up and then comes down, but not too much. Some agents will go into the building, heart rate 85 beats per minute. The action unfolds. The bad guy comes out shooting. Heart rate maybe 86 beats per minute. Back down to 85. No response at all. These are the guys who will get shot, or they will make some other crucial mistake that puts themselves in danger. The ones whose heart rate goes up and stays up, they're the ones who send a bullet flying through the drywall, hitting an innocent bystander perhaps on the other side. Or they leave their gun still cocked on a countertop when they go down to cuff the bad guy. Errors of commission. And this is a rather extreme example of it, but the fact is, we are able to take those agents whose heart rate goes up and stays up, put them on a treadmill, and by subjecting them to the regimen that I have just described to you, we can train their heart rates to recover. What we are really doing is training their entire stress response to recover. I can't tell you with certainty that the explanation, the interpretation of why it's working is correct. The fact that it might be some sort of conditioning phenomena is what makes sense to me. No one's been able to tell me a better interpretation. What I can tell you is it works. And we have had agents make documentaries where they have told in interviews that this type of training has saved their life. You don't have to go to Quantico and get shot at. You don't have to spend a small fortune and come down to Saddlebrook to learn how to do this sort of thing on our Executive Challenge course. You can do it by yourself starting tonight, just by buying a heart rate monitor and by using exercise now as the way to create these waves of stress and recovery. And you know what? You don't even need to buy a heart rate monitor. I just told you that to impress you. When you talk about percentages, maximum heart rate, it sounds good. There's a better and more accurate way of doing it. It's called the conversation rule. When you are exercising, if you are able to carry on a conversation but you would rather not, you are probably right smack in that 80% range, the aerobic zone. Your sentences tend to be very short. You take a quick gasp of air in between each one because you don't want your friend to know how exhausted you really are. That's where you spend most of your time. But then when you're ready to create the exercise wave, push yourself to the point where the only word you can utter is help. Obviously, if you're not taking in enough air to sustain speech, you're not taking in enough oxygen to sustain aerobic metabolism. You're up in the anaerobic zone. You're in that high stress zone. And when you reach that point, come down to the point where you can carry on a conversation with ease. And the reason I think that is a better way of doing it is because your heart rate is going to change on a moment-to-moment basis. If you drink an extra glass of wine the night before, you're going to be a little dehydrated. Your blood volume might go down. Your heart's going to have to work harder to accomplish the same thing it did the day before. Your maximum heart rate will change. Ditto if you're taking over-the-counter medications, and especially if you've donated blood recently. So the conversation rule really enables you to adapt to whatever your maximum heart rate is on a moment-to-moment basis. And even if you do buy the heart rate monitor, save the package, because after about a week, you'll know exactly what your heart rate is based upon the way you feel. So take it back, get a refund. And now I have reached the point in the program that I always worry about. My concern is that many of you may conclude that today has been a complete and total waste of time. I would have been better off sitting outside watching trees grow. I want to make absolutely certain that that does not happen. And so I am now going to give you some information which is going to transform your life for the better. Information which will make the last 6 hours well worth it. I'm going to violate my rule, the one which says one size does not fit all, because I don't care what your stress is due to. I don't care if it's due to the infrastructure at work, whether it's due to a lousy reward system, or perhaps interpersonal conflict. if you do what I'm going to tell you to do right now, your life will be transformed for the better. On your way home, go to the nearest drugstore and purchase a rectal thermometer. I'm serious about this. And don't grab the first one you see on the shelf. It needs to be the right size and the right brand. From personal experience, I have determined that Q-tip makes the best for this purpose. Take your thermometer home, close the door behind you, and apply the deadbolt. You don't want anyone disturbing you for the next hour. To ensure that, close the curtains. You don't want anyone looking in the windows. Dim the lights. And then put on some nice, relaxing music. Slip into some loose-fitting, comfortable clothes. Stretch out on your bed. Lie down on your couch. Take your rectal thermometer and read the fine print on the back of the package. According to Q-tip, each of their thermometers is individually tested. It really says that. Can you imagine having that as a job? So now, as you are lying there reflecting upon all the things that are going wrong in your life, I want you to complete that statement by saying, I am glad I do not work for the Quality Control Division of Q-tip. Things could be a whole heck of a lot worse. And if you do that, along with the other things that I have suggested today, you will be able to enjoy the rich and healthy life that you so deserve. Thank you very much for your kind attention. The year was 1968, and I had decided to take a semester off from college and ride my bicycle in the first running of the Baja 1000 off-road race. I left from my summer job in Rapid City, South Dakota, rode my bicycle down to the border, but as a college student barely able to make it from one paycheck to the next, I didn't have much money. So in order to conserve funds, I would often sleep on the side of the road or, on some occasions, in a local jail. I would be booked as a lodger, sometimes would have dinner with the sheriff and his family, talk to the children about riding bicycles across country. And I remember one time I was in a jail in Arizona. I believe it was Flagstaff or maybe Yuma. And the person in the cell next to me related to me his lifestyle, which basically went in 7-year cycles. He had been a family man at one time, but then found that he had no choice but to divorce his wife, abandon his children, because the 7 years was up. He had to do something else. And he never held a job for more than 7 years before switching. He now found himself in a bit of a slump. He was in jail for drunk and disorderly conduct, living in the back of his pickup truck. But soon the 7-year cycle would be over, and he would start something fresh. He planned to get his life together and then move on. I've often thought about John Hardiman and what I considered to be, at the time, a rather irresponsible lifestyle. But what I now realize is he was in a rut. He firmly believed that he had no choice but to live his life in these 7-year intervals. And I realize that there are many of us who do similar things. We now restrict our options because of the profession that we find ourselves in. I know for years when I was a university professor, it seemed as though every choice I made was in the context of that professional niche. And I felt there were things I simply couldn't do because I didn't have training outside of that profession. And I suspect there are many nurses, there are salespeople, there are managers who, because they have been successful for a brief period of time in a particular profession, they brand themselves as having to stay within the confines of that job description. We become familiar with the lifestyle that we find ourselves living in, and we end up feeling that any departure is going to result in delving into the unknown, and we end up staying where we are because we believe it's better to be safe than sorry. I believe that this is the primary reason why people fail to advance, they fail to achieve their goals. And in many respects, I suppose, staying on safe ground is probably not a bad idea. After all, if the stakes and the risk of failure are very high, then it might be wise not to give up a good job or to venture into some arena where there is a great deal of uncertainty as to whether or not success is going to occur. But this is a widespread belief that is also the reason why many people remain in the same old rut. People are afraid of failure, so they play it safe in both their personal and professional lives. You must overcome this belief if you are to be successful. Now, of course, any change requires moving away from familiar territory, along with the prospect of losing face. Scary. No wonder people stay where they are, even though their business venture could have the potential of doubling its profits, or they might unleash the means to spend more time with family by doing what they really want to do. They nonetheless stay in that old familiar track. Sometimes we hold on to an old belief because we have become set in our ways and resist change. We may want to do things differently, but are afraid of failing. So instead of taking steps along a healthier and more productive path, we keep things status quo. We even create new beliefs to justify the rut we're in. Consider a person who services clients for a large company. His job requires that he log nearly 50,000 miles a year, driving throughout the eastern United States. Every hour he is on the road, he is away from his family and those things that bring pleasure. He was recently offered a promotion that would keep him at company headquarters close to home. "No way," he said. "I'm not going to become part of that rat race. Too much backbiting at headquarters. I'd rather be on my own, even if it means a lower salary and eating in truck stops." Where does this belief come from? Perhaps it came from his early childhood. Many men are taught they must be decisive and always make the right decision. Role models may have been present in the family or depicted on the television screen by our childhood heroes, or perhaps through the pages of books read to us by parents. Subtle messages conveying what a hero can and should be were present throughout our early upbringing. What happens, though, when the child encounters failure and realizes that success is not guaranteed? Then the fear of failure may result in that individual becoming indecisive or avoiding situations requiring that he or she take charge and accept responsibility. The person might seek employment in a subservient position, so someone else can shoulder the responsibility for failure. Not only will this belief impact the person's professional life, but they may also seek a spouse who plays a dominant role in the relationship. While in some cases it might be necessary to consult with a therapist to help with the process, by asking the right questions, you can usually identify for yourself what is triggering a particular behavioral path. Often just understanding the basic mechanism of what is going on and coming to grips with what the initiating event might be is all it takes to begin the first step toward change. Whether you want to change or whether you want to motivate others to change, there are some very simple lessons to be learnt from the human mind. Here's what we know and what you can do. The brain is conservative and prefers the familiar. So connect the novel part of a new initiative to something familiar. Reframe so the new approach becomes a natural progression rather than an abrupt change. The brain is curious and therefore wired to collect and process information. So gather as much relevant information as you can. Delve into the scientific explanation which justifies the change you are about to make if it happens to be your lifestyle. Fear is the emotion of the future. It arises when you don't know what's going to happen next. Therefore, the more you know, the less you will fear. In the wake of fear, the brain attempts to conserve energy, what is needed to fuel creativity. So take steps to reduce stress and the related emotions such as fear, anger, and sadness. They will sap the energy you need to succeed. Stress will also trigger the fight-flight behaviors which are designed to conserve energy for your survival, not your growth. The brain responds to images. You don't respond to the world. Instead, you respond to a visual or auditory image of the world. While you may not be able to change events, you can influence your perception of them. Examine the beliefs which shape your images. Where did they come from? Are they justified? It may be your beliefs, not the world, which need changing. And finally, the brain seeks meaning. Whatever path you choose, make sure it gets you closer to your personal and/or professional goals. In this way, there will be a common thread linking all you do to both the past and future. Your steps will become a logical progression from the familiar past as you now make progress toward a healthier future. When you answer the question, I know what to do, so why don't I do it? With the answer, because I'll always be the way I am, you are now setting yourself up as a victim. You are assuming that there are things that you simply don't have control over because this is the way I've always been, it's the way I'm always going to be. You adopt the posture of a victim, and when you begin to act that way, it can now become a self-fulfilling prophecy. A considerable body of research reveals that it is the feeling of helplessness, not the event, which will actually keep you from moving forward, and, I might add, take a toll upon your health. Dr. Neil Miller of Yale University conducted now classic studies demonstrating that rats receiving an equal amount of stress differed in their susceptibility to illness based upon their ability to control the situation. Animals that had the ability to terminate the source of the stress had fewer ulcers compared with those animals whose stress was terminated at precisely the same time, but who had no control. Research at the University of Colorado has extended this observation to reveal that helplessness can also impair the immune system. It's important to realize that the amount and timing of the stress was identical. Therefore, it was the perception of helplessness, nothing else, that accounted for the increased risk to health. And what you are doing when you conclude there is nothing I can do because I'm always going to be this way is you are now reinforcing your perception of helplessness. You're going to have a very difficult time achieving anything because that negative emotion is now going to have a tendency to trigger withdrawal or avoidance behaviors. And that is precisely why you stay in that same old rut. That is why you should always do something whenever the pressure is on, even if the probability of a positive outcome is very remote. What is important is that you not act like a victim. So often when a person finds themselves in the midst of a conflict, They will shrug their shoulders, walk away from the problem, and adopt the attitude, well, there's nothing I can do. Now, it may well be that doing nothing is the best option. Sometimes backing off is best. But if you do choose to do nothing, focus upon the fact that you made that choice. Don't do nothing because you believe your hands are tied and that you have no other options. It is rare that we don't have options. However, be careful with this concept of control. Too much control can be just as detrimental to your health as too little. This was revealed through studies carried out in Vietnam during the American campaign there. Investigators found it was middle management, the middle-level officers, who had to make a lot of very important decisions affecting the lives of many men under their command who suffered most from the effects of stress, compared to those troops who simply followed orders and went out into the rice paddies. So having too much control or too much responsibility can also be detrimental to your health. A lot of people get carried away with this. They believe that they must be in control at all times, and if they can't be, well, I'm just not going to get involved. And that's now the reason why they don't take steps to improve their lot in life. Now, it is a fact that there are many things in life beyond our control. What it comes down to is that we are consistently in control of only our attitude or our happiness. If we believe in the illusion of control, we will repeatedly face the impossible task of trying to govern what is beyond us. While it is beneficial to maintain control over situations that we can influence, the belief that we have power over all events is an illusion that is responsible for a lot of unhappiness. As I noted previously, it's good to have control over some things, but problems arise when control becomes the end instead of a means, when we refuse to relinquish it, even when circumstances call for delegation or simply letting go. Many people are surprised when they realize just how much control they actually do have over circumstances. Try this very simple exercise and see for yourself. On a sheet of paper, create 3 columns. In the first column, list as many things as you can which you have full control over, and which have the ability to impact your health and happiness. In the second, list those things over which you have partial control, and in the third, those things you have no control over. There should be nothing listed in the third column marked none, because no matter what you have written, you always have some control over the extent upon which it may influence your life. You have control over what you choose to focus upon. You have control over the preparations you make to better cope. You have control over your responses to the event. And most importantly of all, the one thing that no one can ever take away from you is you have 100% control over your attitude. Sometimes people include being born in the control column. Granted, you weren't able to exert any influence upon the circumstances leading up to that event. However, you can choose to be a loyal son or daughter. Weather is something else we are all at the mercy of, yet despite its unpredictable nature, you can control your state of preparedness and thereby control its impact upon you. No matter what the circumstances, there is always one thing no one can ever take away from you. The environment may have failed so rapidly that there's not a thing you can do about it, and you may have very limited control over your physical or behavioral responses. You may be paralyzed with fear, but there is always one thing that you do have control over right up until your dying breath, and that is your attitude, which no one can ever take away from you. After having spent years incarcerated in the Nazi concentration camps, Viktor Frankl was once asked why it was that he felt he survived when so many others died from starvation, disease, and torture. His answer was very eloquent in its simplicity. The belief that one day I would be asked that question. You see, he never surrendered his spirit to that feeling of total helplessness, and neither should you. No one sprinkles you with magical dust to induce a belief. No one presses a button in the side of your head that induces an emotion. These are your responses, and no one can ever control them for you. No one. In the end, the very belief, I am in control, may make all the difference. If you feel sad, frightened, or defeated, the first step is to acknowledge it rather than make it go away. Then you can begin to change the feeling. If you are frightened or overwhelmed, focus on a time in your life when you felt safe or in control. Focus on how it feels to be safe or in control. And then imagine you can make this feeling of being in control 10% stronger, then 20% stronger, then 50% stronger. Repeat this process throughout the day, and soon you will find that you can change your emotional responses to events. In those rare circumstances that are clearly out of your control, there are other approaches you can use. It is sometimes helpful to simply accept the fact that the situation is out of your hands. Let it go. People tend to labor over how to control a situation out of their control, which just makes them more upset. When you begin to feel anxious or distressed, that is when it is probably time to simply set it aside for a while and come back to it later. Another approach is to focus on the piece you can control. In some cases, the only thing you really can control is your attitude. Some people surrender their sense of personal control by believing other people must always approve of their actions, or that they can never make mistakes, or that they can never be vulnerable. These mindsets or beliefs ensure you will have little control over major aspects of your life. By changing these expectations or beliefs and developing inner strength, you will find you are faced with fewer out-of-control situations in life, and that will embolden you to make the critical choices you need to make, to take the steps you need to be taking in order to achieve your goal and enjoy the life with the full richness you deserve.
Every now and again, I'll have a client who wants to do something really crazy. I had one that wanted to expand their business. They were going into Russia, South Africa. South Africa probably has the highest crime rate in the world. Russia, of course, if you are from the West, you need bodyguards to do business there. It's like the Wild West. So they wanted to separate the chaff from the wheat. They wanted to find out who of our employees are going to be able to handle this. And they came to me and said, can you put together a program? Well, I said, yes, I can, but it's going to cost you a small fortune, and I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do, except I'm going to do it in your country. I don't want to do it in America because I don't want to be sued. And they agreed to it. And what we staged was the kidnapping of the top officials during their national meeting. Got the police involved. They used it as a training exercise for their anti-terrorist squad, and some of the cops actually played the role of the terrorists who snatched the CEO and his top management team. And I was the featured speaker, and my job was to get up there and give a presentation, before the president came in to talk about their plan for next year and all this good stuff. And of course, there were helicopters flying overhead. It was incredibly realistic. It was scary, even knowing that this was all staged. And there was one person in the group who'd been kidnapped that knew that this was all staged, and they were given a code word to use if it got out of hand to finish it all. Well, they got so stressed out, they forgot the code word. Remember what I said about forgetfulness? We ended up having to bring psychologists in afterwards to debrief people. It was very powerful. And of course, I get up there, I'm supposed to speak. We've got all these SWAT team members running around. And I basically said, look, the people who hired me are not here. They might be dead. I don't know what's going on. If I'm not going to get paid, I'm not going to do this. And that was not their reaction. It was, everybody's panicked anyway because we'd spread all these nasty rumors. We'd spread rumors over here that the people had been killed. Another rumor over here that it was another company whose executives had been kidnapped, and we had different. We just, if you want to spread disinformation quickly, You start rumors and counter rumors. And boy, it took off like wildfire. Well, basically, they were left alone. No presentation. Everybody's sitting there in this crowded auditorium. And then we observed, okay, what are people going to do? We had professional facilitators watching. And it was an American, one of their top salespeople from America, who we thought was going to lose it. Because America, I mean, even now, is a pretty safe country to live in, except for what happened in September 11th. We don't have terrorism really over here. It's not like Europe and the Middle East, where it's an everyday occurrence. So we thought, well, it's going to be this American who's not really going to have the experience to draw upon. He's the one who's going to lose it. Whereas the guys from Sicily, the ones from Colombia, the people who live in countries where there's warfare going on, kidnappings, they're the ones who are going to rise to the occasion. That's not what we saw. It was the American, actually, who, based upon his personality, we thought was going to lose it, who basically took the microphone. He said, look, people, this is a terrible thing that's happened, but we're all here. I don't know about you guys, but I'm with Dr. Hall. I'm worried about my job. He said, let's put together a recommendation of who we want on the board to the shareholders. We don't want to be taken over by the competitors, so let's go ahead and get organized. And that's where it went off. That guy headed up the office in Moscow. And he said that unless he had experienced that, he said he would never have volunteered for that. He didn't know how he would respond under that type of extreme pressure. Several of the people ended up being fired or they quit because they weren't able to respond. Now you can see why we had to do it in Northern Europe and not in this country. But it was good for them. They didn't want to be in a company where they weren't going to advance. Let them get into an environment where they could excel. And obviously the company didn't want to have to pay people who weren't going to be contributing to the long-term effort. So here is an example of this model, this polyvagal theory, being applied to behavior where you don't see exactly the same sequence, and where it's not a total shutdown, it's not completely withdrawal where the person is sitting there like this doing nothing. But now what you might see is a withdrawal from the normal personality and ways of responding that are a departure of what that person normally does. So I think we have to think in terms of withdrawal as not simply a shutdown in systems all the time, but sometimes a shutdown in what the person normally does, and now the emergence of an opposite way of responding. I don't think that during stress you do lose your memory. I think what happens is there's a shift, and that while you lose the capacity for explicit memory, which is time consuming, you have to think about it. You may not have time. During that competition, you don't really wasting time engaging in thought processes. You may only have a millisecond to save your life. That's when you need implicit memory, that familiar pattern of behavior. And I think what happens during stress is you lose the capacity for explicit memory, but you gain the capacity for implicit. And that really there's no net increase or decrease in memory at all. In fact, we now understand the chemistry behind PTSD, because there's another chemical that leaves behind a permanent memory footprint. And I think that would be a classic example of now, this memory coming out of nowhere, eliciting a full-blown image which now drives a physiological response, triggered by nothing more than a word or something else, with no sort of rational thought process involved at all. It's a pure conditioned response. And I think it represents exactly that. It's a shift now to this implicit, or what athletes would call a muscle memory. And that's what you want to see. You may not approve of this, but we're dealing with athletes who have to win. No one cares who came in second place. No one cares who gets the silver medal in the Olympics. It's the person who gets the gold medal who's going to get all the money, all the endorsements. So the ones who pay for us to help them, we tell them to do things which, you might think, well, that's not very sporting. One of the things we tell them to do is, if their opponent is doing really, really well, and they're not sure that they can pull this match off, during one of the breaks, walk up to the net and say, Harry, that was a brilliant shot. How did you do that? Did you hook your thumb over the racket? Did you tighten up? I mean, I couldn't quite tell. I've never had a shot. I've never had to respond to a hit like that. It was absolutely brilliant. Well, now what you've done, you've implied a person doesn't know what they did, because they were in implicit memory. They were engaging muscle memory. They don't have a clue what they did. But now they're going to start thinking about it. So now you're going to take them more away from implicit into explicit. The moment they start thinking about it, you're going to win the next round. Because now, as a result of starting to think about, well, what is it that I did? Gee, maybe did I squinch up like that? No, I'm not sure. Well, in that type of fast-acting game, you're going to lose. So you've got to be very careful, I think, that at that top level, you want to be in 100% implicit memory. You want to practice so much that you have all these familiar repertoires, especially when the pressure is on. So now your familiar response is something that you've trained to do in the past that's going to be conducive to victory.
Your thoughts and feelings shape your beliefs about yourself and your abilities. As you develop a greater awareness, you will begin to realize your thoughts and feelings are not automatic, but at some level involve a choice. The key is to be aware of this and make a choice to engage in a different thought process. Begin by identifying when self-defeating thoughts are most likely to occur. What conclusions can you draw about the situations that are particularly difficult for you? Are they ones that you could avoid? Are your beliefs shaped by people in your life who are critical of you or question your judgment? Are there people in your life you can never please? Do you find your job leaves you feeling unhappy and unfulfilled? If these are some of the triggers, it might be possible to make some direct changes to eliminate or reduce them. You are the only one who can decide whether they are so unhealthy and damaging to your health that you should make some major changes in your life, or whether they are necessary evils that you cannot avoid and which you must learn to deal with. Alternatively, it may be your interpretation of events that is in need of change. Do you fit into one of the following categories? Are you a person who is apprehensive, and before you contemplate embarking on any new venture, you say these three things to yourself? What if something happens to me? What if I can't finish it? What if I lose control? These are the typical thoughts of the apprehensive person. Their favorite statement is, what if? As they constantly anticipate the worst-case scenario and create exaggerated images of failure. This type of person will be in a constant state of stress while engaging in this process, and I can pretty much guarantee that they will never achieve their goals. They are people who are playing the game to avoid failure instead of achieving success. And by focusing on the negative, they're going to put their brain, their whole body, into withdrawal mode. And then there are the people who see themselves as failures. Why am I so clumsy? Why can't I get it right? Why didn't I do it that way? Listen for the word why, and chances are you have identified a person who considers himself to be a failure. They compare themselves with others and constantly focus upon weaknesses instead of strengths. This individual is unlikely to ever achieve high self-esteem or success. Many people do not accept challenges, they do not advance in their professions because they are afraid that they will make a mistake. Well, let me just tell you from the outset, the biggest mistake you'll make is not even trying. And you will never know how far you could have gone unless you are willing to take a certain number of risks. There are things that you can do, though, to minimize the possibility of failure and to eliminate the chances of making a mistake. The most important thing to do is to identify very, very clearly what your goal is and what the sub-goals are going to be. My recommendation is start at the end. Don't sit down with a blank sheet of paper and make a list of all of the things that you need to achieve the goal. Instead, write down specifically what the goal is, and then work backwards and make a notation of those milestones that you will need to reach in order to accomplish the ultimate objective. What is the purpose of having this goal is a question you should contemplate. Why have you selected this to be your goal? What is your long-term primary objective? This is probably the most important question you will ask, because your answer will fuel your will to proceed. Your commitment to actively pursue a goal is determined by its value to you and by the strength of your belief that it can be achieved. If a goal that you establish for yourself has no value to you, or minimal value, if you fail to see what the purpose is, then you're really wasting your time. You're not going to achieve it, or if you do eventually achieve it, it's going to be a very rough road ahead. You're going to make a lot of mistakes, largely because the goal really isn't something that you want. Take your time and make sure that your ultimate goal meets the following criteria. First, it must be directly linked with what you want to do, not what someone else expects of you, not to fulfill their wishes. I have lost track of the number of medical students that I have taught who didn't really want to be a doctor. They were doing it only because they felt that they would be letting down their family if they didn't follow in the footsteps of a father or mother who was in that profession. Number two, it must be personal. It must be something that you are going to be enriched by, at least in some small way. Number three is it must be attainable. It must be realistic. It can't be a wistful dream that would be impossible with your particular resources to ever achieve. Fourth, it must be measurable. You have to have some way of measuring the progress as you make your way towards the ultimate objective. And finally, it cannot conflict with other goals. Now, write down a primary goal that meets all of the criteria that I have just related to you, and ask yourself, in what ways is it linked with what you need to be doing right now? In what ways is it personal? Is it attainable, and if not, how might it become attainable? What are the ways that your particular goal can be measured? And are there any potential conflicts? And if there are, how might the conflict be resolved? By the way, you can have more than one goal. So if you are going to follow through with this exercise, pick the one that is most important to you personally. And then finally, how much time can you devote to achieving this goal? It's very important to remain committed. And this is easier said than done. Unexpected needs may arise which may temporarily require your full attention. Other obstacles may also present themselves. Some may seem insurmountable. Your likelihood of staying the course will be greatly enhanced by adopting the advice of Lord Baden-Powell, which became the motto of the international scouting movement. And that motto is, be prepared. Anticipate in advance what might happen to prevent you from achieving your goal. If it's avoidable, and you know it will be insurmountable, then modify your goal. Otherwise, you will simply reinforce the belief that you are a failure. And what could you do to reduce the impact of those variables preventing you from achieving your goal? Conversely, what could you do to enhance the impact of those variables which could help you achieve your objective? Now think about the goals that you have chosen very carefully, because you are about to spend a lot of time working towards it. You want it to be worthwhile. You want it to be achievable. So let's briefly review the relevant issues. Are these goals attainable? Are they my goals or those of someone else? Are they stated concisely and as a positive objective? Am I willing to begin now? And if not, under what circumstances will I begin? Am I willing to make changes in my life to achieve my goals? Are my goals consistent with my values and beliefs? Do any of my goals conflict with each other? And what am I willing to give up to achieve my goal? Remember, it is your life. Do what feels right for you, not what you think is expected of you by associates or family members. You must also make a commitment to achieve your goals. Many people get involved in various projects that they believe will help them reach their objectives, but fail to get there because they don't make a commitment. True commitment means making sacrifices and delaying gratification. Establishing unrealistic goals will doom you to failure, and identifying goals that are inconsistent with your values and beliefs will be a constant source of conflict. Now I want you to write your goals out in the form of a contract to yourself. Reaching a goal requires defining exactly what that goal will be, along with the conditions that will need to be defined in order to attain it. Most important, there should be a stated time of completion and a means by which to measure progress. Just as with a legal contract, it's important to think through the commitment you're about to make. No, you won't find yourself in a courtroom if you fail to abide by the terms you set. But failure can be demoralizing and reinforce a feeling that achieving your goal may be beyond your means. There's one more reason for calling it a contract. It's a format we generally associate with compliance. It's different from others, though, because it's a contract with yourself. Here's basically what it should look like. It should begin with a statement as to what your ultimate goal is going to be. And then you might state, the following are potential obstacles that might interfere with the achievement of my goal, and list what these obstacles might be. The next statement in the contract is, I am willing to take the following steps to minimize the effects of these obstacles. And now list what those steps are going to be. And then, on a separate line, put down the date when you expect to be halfway to having completed your objective, and then write down another date, which is when you will have achieved it. Sign it and date it. Here are some helpful hints that might help you get there a little bit quicker. First, ritualize your behavior by setting aside a time of day when you will take steps to achieve your goal. Make sure you do something each day, so through conditioning the clock will become a gentle reminder. Second, remain focused on the objective. If it seems overwhelming at times, then divide the task into manageable steps. Remember, a journey is completed one small step at a time. Third, restate your goal, taking into account shifting priorities and unexpected changes in your life. Then, redefine the objectives as a challenge. Resolve to stay the course, and if you deviate, remind yourself about the benefits of accomplishing your objective. And finally, reward yourself as you make quantifiable progress toward your goal. Define success in the way that Earl Nightingale did when he said basically that you should define success as making progress toward a worthwhile goal. And make sure that your progress is measurable and that it includes something that you have control over. And then as you achieve each of those steps during the day, reward those little small successes with some sort of reward. In 1979, I was living in Grenada during the Marxist Revolution and recalled dozens of panic-stricken American medical students seeking any avenue off the island. They even offered local fishermen vast sums of money to transport them to safety in small, dilapidated boats. Thank goodness the fishermen declined. There's no way that many of those boats would have made it safely out of the harbour, yet alone to the next island. On the other hand, the expatriates who resided on the island took it all in stride. One resident had lived through countless revolutions in Africa. Others had lived in London during World War II and had endured the relentless bombings. Their perspective was very different. They had been through far worse and had survived. Therefore, they were confident that they could do so this time. They had learnt to be optimistic, by reflecting upon a previous experience, or by simply imagining something worse, you can find yourself being able to better endure even extreme forms of adversity. Because what you have learnt as a result is that this too shall pass. A lot of people are pessimistic. They are skeptical that they will be able to do something, that maybe the advice they're getting is just plain wrong without really thinking about it and what the justification for that conclusion might be. If you can learn to be optimistic, to replace the pessimism with optimistic thoughts, that by itself is going to launch you as rapidly towards success as any other single thing possibly can. My own education concerning optimism began when the Russians were preparing to launch the first satellite into space. American advisors were venturing into Vietnam, and Ruth Fisher was my 6th grade teacher. With a stroke of her pen, she had as great an impact on shaping my life as those world events would have on shaping the following decades. Nicholas doesn't pay attention. He wastes time, and he fails to follow instructions, she wrote on the back of my C and D strewn report card. Hardly words of praise, yet they instilled in me a sense of confidence and optimism. The lasting message was conveyed between the words. Nicholas doesn't. He wastes time, fails to follow instructions. It was I who was in command. My lackluster grades were not the consequence of a low IQ or some genetically inspired inability to learn. Instead, those D's were the result of my actions, or rather lack of actions. At any time I chose, I could have earned A's and B's. All I had to do was start paying attention and follow instructions. That was my choice, and it required no help from anyone. Of course, I didn't realize it at the time. It wasn't till decades later, when I was cleaning out my mother's basement and I found that report card and began to reflect on it, knowing what I do now, that I realized what a vital lesson that had been. Pity the poor student, though, who, despite paying attention and following instructions, still failed. Chances are the teacher would have concluded, "Oh, John is just not good at history," or "Mary doesn't do well on tests." John and Mary will learn that they have a problem with no clear solution in hand. They are being told that there is a problem with them. I was told there was a problem with my choices. As a consequence, I came to recognize that most of life's hurdles are temporary setbacks and are capable of being overcome. I learnt to be optimistic. Here are some other things that I've learnt along the way. Women are far more likely than men to suffer from pessimism and depression. That's because our culture encourages women to invest in relationships, while men are raised to invest in achievement. Furthermore, estrogen is more likely to prime those areas of the brain that are going to value relationships, that are going to establish processes such as language, which hold relationships together, than testosterone will. Testosterone in men has a much greater tendency to motivate us to achieve. As a result of this investment in relationships, women gain ample experience with passivity and dependence, while men are trained for activity and self-reliance. Research has shown that when people learn to be helpless, they are more likely to become depressed. An optimistic versus pessimistic explanatory style is learnt very early in development through observation and experience. But nothing in life is permanent. While lessons learnt early in life can have a lasting impact, pessimism can be changed. The steps are the foundation of cognitive psychology. It's also important that you learn to succeed through failure, in the same way many successful CEOs have. Despite being labeled as dyslexic or attention deficit disorder as children, people such as Richard Branson, who founded Virgin Airlines, found that the problem was not their style, but the mismatch with their environment. Optimism is realistic thinking, not positive thinking. It is recognizing that doing something can make a difference. It is no wonder that optimism predicts a reduced incidence of cancer and improved immunity. Optimists also have more friends, since they are obviously more fun to be around. Social support is yet another pathway to optimal health. Clearly, optimism is a trait ingrained during early childhood. However, that's water under the bridge. You can't go back and rewrite history. So what are your current options? What steps can you take to instill a sense of optimism long after having a pessimistic explanatory style imposed upon your psyche? There are things you can do, but it won't be easy. That's because it may require reprogramming your brain. In the face of adversity, you are likely to respond to a threat by engaging in either approach or avoidance behaviors. In the extreme, you would either fight or run away. Associated with the approach system is optimism. It's highly unlikely that you would engage in a behavior unless you anticipated a positive outcome. Enthusiasm and pride would generally occur when moving toward a goal. In contrast, another system is associated with withdrawal from an adverse environment. Negative affect, perhaps in the form of disgust or fear, will generally be associated with putting distance between yourself and the source of the threat. Your tendency to withdraw will keep you from your goal. A lot of research has been conducted revealing that people's individual coping styles will have an impact on their response to threat. People who recognize that adversity does not have to be something that permeates every aspect of their life, that adversity is temporary and largely the result of external events, have what is referred to as an optimistic explanatory style, and generally will rebound faster from stress-inducing events. They will view the event as a challenge and engage in approach behaviors. Their attitude is, "I can do this." In contrast, those who personalize events and embrace the belief that every aspect of their life will be negatively and permanently impacted are said to have a pessimistic explanatory style. They tend to view adversity as an obstacle and engage in avoidance behaviors. When taking steps to change your outlook, do not replace pessimism with positive thinking. That is not a feature of optimism. Bad things happen, and when they do, there may be nothing to justify a rosy outlook. Optimism pertains to how you perceive adversity. It's more about non-negative thinking than it is about being positive. There is a technique formulated by Dr. Marty Seligman, who's done a lot of research in this field, referred to as the ABC method, and it's one which has been proven successful in replacing a pessimistic style with one which is optimistic. It begins with the A, which stands for adversity. Identify the problem minus any feelings. It's merely a description of what has happened. And then B stands for beliefs. Examine the beliefs that are shaping your response. And finally, C stands for consequences. Reflect upon your actions as well as their consequences. This is really a modification of cognitive therapy, used extensively by mental health workers. The basic formula, which you will engage in yourself, is as follows. First, identify the automatic thoughts which make you feel worse. Next, consider opposite interpretations as you dispute these harmful thoughts, and then create different explanations. Next, develop a strategy to distract yourself from negative thoughts, and then finally examine carefully the depression-inducing beliefs that give rise to your pessimism and skepticism. Most of us believe that our friends are conduits to pleasure, a means by which to experience joy and happiness. Well, that they certainly are. But our relationships with others also can improve your mental and physical health. You may not think of social support as being a behavioral intervention, but that's exactly what it is. Caring contact between people not only is emotionally pleasurable, it promotes good health. Do you know that loneliness is as much a risk factor for disease as is high cholesterol or smoking? Friends also can help you to sustain your motivation, as well as assist along the way as you pursue your goals. Unfortunately, in today's plugged-in world with email, faxes, cell phones and beepers, many of us unplug in times of stress and isolate ourselves from what is one of the most valuable resources we have. Chronic stress, whether it be dealing with an impossible boss, the lingering illness of a loved one, or continual worry over paying the bills, can have a serious impact upon both the mind and the body. Often, as a result of such unrelenting pressure, we lose our ability to respond and slip into a state of hopelessness and helplessness. A classic study performed by researchers at Stanford University revealed that the hormonal response of monkeys to stress varied depending upon the amount of social support they had available. Just providing contact with familiar animals, basically their friends, significantly reduced cortisol, which is normally released during stress and at high concentrations has been linked with memory loss, diabetes, impaired immunity, and heart disease. In short, friends turned out to be absolutely the best medicine. It has long been known that social support promotes health in humans, probably via the same hormonal changes measured in the monkeys. Socialization probably helps diminish the release of potentially harmful chemicals within the body. If you are happily married, or if you have a large network of friends, then you will have a greater life expectancy than do single people or those who have very few friends. In fact, people who have large networks of friends also have reduced risk of accidents and a lower incidence of just about all forms of illness. Having other people around will also help you to achieve your goals. At Saddlebrook Resort near Tampa, Florida, I work with major corporations guiding their personnel through team-building exercises on our Executive Challenge course. One of the initiatives requires that they walk along a series of suspension bridges high up in the trees. And even though it's quite safe, people are attached to belay ropes, they're secure, they even have things to hold on to. Nonetheless, when you're 30, 40 feet off the ground, things are a lot different as you look down than they were when you were on the ground looking up. And so there is a certain amount of unavoidable fear, to the extent that some people have difficulty taking that next step. When it's all over, I'll gather people in a circle and ask them to reflect upon any insights they have gained about themselves or their colleagues as a result of the experience. And what they all reflect upon and note is how important the support of the others happened to be. Even though the person providing the support was at a distance, they weren't up there with them, they were down on the ground. That word of encouragement by itself is often recognized as being the critical element that enabled them to take that next step. Social support does indeed enable you to better endure adversity. I experienced this in a somewhat different sort of way 2 years ago when I was in a 300-mile kayak race called the Everglades Challenge from St. Petersburg, Florida to Key Largo, a race that coursed through the 90-mile wilderness trail that is in the heart of the Everglades. Well, I had to take some time off in the middle of the race, I got permission from the organizers to do this because there was a client that I needed to spend some time with back at the Saddlebrook Resort. My plan was to leave the boat at a checkpoint. My wife was going to pick me up, take me back. I was going to do the ropes program and then return at midnight to get back into the race. I ended up losing almost 48 hours as a result of this. But when I was out there going through the Everglades, I was alone, and that's always the case. We have different routes we can choose to take outside in the Gulf of Mexico or down through the Intracoastal Waterway, so it's not uncommon to spend an entire day, maybe several days, without seeing any of the competitors. So you are physically isolated, you are alone. But as I was going through the night, I was very much aware of my isolation. Not just physically, but I knew that everybody else was 2 days ahead of me. They were probably already at the finish. And so I no longer felt that I was part of this group, even though, again, we don't remain as a group after we leave the start. When I got to the third checkpoint in Flamingo, on the other side of the Wilderness Trail, I saw half a dozen boats pulled up on the grass. And at first my thought was, oh, they must have dropped out. But then I realized that they were still in the race. They hadn't dropped out. They'd just been proceeding at a fairly slow pace. And immediately I realized that, hey, I am part of this group. The doldrums that I had been experiencing, the lethargy, the lack of enthusiasm, all of a sudden vanished. And as I was going on the final stretch for 30 miles over to Key Largo across Florida Bay, I had this almost feeling of elation. And it was mostly because I was back with my group. I was part of this social network. I realized this may sound a little bit odd, sitting out there isolated from actual people, but nonetheless feeling though you are part of a group. But that is exactly what I am referring to. You don't actually have to be with people. You only have to be perceiving that you are part of an organization. And that comes back to a point that I made earlier and repeatedly in this program. We don't respond to reality. We respond instead to the images that we create in our minds, the perceptions of reality that we create. Just perceiving that you are part of a group, that other people care about your welfare, is sometimes enough to experience the benefits of social support. While relationships with other people can clearly be health-promoting, at the same time, if you see yourself reflected only through other people, if your sense of identity does not come from within you, then now other people may very well be the source of some of your problems. There are different types of unhealthy relationships that you have with yourself that are due to the influence of others. There are some people who believe that they must be loved, validated, and approved by everyone. This belief will keep you from being yourself for fear that you will meet with disapproval or rejection. Individuals who subscribe to this belief often cheat themselves out of being who they are, focusing instead on evaluating situations and other people for how to respond. As a result, difficulties in both professional and personal relationships are very common, due to the fact that a healthy relationship requires two separate individuals who respect their own as well as each other's identity. Some people feel that they are responsible for other people. By taking responsibility for others, you may inadvertently take away their motivation to accept responsibility for themselves. In addition, you put yourself in a no-win situation. Controlling other people is rarely, if ever, possible. When you do this, you lose touch with yourself. How do people get this way? They often come from families where everyone made unreasonable demands or were possessive of others. They have little respect for another person's individual identity because they never learnt what it means. Instead of being open and soliciting dialogue, they attempt to read other people's minds and probe into their affairs, believing they have every right to do so. They can't see the boundary between where their self ends and another begins. They have a very precarious sense of their own identity. There are others who believe that their happiness depends on people and on things outside of themselves. Many people try to achieve inner happiness through other people or other things. While other people or things may provide you with some temporary comfort or pleasure, they cannot provide lasting happiness. Ultimately, your happiness depends on you. It's not that simple, though. You need to be flexible and to adapt to the circumstances. Basically, when things are going well, you want to have a strong sense of being involved and of being a part of the process. This is something that psychologists refer to as an internal locus of control. But when things are going badly, you need to step out of that role. Give it your best shot, but recognize that there are some things that you simply cannot control, such as another person's behavior. Now, a sense of external locus of control can be beneficial. A healthy response is being able to say, I did all that I could, but ultimately the decision was made by someone I couldn't influence. When you don't even try, it may be because you attribute whatever happens in your life to outside factors. Then there are those who believe that they must be the best at everything they do. They can't make mistakes. Perfectionism is a battle that many people fight every day. It is important to accept that everybody has areas of strength and weakness. To be human is to be imperfect. While everyone likes to excel, no one can possibly excel at everything. Most successful people have succeeded only after many failures or mistakes. Life is a learning experience. Some people cannot acknowledge an imperfection because they never received the love and support to feel comfortable with their shortcomings. Deep down, they feel like worthless human beings, and they end up making unreasonable demands upon themselves and sometimes on others. In that unrealistic, over-demanding world, they are able to justify their belief that they are hopeless because their self-imposed demands are so unrealistic. In order to feel good about themselves, they will project their faults onto other individuals or groups and blame them for whatever goes wrong. In short, when they are criticizing others, they are really revealing their own shortcomings. There are some people who believe that it's possible to avoid dealing with problems or pain in life. While you can postpone addressing difficulties and pain, you cannot completely avoid tough times indefinitely. Accepting them and dealing with problems and emotions directly allows you to put them behind you. Avoiding emotions is rarely effective for the long term. It is simply not possible to fully enjoy positive feelings when you have denied negative feelings. It is the failure to acknowledge an emotion that will wreak havoc in your life. I'm not suggesting that you walk into your boss's office and engage in a form of emotional exhibitionism. Carefully choose the right time and place. Remember, the emotion is signaling a perceived unmet need or problem that needs to be addressed. Denying the emotion is ignoring the problem. You have a choice. You can deal with it consciously on your terms, or you can wait for it to surprise you when your body can't take it anymore. Inconveniences in life are catastrophic, or at least that's what some people believe. It is important to keep the daily hassles and inconveniences in life in proper perspective. What is the worst-case scenario? Is it really as bad as you fear? Life is full of problems. Your choice is whether or not you accept this fact or repeatedly set yourself up for disappointment by expecting life to be hassle-free. Paradoxically, when you accept this fact, the hassles become a lot easier to tolerate. And of course, there are those people who feel as though they must be in control at all times. It is a fact that there are many things in life beyond our control. However, we are consistently in control of our attitude or our happiness. If we believe in the illusion of control, we will repeatedly face the impossible task of trying to govern what is beyond us. While it is beneficial to maintain control over situations that we can influence, the belief that we have power over all events is an illusion that is responsible for much unhappiness. As I referred to previously, it's good to have control over some things, but problems arise when control becomes the end instead of the means. When you refuse to relinquish it, even when circumstances call for delegation or simply letting go. Reinhold Niebuhr said it best, "God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference." There are some individuals who believe that if people knew the real me, they would not like me. This belief can cause you to pretend to be someone you are not, ultimately distancing you from other people, including those who might truly appreciate and enjoy the person you really are. The bad news is that you probably do have some traits or features that others might consider undesirable. The good news, though, is that everyone does. Furthermore, when you can see your own limitations, it becomes easier to accept those of others. You'll be more realistic and not expect people to be more wonderful than they really are. There will be other benefits as well. You'll have less of a tendency to exaggerate the negative. There are some people who feel that it's wrong to enjoy themselves too much. While life is sometimes painful and difficult, it is healthy to enjoy life and to make a decision to seek fulfillment and joy out of the experiences available to you. Once you accept this, you become closer to and appreciate more the people around you. And finally, there are those individuals who believe they cannot change because they've always been the way that I am. If you truly believe this, it is unlikely that you will ever be able to change because you have essentially sealed yourself off. Choices are made each and every moment in life. While making change is sometimes very difficult, you effect change simply by making choices. What characterizes truly healthy people is having the capacity to deal with change. Often they thrive on it, as they view events not as obstacles but as challenges. Many people can't seem to maintain openness and flexibility, and they end up distraught when things don't turn out as expected. For these people, even minor changes can make them feel overwhelmed. Some people create personal barriers to meaningful relationships that could propel them to both professional and personal successes. Because of unhealthy beliefs, they go to great lengths to avoid contact with others, although not in all circumstances. You may be outgoing in the workplace where your role in the hierarchy is well defined, but ill at ease at a party. If there are ever circumstances under which you have difficulty communicating with others, it may be due to one of the following beliefs. I don't want to appear silly or intrusive, or I'm concerned about sexual overtones, or perhaps I feel unworthy to be speaking to that person. And now respond to each that applies, as well as others you identify, by asking the same questions you would use to probe other beliefs. Number 1. Are these your beliefs or those of someone else? 2. Are your beliefs based upon experience? 3. Can you think of times in your life when your belief system was challenged by reality? 4. Have your beliefs ever kept you from achieving a goal? 5. Are certain themes reflected in your beliefs? And 6. Are you willing to change one or more of your beliefs if they are obstacles to achieving your goals? When you make contact with others, let them know what you need from them. Some people will intuitively know how to support you. Others will not. Some people will try to give advice. Some people will talk about their own problems. Others will try to cheer you up. While these responses can be helpful, it is better to talk with someone who knows how to listen. Usually what you need most when distressed is someone who can listen without judging. They don't have to solve your problem. They are simply there to hear you out. This provides you with an opportunity to express your thoughts and emotions, something that is extremely important when you are feeling distressed. If you don't have a partner, a family member, or a friend who can do this, you might want to talk with a professional therapist. The key is talking with someone who will allow you to express your feelings. And finally, remember to reciprocate. No one is devoid of hardship. Become a resource for those you depend upon. The following guidelines will help you enhance your listening skills. Focus upon the other person's words and body language. Show interest by raising your eyebrows in response to what is being said. Use other facial gestures, such as a smile, to convey empathy. Seek clarification whenever appropriate. And always summarize the main points of what the person has said to make certain that they understand that you really have connected with them, that you know what their situation really is all about. So, in summary, realize that friends are more than means by which to enhance pleasure. A really good relationship with others can enable you to overcome those obstacles that have been keeping you from realizing your dreams.
Hi, this is Dan Strutzel. At this moment, you're probably feeling excited, inspired, motivated, empowered, and most importantly, ready to apply the information you've just heard. We at Nightingale Conant want you to keep that feeling going today, tomorrow, and for the rest of your life, and use it to create the life of your dreams. But we know that's not always easy to do. I'm going to share with you a simple yet extremely effective secret that will help you to maintain the motivation you're feeling right now and really achieve the goals that first inspired you to listen to this program. It's called the Online Mission Statement Builder. In just 5 short minutes, this free, easy-to-use online service will give you a detailed, clearly defined, printed statement of your life's mission that will give you the power to truly accomplish any goal, spiritual, personal, or financial. Your mission statement will be like a guiding light, keeping you focused on what's important, the person you're becoming, the life you dream of, and the goals you plan on achieving, so your life unfolds exactly the way you want it to. Use this free service now, and you'll immediately propel yourself toward the achievement of your goals and dreams. I know, because thousands of people have already taken this opportunity and experienced rapid and dramatic life transformations as a result. This is your invitation to be next. If you're committed to having more, doing better, and living life to the absolute fullest, and you'd like to achieve those goals in record time, simply visit our website at www.nightingale.com/mission statement to begin the process. That's www.nightingale.com/mission statement. Remember, there is no cost for this powerful service and no obligation, but I do urge you to visit www.nightingale.com/mission statement now. If you hesitate, the momentum you feel now may fade away over the days and weeks to come. That's what happens to most people. They let their hopes and dreams pass them by. Please don't let that be you. Take action now and you'll change your personal, professional, and financial future immediately and forever. Go to www.nightingale.com/mission statement today.
Welcome to another edition of Insiders. I'm Dave Kunstel, and I am the Director of Audio and Video Programming here at Nightingale Conant. And today our guest is renowned psychoneuroimmunologist Dr. Nick Hall. Nick is a medical scientist and professional speaker who has conducted groundbreaking studies for over 20 years, including research that proves emotions are the key link between the mind and body. This research has been published in over 150 periodicals and featured by the national and international media, including CBS's 60 Minutes, the BBC's Nova series, and Bill Moyer's Emmy award-winning program Healing and the Mind, aired by PBS. His research hasn't been limited to the laboratory, however. Nick has had many valuable life experiences which have taught him a great deal about the mind and the body, emotion, and performance. These have included riding his bicycle cross-country, extreme kayaking, and I mean extreme, milking rattlesnakes, and wrestling alligators. Nick is one of my personal favorite authors to work with here at Nightingale Conant for a variety of reasons, one of which is I simply find his material fascinating. From his exciting stories of his work with the FBI and CIA to his unique ability to break down some complicated subjects, like how the brain works in achieving our goals and how emotions affect us physically and can prevent us from achieving our dreams. Nick's material just has such great appeal to our customers. Nick is also the author of one of my favorite programs I've produced here at Nightingale Conant, Change Your Beliefs, Change Your Life. And that program contains the 7-step belief challenge process that can really help one overcome obstacles in their life that they might not even be aware of. The belief challenge process is unique to that program, and nothing like it is in any other program I've worked on here at Nightingale Conant. Nick is here today to talk about his latest Nightingale Conant program, I Know What to Do, So Why Don't I Do It? Now, if some of the material in this interview piques your interest, as I'm sure it will, Nick goes into these concepts in much more depth in the program. First off, Nick, I love the title, I Know What to Do, So Why Don't I Do It? What inspired it?
Actually, a question I was asked at the conclusion of an all-day seminar I had presented, where I had explained to people the things that they would be able to do to achieve a state of optimal health. I spoke about exercise, nutrition, all the usual ingredients, and a lady came up to me at the end of the day and said, I've really enjoyed what you've spoken about today, and I've always known that these things do really have a very positive impact, but I just have one question. Can you tell me how to go about doing what you are telling me to do? Tell me how to get motivated to do it. And I thought, that is the real issue here. Thousands of self-help books, audio programs are sold every year. In fact, it's become a billion-dollar industry. Everyone wants to look and feel better. They want to be happier, more productive. They want to find abundance and live fuller lives, not to mention getting rich.
Of course.
But I found whether I'm working with doctors, nurses, moms, dads, athletes, FBI agents, managers, or perhaps baby boomers starting that very important second half of their life stage. They don't need to be told what to do. Everyone knows that if you want to live longer and healthier, you need to lose weight, you need to exercise, quit smoking, or perhaps just quit using credit cards. Everybody knows what to do, they just aren't doing it.
So, Nick, why don't we do it? We're told just do it. Just get up off the couch and do it, and we don't. Why?
There are two reasons that I have observed in my work with a variety of different types of clients, whether corporate, law enforcement, medical. And there are those people who know what to do, but they simply can't do it. And there are those who know what to do, but they won't do it. Those in the first category, They know what to do but can't. Invariably, it comes down to a lack of energy. And there are many, many things that can impact your energy level. For example, diet has a profound impact. The proportion of protein to carbohydrate. Carbohydrate is absolutely packed with energy. And the right type of carbohydrates in preparation to doing either a physical or even mental task can make a huge difference in your ability to achieve the goal. Mm-hmm. I would also point out that there are foods which can impact your mood as well. They are sometimes referred to as comfort foods. There's a direct link between the chemistry of a food and the chemistry of your brain. You can actually help offset depression and feeling bad as a result of just choosing the right carbohydrate-packed meal. But while energy is a big factor, and of course may be impacted by things that pertain more to the body, if your immune system, for example, is constantly activated because you tend to be prone to infections, if you are subject to a large amount of stress, then these are things that are going to have a negative impact, and you need to address the cause of the problem. At the same time, one's attitude is a major factor, and I believe that attitude is shaped primarily by beliefs. We all have multiple belief systems. We have the hand-me-down beliefs, which stem sometimes all the way back to childhood. That chance comment made by a parent, a coach, a close family friend. Mm-hmm. There are the advertised beliefs, the ones we are bombarded with all the time, rather like the one that you just referred to, the Just Do It Nike commercial that you mentioned.
Nick, that makes sense.
We're bombarded with images every day about how our bodies should look, how much money we should be making, etc. And as a result, we often set unrealistic or even perhaps unattainable goals. And it's because they are not our goals. They are the goals that we believe we should be achieving based upon these beliefs which come to us through our culture, through society. Now, there's nothing wrong with accepting a goal which is shaped by these influences, but not when that goal is in conflict with your value system. When you are shaping your goals based upon perhaps not your beliefs, but the beliefs of somebody else. And that's why it's very, very important to get a very clear, very detailed idea of what it is that you want to accomplish, and especially look at your beliefs to make sure that they are consistent with the goals that you are setting. Our beliefs really do shape our goals, and if you don't have a clear idea of what that destination, what that goal is going to be, you're never going to achieve it. And if you are not making progress in achieving it, if you know what to do but you won't do it, chances are it's because of the beliefs that have shaped the goal, the beliefs that are now setting up obstacles preventing you from making forward progress.
Are you suggesting starting at the end rather than the beginning?
Absolutely.
What do you mean by that?
I believe that you should approach the achievement of the goal in exactly the same way that you would plan any journey. You must have a destination. You must know where it is that you are going. And that goal has to be one which, as I mentioned before, is congruent with your beliefs, with your values. It also must be something that you want, not a goal that you are achieving because other people expect it of you. It must be a goal that's realistic, it must be attainable, and you have to accept the fact that achieving this goal is not going to magically happen. It's going to require a certain amount of effort. This is a very important mind-body concept to understand. Every athlete, every yoga practitioner, every person reaching for a goal knows that if they are going to be successful, they have to be willing to put in a large amount of effort, perhaps even occasionally taking them outside their normal comfort zone, in order to achieve that objective. And this also requires being comfortable with the natural stress recovery cycles in our life. There are going to be obstacles, there are going to be hurdles, and there's no point in trying to eliminate those hurdles. The key is to learn to recover quickly from any setback so that you can move on and now once again make forward progress. The third very important requirement is your goal must have measurable milestones. You need feedback. You need to be able to track your progress. And so the goals must be linked to what you want to do, and they must be highly specific. I think the biggest mistake people make when setting goals is not being specific. When I do personal coaching for clients, I hear over and over again when I ask, why are you here? What do you want to accomplish? They'll say, well, I want to feel good, or I want to look good, or I want to be healthy.
I agree. I know that's what I hear from a lot of Nightingale Conet customers, is they want to get very specific about their goals, what they want to accomplish.
It's absolutely crucial. And if you take a closer look at these vaguely stated goals, you realize that they are extremely difficult to measure. I want to feel good. Well, of course, but that pertains to a state of mind. It's not an action. And it's very, very difficult to measure. No feeling can be precisely measured. It's based upon what a person says or their behavior.
I know. A lot of people have the goal, I want to be happy. And then I'll think, well, how will you know when you're happy? What will you be doing? What will you be saying? Where will you be? Something measurable, as you mentioned earlier.
Yes, and that person has to define for them what happiness is.
Exactly.
And so it might be achieving an objective. It might be accumulating a certain amount of wealth. It might be defined in terms of relationship. But happiness is not the goal. You're absolutely right. The happiness is going to come about as a result of having achieved that goal, having reached that success. I want to look good. That's another statement I hear all the time. Again, that may not be personal. Most people want to look good because they want to attract the attention of others, or they're being pressured by someone else to alter their behavior. And the one I hear more than any other is, I want to be healthy. That's not good enough. It's too general, and therefore it's going to be extremely difficult to measure. Plus, it's a relative state. Each of these goals is a benefit to being healthy and can serve as motivators to exercise and eat right. However, they are not good primary goals because they're difficult to measure and there really is no precise end goal in mind. What I would recommend is reframe each one of these statements. For example, a goal might be, I want to be able to camp and hike with my daughter next summer in the Rocky Mountains. Now, the clothes that you are wearing as you keep in shape will, in a subtle way, connect you with your long-term goal. Plus, you'll be practicing as you exercise some of the same moves associated with your ultimate objective. It's also a highly personal goal. You're connected with a child. And once you start, you can mark the calendar with one success after the other every time you go out and work out.
I see what you mean.
You've succeeded. Or another goal might be, instead of I just want to be healthy, it might be I want to live independently for as long as possible. Now the exercises you do will begin strengthening the joint protecting muscles. It will also build your capacity for energy, improve your stamina for future activities. And that's why I always tell people, start with the end. If you are not sure where to begin, define where it is that you want to go. And then ask yourself why. Why have you selected this to be your goal? And make sure that it's personal, or at least in part personal. Certainly it's going to benefit other people, there's nothing wrong with that. But make sure that the primary purpose in that goal is something that you want. And realize that you've got to be extremely specific.
Right.
So, in summary then, remember to be clear, know where you're going, know why you are going there. Explore the beliefs that shaped this goal, make sure you are doing it for the right reason. Always keep your destination in mind. When you visualize having achieved that goal, put yourself in the setting. Smell the aromas. If your goal is to be able to have a brand new car, imagine what it's going to feel like when you're sitting in that seat. Imagine the feel of the steering wheel in your hands, that new car smell. Be highly specific and put as much detail in as possible. And then visualize. Create an image in your mind that will now energize your attitude and give rise eventually to a positive belief system which will make it so much easier for you to achieve that objective.
And I know you've done research on the value and process of imagery and visualization, and there's a lot of power in that. Now, you have said a goal must be directly linked with something a person wants. Isn't that a given?
You would think so, yes. However, remember how I spoke about advertised beliefs from this media-crazed society we live in. The hand-me-down beliefs that might be from your parents or an old teacher. There are the societal beliefs of what you should or shouldn't do. You may be influenced, for example, by the statement that you are too old to do certain things. And, of course, we have to revisit our core beliefs. It may very well be that you are doing things that you really don't want to do because of other people's beliefs. I have spent a lot of time teaching in medical school, and the courses that I teach happen to be ones that students often find a great deal of difficulty with, neuroscience and immunology. It's not uncommon out of a class to have some of the students come by after hours requesting some tutoring. And when I get to know them, do a little research, I discover that they're having difficulty in biochemistry, anatomy, physiology, all of the other courses they're taking, they're barely making it. And I'll sit back and ask them, do you really want to be a doctor? You don't seem to have an aptitude for this. And that's when they will often tell me, you know, I don't want to be a doctor. I never did. But my father's a doctor. My mother's a doctor. My grandfather was a doctor. We can trace our medical lineage all the way back to the Stone Age. Orc was a doctor who practiced in his cave. So the person, even though no one said, you must do this, has this sort of self-imposed belief that they now have to carry on this hallowed family tradition, when in fact, what that person really wanted to do, what the student really wanted to become, was a musician. Loved playing jazz piano. I had a student once who loved tinkering with old cars. He just wanted to be a mechanic. And, of course, at that stage in the medical training, the debts had already accumulated. Tuition to go to medical school is extraordinarily high. And so almost was forced to follow through with that goal, which really wasn't consistent with his value system, in order to pay off the debts. And this is especially true of baby boomers. Many of us are still holding on to 20 or 30-year-old beliefs about ourselves that have been stuffed away in our emotional closets for years. We sometimes have to clean out and make room for new beliefs that better serve who we are today. I know when I was very, very young, I had someone else's belief instilled in me, which to this day, even though I know it was not correct, influences the choices that I make. I had come home from school, I believe I was 6 or 7, having just failed a math exam. And to me, this was very important. I was absolutely devastated. I thought this was the end of all my aspirations, that I was hopeless, I was stupid, I would never be successful in any walk of life. My mother, a wonderful lady, tried to console me. She said, don't worry about it. No one in our family has ever been good at math. And I thought to myself, yes, I'm not the one who's stupid. I simply chose the wrong parents. And from that point on, I never applied myself. Why bother? Why waste time on a subject that I wasn't going to do well in anyway because no one in my family did? I didn't have the genes to do math. And so I devoted my time to those subjects that came readily, the ones that I didn't have to struggle too hard. And if I got a barely passing grade in math, I was happy as a clam. I was able to graduate and go on to the next grade. And it wasn't until I got into graduate school. Don't ask me how I got into graduate school with my grades in math. I'm still bewildered by that myself. And I had to take statistics, followed by advanced statistics, which of course is nothing but high math. And I came to realize that not only is math not difficult, but with the aid of a very good instructor and seeing the relevance in my chosen profession as a scientist, that it was really a lot of fun. But how I've wondered, had it not been for that well-intended belief that was instilled in me, how my life might have been very, very different. Instead of sitting here discussing with you in this interview how we set goals and ways to achieve our objectives in life, I might very well be working for the tax revenue company. I might be working for an accounting firm. And I made choices throughout my life, and I still do, based upon that belief that math is not something that I'm good at. So we have to clean out and make room for new beliefs that better serve us where we are today. We have to get a clear idea of what we truly believe about ourselves. We have to know what we really want for ourselves and avoid the material goal-setting trap altogether.
What's the material goal-setting trap?
Well, too often we define success and base our goals on material possessions. A shiny new car in the driveway, a mansion, an expensive watch. Now, believe me, nothing zaps your energy and attitude more than falling into that material goal-setting trap, because it's always based on more. And so even though you attain it, it's never enough. We must get clear about material goals. These things are merely symbols of success, and there's nothing wrong with acquiring a multitude of symbols. However, the definition of success should include more than simply a material possession that it may take years to acquire. Even worse, if that's your sole definition, and you have to settle for something less, you will perceive yourself as a failure. That's why I recommend a goal-setting process that includes mini or sub-goals.
Nick, what would be an example of that kind of a process?
Okay, let's say you want to lose weight. Your sub-goal would be a 30-minute workout. Every time you complete that 30-minute workout, you must see it as a completed mini-goal, a success. Now be careful. You don't want to celebrate that success with a big bowl of Ben & Jerry's Chunky Monkey.
Or Cherry Garcia, that's my favorite.
Now, let's say you want to exceed your sales quota. Then your sub-goal is 5 extra prospect calls a day. That's all. It doesn't have to be a success as a result of that call. Your goal is one that you have complete control over. You're not dependent upon another person's choices. Your goal is to make 5 prospect calls each and every day. Once you've made those 5 calls, you have succeeded. You've succeeded in achieving that sub-goal. Now you are on your way. And it's those sub-goals that are going to keep you motivated to keep moving forward. It's also important to celebrate each leg of the journey. This will keep you energized and in a positive state of mind. The goal that I set when I'm participating in adventure races, and yes, I've spent a lot of time in academia doing research on the link between emotions and performance, as you noted in the introduction. But most of what I've learnt about this topic has occurred during the course of doing rather unusual things. Some people would say bizarre. And one of the things that I have continued to do throughout my life is participate in these very lengthy adventure races. The last one I did was a 1,200-mile kayak race around the state of Florida, sponsored by the Water Tribe organization. And each day of this nearly month-long race, my goal was never to cover a given distance, because I didn't have control over that. I could not control whether or not I would wake up on a beach one morning and be confronted with 30-mile-an-hour headwinds. I could not control when I would arrive at an inlet and perhaps be confronted by a very strong tide, which would slow my progress. So my goal was based upon time. Each day when I woke up, I would plan on paddling for 18 hours a day. That was always my goal. Now, sometimes I would exceed that. Conditions would require that I push on to take advantage of favorable conditions. But it didn't matter what happened. It didn't matter whether I was struggling along at half a mile an hour, which happened sometimes, and only covered about 9 miles, or whether conditions were favorable and I ended up covering double the normal amount anticipated. As long as I did 18 hours, which I always had control over, I was successful that day. That's why you've got to keep your eye on the final goal, but always have these little mini goals that you have control over. You'll never fail.
I really like that point about these mini goals, these sub-goals. The success of reaching those is defined by what we can control.
And that's absolutely paramount, because it's when you feel helpless, when you don't have control over circumstances, you begin to feel like a victim. When you feel like a victim, those are the images that now permeate your brain, and they drive behaviors that make you start acting like a victim.
So if we find that we're not meeting our goals, one of the things to do might be to pull back and say, are these realistic goals, or am I measuring them by what I'm capable of?
Exactly. Precisely. It may be that the goal is unrealistic. It may be because at a subconscious level, even though you think it's your goal, it really isn't. Like the medical student, it may be a goal that is counter to what it is that you really value, to one of your core beliefs.
Nick, one of the many things I find fascinating about your material is when I listen to it, I hear that you've done a lot of research with imagery and cancer patients. Could you tell us a little bit more about visualization and that process?
Yes, first of all, it works. Creating a mental image of where you want to be, the goal you want to achieve, really does work. So do other things which are related. Prayer works. Scientific studies have proven it.
Mm-hmm.
And in a way, by concentrating on this mental picture of your goal, your destination is very similar to meditation and prayer. It makes you feel calm, peaceful, and it energizes you to make it happen. And then it actually does happen. The studies that I did in the mid-1980s when I was a professor at George Washington University showed very clearly that when cancer patients create a mental image in their minds, imagining their white cells snuggling up to a tumor, injecting lethal chemicals into it, actually improves their outcome. And not always would it completely cure the cancer, but nonetheless, it improved the quality of their lives. They were able to do more, and the tumor grew at a much slower rate. And we found that in just about every person that was studied. Now, was it really due to the image? Was there a direct connection between creating a mental image and guiding the proper cells to where they needed to be? Perhaps. Was it due to social support, the fact that this was being done with a group of people, and we know that when you socialize, when you're with other people, it helps to alleviate some of the effects of stress. That's probably contributing. Not to mention something you mentioned, this important issue of control.
Mm-hmm.
When you're doing something that you believe is going to be effective, it puts you in the driver's seat. You are no longer dependent at the arsenal available through the medical care system. And so lots of reasons why engaging in this behavior of imagery works, but the fact is, it does work. And if you can guide cancer-fighting cells through the lymphatic channels, through the bloodstream, to where they need to be to fight off a devastating disease, can you imagine the power that this process might have in simply helping you to achieve a goal? That's why you must create in your mind an image of where you want to go. There's a lot of research that has been conducted showing that you can actually shift your attitude in a very profound way simply by engaging in a meditative process. It's called mindful meditation. There's a part of the brain, and I don't really want to get too technical here, but sometimes understanding that scientists have devoted a lot of time and effort into researching this topic makes it easier to accept that this is a valid field. But scientists have studied a part of the brain called prefrontal cortex, or sometimes called prefrontal lobes. The prefrontal lobes are really the core of emotional intelligence. And not only that, but it turns out that they guide the two behaviors that we invariably choose. One is to move forward, make progress towards achieving a goal. The other is to withdraw, to move away. The moving forward is most often associated with positive emotions. Moving away from something is normally associated with negative emotions. It turns out that those people who have more activity on the right side of their prefrontal lobes are those people who, when confronted with a challenge, who set a goal, are less likely to achieve it. They are people who are likely to make one excuse after the other. Oh, I couldn't do that. I'll make a fool of myself. What's the point? It's a waste of time. Nobody cares anyway. Whereas a person who has more activity on the left side of their prefrontal lobe is more likely to roll up their sleeves and say, you know what, this is going to be tough, but we can pull this off. We can do it. We can get the job done. They are far more optimistic.
This isn't the same thing as being left-brained or right-brained as we tend to think of it, is it?
Oh, no. Very, very different. I know that there's a lot of talk about certain skills being primarily based upon activity on the left side of a brain or the right side of a brain. I'm speaking about a very specific region. And not only one specific region, but if you want to understand more about it, you really need to explore what's happening in the brain parts that the prefrontal lobes are connected to, which also happen to be structures like the amygdala, the hippocampus, which are tied in with emotions. No, this is very, very different from handedness, from the ability to perform spatial tasks versus those that require processing of information sequentially, your appreciation of music, language, and these sorts of things. I'm speaking specifically about the prefrontal lobes. Mm-hmm. Now, the research has shown that if a person is primarily on the right side of their prefrontal lobe, in other words, they tend to be more depressed, they tend to be more pessimistic, you can actually change them. No, not by giving a drug, not by undergoing some sort of surgical procedure, but simply by engaging in a form of meditation. And not only can you correct the attitude into one which will help you achieve a goal, but you can even correct some of the consequences of having a negative attitude. For example, high levels of stress hormone, cortisol, or a downturn of your immune system and the ability to fight off infection. These things are also corrected simply by engaging in this meditative state. And so it's amazing how much the mind can accomplish. And the essence of what's in your mind is really a reflection of your beliefs, which, again, is a reason why I've been emphasizing an examination of your beliefs throughout this discussion.
Nick, that makes sense.
I've been talking about sub-goals, but again, your primary focus must be upon the eventual goal. That is what you want to visualize in your brain. When you get up in the morning, when you first get up and stretch, before you have that first cup of coffee, I want you to imagine that goal in the most vivid way you can. Put yourself in the setting and make it the present tense. Don't think this is what it's going to be like 10 years from now. Imagine that right now, instead of sitting there on the bed in your home, you are sitting in the same location, but now in that home of your dreams. Imagine what you will have in that room. Imagine perhaps the artwork on the wall, the sounds, the feelings. And all of these are what are going to be elicited as you think about the fact that you have now achieved your goal. Think about all the things that you are going to be able to do. The material rewards of your success, for example, or perhaps the money you're going to donate to your favorite charity, the way that you're going to now be in a position to help other people achieve their successes as a result of the success that you have now achieved. And there's one more thing that you ought to do, and that is create a link. Scientifically, this would be called a conditioned stimulus. It might be a picture, it might be a sound, it might be just an object, but something that you can carry around with you. Now, what you're going to do is the same thing that Pavlov did with his dogs. Mm-hmm. When he showed the dogs a piece of steak and then rang the bell, after a while, without having any meat in sight, the bell by itself caused those dogs to salivate. That's what you're going to do. You want to create the equivalent of that ringing bell. It might be a picture of that symbol of success that you have in mind. It might be something else associated with it. But now when you find yourself confronted with an obstacle, you're going to pull out that link, you're going to make that connection, and it's going to make it that much easier for you to evoke the image, which will now take you closer towards that ultimate objective. Some years ago, I took up motorcycle racing, and I remember receiving instruction at the Road Atlanta Speedway. The instructor, who had been a champion motorcycle racer, told us that always go to where your eyes are focused. Do not look to the side. Do not pay any attention to the rider who's coming up behind you. Always keep your eyes fixed on where you want to end up on that track, which invariably would be the point in the turn where we would now go into the next straightaway, what in racing is referred to as setting a line, because he told us that if you focus on any particular object, that is where you're going to go.
Mm-hmm.
If you are worried about bumping into the person next to you and you glance over at that person, you will end up in that person. If you are looking to the side of the track, you'll end up going off. You'll go off at that point where you are looking.
Wow.
And I always remembered that, and he was so right. But I believe it's the same with the images we create. If you keep your mind focused on the goal, that is where you're going to end up.
I like the sound of that. But Nick, you're not saying that all a person has to do is imagine a goal and it will be achieved, are you? Doesn't a person eventually have to look at reality?
Yes. However, reality is also an image in your mind. We don't respond to reality. You're not responding to my words right now. You're not responding to the ambient sounds about you. You're not responding to the colors that are coming into your retina. What you are responding to, what we all respond to, is the translation of those real images into an image in our mind. It is that image you create in your mind that is driving every single one of your responses. It's determining whether you're going to move forward or back. It's the image that's going to decide whether you're going to be angry or sad or joyful. It is the image that is going to turn on the hormones that are going to provide you with energy. It's the image that's going to decide whether or not chemicals are going to be produced that could impact your memory or your immune system. So even though it may sound like I'm saying, oh, just think about it and you'll be all right, the fact is, that is mostly what I'm saying. Yes, you need to correctly interpret reality. You mustn't distort reality with your beliefs, because what is happening out there in the real world is obviously going to be the most profound influence upon the image that you create. At the same time, though, realize that while you may not be able to control what's happening out there in the world, you have 100% control over the parts of reality that you choose to focus upon. You have 100% control over the beliefs that are now helping to shape that image. And that is why I say, no, not 100%. You can't just will something and it's going to materialize. However, I believe that at least 80% of what you do should be based upon making sure that your image of reality is not only an accurate reflection of what is happening, but that you are focusing on the elements that are going to help you get to your eventual goal.
So let's say I find I have conflicting beliefs or conflicting goals or images, and I can't get to that stage of goal setting and achievement that I want. Help me. What do I do at this point in addition to the imagery and meditation?
Well, I would start by going back to the headwaters. Again, remember that all of your responses, including not responding, your choice to not move forward because you don't believe you can, is all being driven by the image. And that image is going to be shaped by your past experiences. Of course, that's water under the bridge. You can't go back, rewrite history, so forget about that. But it's also shaped by your beliefs. And I would begin by looking at the beliefs that are shaping now this attitude. Realize that the image is very, very fluid and may not necessarily be a true reflection of reality.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine, if you will, an artist setting up her easel, to capture a beautiful panoramic vista on canvas. That's the image that she is going to create. And while deciding which brushes, which paints to use, realizes there must be an airport nearby because periodically planes are flying across the horizon. However, those airplanes are not part of what she considers to be the natural scene. However, they are part of the reality. They're there. That doesn't stop her, though, from employing artistic license and leaving the airplanes out of that image. And behind her is a beautiful weathered cedar tree. How beautiful it would look if only it were in the foreground, but it's not. It's behind her. It's off to the side. However, that doesn't stop her. She, again, employs artistic license and now makes that tree a part of her image. That is what we do all the time. We add things to our images that never happened. We leave things out, and the reason is because having those things there is not consistent with our beliefs. So we do have a large amount of control over the image, and what I would do is ask yourself, is this belief that's shaping the image justified? And then, is it serving a useful purpose? Is it helping me to achieve my goal? And then the last question is, does it make me feel good? And I'm not suggesting that there's any necessary right or wrong answer to any of these questions. The idea of posing these questions, is it justified? Is it serving a useful purpose? Does it make me feel good? Is really to engage in the process of examining the beliefs that are giving rise to the attitude that's holding you back. That's where I would begin. Mm-hmm. There are some people who have beliefs that pigeonhole them into very distinct personality types. There's the apprehensive person, and every image they create is always going to be associated with the thought of what if. As they reflect upon that goal, if they are thinking about doing something, the first thing they think of is, well, what if something happens to me? What if I can't finish it? What if I lose control? These are the apprehensive people. There are other folks, though, who see themselves as failures, and probably because of some belief. They are always asking themselves, why am I so clumsy? Why can't I get it right? Why didn't I do it that way? It's as though they are constantly anticipating the worst case scenario, and then they create exaggerated images of failure. This type of person will be in a constant state of stress, and they will never take even the first step toward achieving a goal. Other times, you need to listen for the word why. Is it a word that you think? Is it a word that you state to other people? I can't do that. So why bother trying? Because that's really the giveaway. These are people who will say, oh, I'm too uncoordinated to attempt that. It won't make any difference. These are the people we call a casualty. Then there are the intolerant people. These are the people who will set as a goal, set as an objective, one which is probably unrealistic. It's one that they're not going to be able to achieve. And they will make it so complex, they'll make it so difficult. They'll say, well, if you don't do it exactly this way, if you have any departure from what I envision, then it's a failure. You have to do it all again. It's got to be perfect. They set these unrealistic goals and then consider themselves to be failures if they don't accomplish their objective. They are perfectionists. They are intolerant of failure, not only in themselves, but oftentimes in other people. And you can always pick them out of a crowd because they are using the word must in their dialogue. If you fit into one of these categories, and there are others too, the first place to begin is by going back to the beginning and asking yourself, what is the belief that is shaping this attitude? And then, again, is it justified? Is it serving a useful purpose? Now, there are other things you can do too. How do you change these thoughts? If your image is constantly one of being a casualty or you're intolerant, then how do you go about changing that? Well, a lot of research has been done. Probably the best studies have been conducted by Dr. Martin Seligman, and it's called learned optimism. People can learn to become optimistic, which of course you have to be if you're going to achieve a goal. Mm-hmm. But really, the technique is similar to approaches that are used by therapists, social workers, psychologists, ministers, as they help people to stay on their chosen path. And it really requires writing down each negative thought and then asking yourself the following questions. First of all, will I accomplish anything worthwhile by continuing this process? By continuing to think that I'm a failure? Number 2, do I really want to continue feeling the way I do? And the question I've already posed, are these thoughts really justified? Have things actually happened during the course of my life to warrant thinking this way? Write down each one of those negative thoughts. And now answer the following questions. What are the chances the scenario that I'm so preoccupied with will really unfold? Is what I'm thinking always true or just sometimes? If I do this, what is the worst that could happen? And if a worst-case scenario does occur, will it really be that bad? What would my options be? And am I considering all the information available to me? As I put that image together, am I looking at everything, all the pertinent information? Am I considering all of the information with equal importance? Or in my mind, am I twisting the facts to fit my preconceived notions? Am I doing what the artist does? Am I shaping my image because of my biases, my beliefs? And again, what is the evidence that my thoughts are justified? Next, replace each one of these negative thoughts with a positive one. For example, I'll never be able to do this. Now becomes, if I take the time to learn this particular skill, I will be able to do it. I remember when my wife Hazel and I were first married, we were both undergraduate students. We married very, very early in our lives. And we had no money at all. We lived in student housing, and it was always a bit of a struggle to figure out what we were going to eat that week, and dictated largely by how much money we happened to have available at any given time. And we had an old Volkswagen that was always breaking down, and I really couldn't afford to get it fixed. I couldn't do repairs. I'm not mechanically inclined. Well, I decided that if I was capable of learning the inner workings of a brain, and that's the field I was going into, neuroscience, then surely I could understand and learn how to tinker with a mechanical object such as a car engine. And this was during the early 1970s, and I found a manual that I can't remember the exact title, but it was something to the effect of Repairing Volkswagen Engines for Idiots.
I think I read that.
And I'll never forget the introductory statement. It said, get a chair, sit in front of a car, and as you're looking at it, realize that the side of the car the steering wheel is on is the left side. The other side is the right. Now sit on the side. And it explained which was the front and which was the back. And I thought to myself, yes, this is exactly what I need. And it wasn't long after I went out and bought some very inexpensive tools on sale, but I was doing all my own tune-ups. I learnt how to replace points and do just basic maintenance stuff. No, I wasn't capable of rebuilding an engine. Actually, I probably would have been. However, that would have required more expensive tools, better left to a properly trained person. But nonetheless, that was my attitude. You know, at first, I would have been quite justified in saying, there's no way I can fix this. We're going to have to find the money to get it repaired by somebody else, or walk to classes. And instead, there was another way of reframing it. If I take the time to learn this skill, if I go to a junior college and learn this particular task, if I go to the library and check out a book, you know what? I'll be able to do it. Mm-hmm. Or you might be restless at night, and I've thought this myself. I won't be able to get anything done tomorrow if I don't fall asleep soon. You can change that statement to, you know, even lying in bed awake is a form of rest. I functioned before with minimal sleep. I can do it again. And as you replace the negative thoughts with positive ones, remember the following very simple rules. Avoid using words with negative connotations. And also, stay in the present. Use the personal pronoun whenever you can.
You mentioned just now avoiding using words with negative connotations. Could you say something about that?
Once you have an image in your mind that is associated with something negative, it's going to be connected in a very subtle way with negative emotions. Sadness, fear, it doesn't matter what it is. It's going to be associated with something perhaps that happened in the past or something that you are concerned about in the future. And once you have any type of negative emotion, once you have an element of fear, anger, sadness, it doesn't matter which one it is, your body is automatically going to go into a mode where you are going to avoid getting to that place again. Basically, you're going to go into withdrawal. You're not going to move forward. You've probably heard the expression, better safe than sorry. Let's just stay where we are. Let's not move forward. That would be an example of withdrawal, holding back. Negative emotions will do that. And it makes perfect sense because the consequences, if you fail to respond to a negative emotion that is justified, if you have a reason to be fearful, but you ignore it, could be permanent.
Right.
And so the body will always err on the side of caution. That's why people have so much difficulty moving forward, accepting change, because there's always that prospect of failure. And what they're really doing is trying to avoid that sense of failure. And the way you do that is, if you don't set any goals, then you can't fail because there's nothing to fail about. The brain, when we use it, does not utilize every single neuron that we have crammed between our ears. We respond to images. It would be very inefficient to crank up every single neuron, every single chemical, every time we had to make a choice or do something. And so we tend to think in terms of patterns of behavior. What if the word that was shaping your image was, no, I can't do this? What if it was something negative? What if it was dwelling on anger or fear? You would make the same mistakes. You would make the wrong choices. And even worse, if you're trying to pursue a goal, now that negative connotation is going to keep you from moving forward. It's going to keep you rooted in the familiar, and the reason we stay with the familiar, we don't change, is because we like to be able to predict what's going to happen next. And whenever you change, even if it's for the good, there's always the prospect of failure. And that's really, I think, the number one factor that keeps people from doing what they know they can, but they won't.
The fear of failure?
The fear of failure, although, as I tell my corporate clients, it's invariably the fear of getting caught. But nonetheless, it's fear. And fear is a negative emotion that basically triggers the body to hold back, to not venture into that dangerous arena.
It seems that a certain amount of fear may be helpful and actually unavoidable. Are there things you teach in your program that can help a person learn to accept a certain amount of fear and therefore lessen the impact it has on achieving their goals?
Yes. And one of the things that I have found is how necessary this is when I'm working with the corporate clients, especially sales teams that have to learn a new product. The company has merged with another, and now they have to overcome the natural resistance to having to learn to sell something that they've never seen before, or perhaps some new software or a new way of doing things within the organization. And that invariably is what frustrates people and keeps them from moving forward in their professional lives as well as their personal lives. And it's not just fear, but virtually all of the stress-related emotions, including anger and sadness. And so, yes, there are things that one can do to become more comfortable with these emotions so that they have less impact upon your productivity and your ability to do the things that you know you can but just don't. One of the places where I start is on our Executive Challenge course. Picture a militia training base or a boot camp in a military installation, because that's what it looks like. We have a 40-foot climbing wall, suspension bridges, zip lines. It's all very safe. People wear harnesses. They're connected to ropes, and so they're not going to fall. Or, well, they may fall, but they're not going to land, which is really what people are concerned about. But what I find when I put heart rate monitors on these people is when they just stand there, contemplate going up that wall, their heart rate will go up almost as much as it will if they've been running for 5 minutes. Yet they're doing no exercise. That heart rate is being driven by nothing more than the fear associated with what they're about to do. Now, that same chemistry which is causing the heart rate to go up is also going to influence their judgment, their reaction time, the choices they make. It's going to impact their ability to perform their job, to advance and achieve the goals they want. But what I have found is once they go up that wall and then they go on to do something else, their heart rate doesn't go up quite as much. And each time they do this, the stress becomes less. The fear becomes less. It's the reason why I call my program cross-stressing. And I always tell clients, be careful when you tell people what you did today. They don't want to get the wrong impression. In the late 1960s, I spent several years working for the American Navy, training whales and dolphins as part of a stress-related communication study. And they would have to learn a fairly simple task, which was to respond to one ultra-high frequency tone, but to ignore others. Well, it took a long time, sometimes 48, 72 hours, working almost continuously to get them to understand this concept. But once they grasped it, they had it. Once they understood the basic paradigm, they had what we refer to as a learning set for discrimination. We could substitute other sounds, we could substitute visual stimuli, and we could even do reversal learning protocols, and they'd pick that up in no time. The same is true of learning a language. Once you learn that first foreign language, which can be exceedingly difficult, you acquire what's called a learning set for languages. It becomes easier to acquire additional ones. Well, I think the same applies to dealing with negative emotions, including fear. Once you have experienced that emotion, normally associated with stress, under conditions that you have had some sort of control over, and especially when you recover from it and you realize, it wasn't all that bad, you learn to become optimistic. You learn that, yes, this too shall pass. But you can only reach that point by having experienced the emotion. And so that's the way I approach it at Saddlebrook. We have people actually step into an arena that takes them outside their normal comfort zone, although they do have the choice. They can stop at any point they want, but I always tell people, you never regret what you do. You regret the things you don't do. You have an ideal opportunity to learn how to deal with stress, how to deal with all of those emotions, but even more importantly, you have a golden opportunity to learn how to recover. And they do. 65% of our clients come back. They are repeat business. We're the only resort in the industry that has this type of success record. Now, not everybody can come to our resort and do this sort of thing, but there are other ways of doing it. You don't have to climb a climbing wall. Here are some possibilities and things I've done when I've conducted workshops around the country. I'll tell people, usually the night before the multi-day program begins, to think of something that would cause them to experience a mild state of fear. And I tell them to keep it reasonably safe and legal. I don't want somebody to go out and experience an adrenaline rush by stealing something from a 7-Eleven. No, it's got to be legal and it's got to be reasonably safe. And then go out and do it.
Nick, could you give some examples of the kind of things people might do?
Oh, over the years, I've had people go to a local fairgrounds and jump off a ledge with bungee cords wrapped around their ankle.
That's mild, huh?
Well, for some people, that would be actually a form of joy and pleasure, but for others, myself included, that would be sheer terror. I've had people go to the top of a tall building when they have a fear of heights. Someone did that in Las Vegas when I was doing a program there. They might go skydiving. I've had people hold a snake when they had a deathly fear of snakes. Even things like cutting in line, going to a place where they wouldn't normally go. People come up with all sorts of imaginative things, and they may or may not be all that stressful for some people, but what's important is that the person has defined something that they are going to do, and that takes them outside their normal comfort zone. What I have found is this is an awakening. The next morning, when I ask people, what did you do? How did you feel? They'll describe the experience. They will all describe how terrified they were while they were doing it, how apprehensive they were. But then they will always conclude by saying that, I felt so good after I had done it. and they want to do it again. They want to go off and do something else. And that's a prime example of how this method works. It's called desensitization. You experience what it is that you fear in small doses, and eventually, after your brain cells, after your body cells have been bathed in the chemistry associated with fear, with anger, whatever it is, they eventually shrug it off and say, been there, done that, got the t-shirt, no problem, bring it on, I can handle it.
You've mentioned so many factors that impact the successful achievement of goals. Brain wiring, personality, stress, beliefs. Those are some of the main ones. Can you give examples of some people who have actually been able to put it all together and achieve their goals?
Oh, yes. In fact, I've made a study of such people. It's by studying those individuals that I've arrived at the conclusions that I mentioned. First person who comes to mind, of course, is my own mother. 94 years old, one of the healthiest people in mind, body, and spirit that I have ever met. And the reason is because of the hardship, the negative emotions she experienced as a teenager. When she was in her late teens, she was living in London during the Blitz. Each night when she went to bed, she wasn't sure if she would wake up alive the next morning.
Wow.
Her job during those horrendous years was to organize entertainment in the bomb shelters, sing-alongs, that sort of thing, telling stories, just to keep people's spirits up. And yes, granted, there were some people who didn't survive, just as there were people who didn't survive the Great Depression. But those who did came out of it with a hardiness that was immeasurable in people who had not had that type of experience. And I think what it did for them was enable them to complete the statement, I am glad I am not. Mm-hmm. They always had some reference to go back to make what the present adversity they were experiencing seem a lot less severe. As she could say, if she was in difficult circumstances, well, at least I'm not in the middle of the bombs falling around. Another person, Verlin Kruger. Not many people know of this man outside canoeing circles, but he took up the sport in his mid-40s. He was a retired plumber, and before he passed away, he set every world record, and his longest trip was 28,000 miles. Crisscrossed the United States, Canada, went down the entire Pacific coast, around Cape Horn, the only person to go backwards against the current on the Colorado River, and then later the Mississippi River. 28,000 miles in a single trip. Absolutely extraordinary. And I flew up to Lansing, Michigan, and interviewed him and asked him, how did you do it? How did you deal with adversity? And he just shrugged it off. He said, look, when you are the oldest child with 9 siblings, and you are the son of a sharecropper during the Depression, and you have to put your life on hold to keep the family going, you learn to deal with anything. And then when you sign up for the military and you spend the war sitting in a tank, you learn that you can overcome just about any hardship. And I find it very sad that when people come out to Saddlebrook, they often will tell me at the end of the day that this was one of the most meaningful experiences I have ever had. And I'm very pleased about this because it means the program was a success, but I'm also saddened by it. How sad it is that people are depriving themselves of those experiences that will strengthen them, and experience a little bit of hardship once in a while, not for the sake of being masochistic and experiencing it, but for the opportunity to learn how to recover.
That's an amazing application of perspective, and your stories are very inspiring. This interview has been fascinating, Nick, and I know that many of our listeners will really enjoy listening to the rest of your program. I know what to do, so why don't I do it? I know it's a topic our Nightingale Conant customers have been asking for quite a while now. Nick, thank you so much for being here today and sharing your wisdom with us.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.